my gosh, I wouldn't even know where to start with the recap. We are in day 10 right now. There's been a lot of testimony. I do have recap videos on my YouTube channel. So I did a recap of week 1 in 2 separate videos, and then I did a recap of week 2. Although I am planning on doing one where I just cover all like the text messages or the phone calls and just have it all in one video, I think, something like that. So working on that, I'll probably have that out this week. But I mean, right now I do see Kouri's Kouri's husband's former business partner. He is testifying right now. His name is Kouri Richins, and I look forward to hearing his testimony because he's the one that's going to be able to talk about some of the weird financial fraud allegations with the C&E Mason business company that him and Eric had. He's also a really close friend of Eric, so maybe he can talk about like Kouri and Eric's relationship, or how dependable Eric might have been as a business partner. Was Eric really a druggie? Was he really someone that you can rely on and was responsible? So we'll see. But in terms of like just doing like a little mini recap, we've heard from close friends of Kouri Richins. We heard some best friends who said that they knew that Kouri had taken out this HELOC against the marital home or Eric's house. And they all thought that Kouri was a successful business person. They had no reason to believe that she wasn't. She touted herself as one. We got to hear from maybe like one jailhouse call so far where she was really irate that the state was inquiring about Kouri consulting with a divorce attorney. And she was like, oh, well, Eric did the same thing. Like, we got to hear from people who got to testify about the egg sandwich poisoning, right? The alleged one, where Kouri is looking at 2 charges in terms of the aggravated murder. There's aggravated murder that happened that led to Eric actually dying. And then there's the attempted aggravated murder that happened weeks before on Valentine's Day, where the state alleges that she tried to poison him with the egg sandwich. So I'm going to jump over to this testimony right now. But like I mentioned before, I do have recap videos for this trial. I know that like 8-hour days are really long, so I tried my best to try to condense it for you guys, but it's still a lot. It's still a lot out there. So let's jump over to Kouri Wright's testimony. And do I have my earbuds on? Yeah, good morning, everyone. I hope you guys had a good weekend. Hello, hello. Would be nice if we had a half day today. Monday's a little rough right now. Hello, T. Hi, Gamble. Hi, Sarah. Hello, hello. How are you guys? Alrighty, we're gonna jump on over to Utah. I wonder what the weather in Utah is like. Is it still really cold over there? We actually had the weather in LA was like I think like 90s this past weekend. It was very, very hot yesterday. Oh man. Good morning. Hello. Alrighty, let's get started. I see Judge Mrazek, his beautiful head popping up.
231-500-139. Counsel for the state and defense. Our present defendant is present.
Good morning,
Some things
everyone.
to discuss. A couple of motions filed last night. We also need to discuss.
Ooh, the motions being filed last night. Oh, was it all for like the motions for a mistrial? I think there was like 2 requests from the defense for a mistrial. One was for the testimony of Chelsea Gibson, where she mentioned jailhouse call. The judge denied that. The other one for mistrial was, Giglio material. The defense claimed that the state was hanging on to information that Carmen had lied or something. There was like text message between her and a someone in law enforcement. I think it was wasn't it her probation officer, Maynard? I don't know. I'm a little confused about Maynard's role. Was he her probation officer? Was he a detective? Like, what was Maynard? So the defense tried to say that like, oh, they like hid this from us. And I think that was kind of like pending. And then there was a juror that the defense wanted to have dismissed, but the judge was like, hey, we'll keep the juror for now because we have alternates anyways. But I guess I'll look at the court docket to see what are all the motions that are on there now.
Jail calls and
jail calls.
The other information that will be coming in through Detective O'Driscoll. Let's start with schedule. Mr. Bloodworth, who are the state's anticipated witnesses today?
Yes, I love scheduling.
Your Honor, Kouri Wright, Matthew Throckmorton, Jamie Woody, Todd Gabler, and then if we get there, Jeff O'Driscoll.
There's probably a lengthy discussion regarding the state's motions and defendant's positions regarding the jail calls, the interview transcript, that we need to have prior to Detective O'Driscoll. Is that your sense of it?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if we're going to have that before he gets on the stand, we're going to have it today, which means he's probably not getting on the stand today.
Agree.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, you're the one looking at me, so I'll just ask you, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we'll plan to at least begin, if not have that discussion sometime today. Then, let's see, the state filed a motion regarding exhibit.
So it's possible that the state might be done with their case tomorrow then. I think they were aiming for today, but we had some mini delays here and there.
It's 8-57R and 8-63R. I need to make sure I give defendant an opportunity to respond to that. Ms. Lewis, what are your thoughts?
No, I believe those are the videos. Is that correct? The videos of the interviews with Carmen? I wasn't sure what they were.
It's the
Yeah, it's 857
consistent
through
portions.
63.
My apologies. That's right.
And we've submitted the transcript, but of course, a video would be redacted once we make a decision based on the transcript.
Okay. 'Cause, yeah, I didn't see the specific if those are the redacted. Wasn't able to look at them. I just saw that.
They're all filed as separate docket entries.
There's the 6 Carmen Laba interviews involving Summit County Sheriff's Office and one involving the United States Attorney's Office. And these are redacted portions of those 6 interviews used to rehabilitate Carmen Laba.
Okay. I guess I need to look at the redacted version. I didn't realize that. I was looking through what the state files inbox to get to us, and it wasn't in there when I was looking at it yesterday evening. So
these are the attachments to the motion that was filed over the weekend.
And we have the same objection to the motion. I mean, it's the same objection. I will have to look at the redacted version. But
I'm not sure what you mean by same objection, but let's not spend time on that now. The state is designating specific portions, a very limited subset of the 900 pages of combined transcript as.
Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. The 900-page transcript. Oh, that was Carmen's interview? Was it Carmen's? Because now I'm getting all the interviews mixed up. Crozier's interview came in, and I do remember, yeah, was it Carmen? I think it was Carmen. I think the state wanted to rehabilitate Carmen's testimony by submitting like a 900-page transcript. And the judge was like, I can't just wholesale just admit these. So I don't know. Did he decide to admit them all, or will the state pick out portions where they're going to let some of those in?
Consistent statements to rebut a charge of either recent fabrication or pressure to change her testimony. I'm going to have to make a ruling regarding each of them.
Okay, I'll read them.
That's for Carmen.
Sorry,
Okay.
I misunderstood what was filed.
So that's that. What's a reasonable time to have that conversation, Ms. Lewis?
I'm going to try and look at them this morning. I don't know. Let me pull them up, and then maybe
Okay.
at the break we can talk about that.
I'm not sure. Okay, we'll check back in about that. I had them to bring it in. It's this much paper, and so it may be more than you can do between now and the lunch break, but let's be reasonable. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, I think
Good morning. Have we heard anything about Kouri being shackled on the table or shock belt? That's a big topic in other trials, but I haven't heard anything about it in this one. Hey, Pretty Mama Bear, how are you doing today? I did see on Nate Eaton's tweet, he did mention that she had, I think he said ankle restraints. Yeah, ankle restraints, if I remember correctly.
that's a prerequisite to having a full discussion on Jeff O'Driscoll's testimony.
Is that true? Why is that true? Why don't those issues stand alone or stand independently?
Your Honor, they do stand independently, but Jeff O'Driscoll will likely be the state's last witness. We would then then use those exhibits as part of his direct examination.
That makes sense to me. Okay. I understand that. Okay. Let's see. Defendant's motion for mistrial regarding the alleged Giglio violation that was mentioned on the record. I asked defendant to file that in writing. They did. It's docket 1691. Need to give the state an opportunity to respond to that. What's reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, state can respond right now.
I'm going to need some details that I'm not sure you can provide right now. Even if you can't, having it in writing with
I love Mr. Bloodworth. He's always ready to just respond right now. He's like, I can do it right now, Judge. I can do it right now.
help me keep it all straight, even if it's just the factual position about what was provided when.
Your Honor, we can do that. I don't think that the state disagrees on the facts laid out in the defense's motion, but we can provide something to the court in writing.
I need Bloodworth energy, okay? I need Bloodworth energy. He's like, I'm ready. Let's go. I'm always like, actually, can you give me a second? Let me just make sure I have everything, in order. Confident, that's what it is.
Tomorrow morning?
That's fine. And if that's the case, it sounds like it won't be burdensome to produce it or to draft it.
No, Your Honor, it's not burdensome.
Okay. Sounds good.
Your Honor, just maybe a heads up. Can I refer to the court to State v. Bisner, that will feature in the state's response.
I look forward to reading it after I get your response.
Understood.
Okay, very good. Then, Ms. Lewis, there's also the oral motion for mistrial that you made at sidebar regarding references to quote-unquote charges in State's Exhibit 2-46. That was on March 5. We provided a curative instruction to the jury on that. Is that something your defendant is standing by, or is that motion withdrawn?
What happened in sidebar?
Can I have a minute?
I can't wait. Yeah, see, Miss Lewis like, I need a minute, man. I can't wait to read the sidebar transcripts. I think Donna Adelson's might be coming out soon. Let's see if Nate tweeted anything today. Nate, eat time.
46.
This is the video, the audio recording, the two-part audio recording that was played. It's a recorded telephone conversation.
Oh,
Your client used the word charges. I instructed the jury that that referred to civil
that's right.
litigation.
That motion's withdrawn.
Okay. Brittany, can you make a note of that in the minutes? All right. Okay. That's what I had on my initial to-do list. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. I've already forgotten the order of witnesses. Mr. Wright?
Yes, sir.
And just confirming, you've reminded Mr. Wright of the bounds of the court's prior ruling regarding his testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay, so I love it when we talk about scheduling. That's my favorite thing about these things, okay? I want to know what's happening, who's testifying, when is the state resting, when is this case going to be over? But in terms of who's testifying, we're going to hear from Kouri Wright, Eric Richins' business partner. They co-own C&E Masonry. Now, this is the business where allegedly Kouri was, I don't think it was brought up actually in the finance stuff. Was it? Apparently, the allegation was Kouri was stealing money that was supposed to go for their tax returns. Maybe it'll come through Kouri, but there was money allocated for tax returns every quarter, and Kouri was supposed to pay the IRS, right? But she didn't do that. She used it to funnel into her business. But I feel like we haven't really heard too much about that. We would have heard in the finance stuff, right? Anyways. And then not only that, Kouri Wright, also there's that weird change in the life insurance policy. We heard testimony about that from some of the staff members that worked at two different one life insurance policy company. I forgot the name of it. And then we did hear about a guy who helped Eric purchase a life insurance policy. He was the one who's getting notifications. He was like, oh, who's like messing with the beneficiary stuff? Not only that, again, Kouri is like Eric's like close friend, business partner. So probably has like some inside knowledge about their relationship. Todd Gabler was a PI. Now, the reason why Todd Gabler's name keeps popping up, because I believe from the questioning that I'm hearing from the defense is that maybe Todd Gabler is planting evidence or something that makes Kouri look bad. Maybe he's doing it at the direction of the Richins family. Maybe there's something really weird happening there. See. Throckmorton, love that last name. I will never forget it. But Throckmorton, handwriting analyst. So again, was I think there was like power of attorney or something like that. Were there signatures that were forged on certain documents? And then was the initials, was that forged? Although I don't think, I think only one of the testimony about those is coming in. I think the other one might come in rebuttal, if I remember correctly. And then Jeff O'Driscoll, lead detective. So he'll probably be the last witness to talk about everything and just wrap everything all up. And then maybe that's where we hear like jailhouse calls, interviews, because I would love to see, more interviews, more body cam footages and all that. Yeah, he went in to introduce himself as lead detective to the case. And then Kouri's like, yeah, come on in. And then he had the whole thing recorded and she was just yapping away. So can't wait to hear that because we haven't listened to it yet.
Well, that simplifies that.
You know what? I could totally see that. Military lawyer, I could see that.
Gotta take a 5-minute break and locate the juror who has not yet arrived. All right,
Ooh.
very good.
Who's the
We'll
juror
be
that
at
has
recess
not
for 5
arrived
minutes.
yet? All right. Did he say 5-minute break? Okay, -1, -1 hour and 11 minutes. Oh, okay, it's not that bad. It's like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. Oh gosh. Thank goodness we don't watch this live.
All right, the jury.
All right, jury's coming on in. We got witness number 40, Kouri Wright.
Please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll continue with additional evidence from the state. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on Thursday, the court took testimony from Chelsea Gibson, who referenced a celebration on March the 5th, 2022, and the state was redacting some children's faces from a video. The state now moves that Exhibit 8-8 into evidence and moves to publish it.
Chelsea Barney, correct?
Barney, did I say Gibson again?
Yes, sorry. Chelsea Barney, March 5, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Chelsea Barney is the best friend. Chelsea Gibson is the crime scene tech. And actually, I forgot. I think we usually watch it on Court TV, right? Okay, let's do Court TV. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, where's Court TV?
The defendant, Chelsea, Barney, Bryce, Knudsen, and others.
Celebrate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lewis,
They've already admitted
I think I've already ruled any objections to that, correct?
Right.
Okay, so we'll start in that way. I'll have you introduce it and just offer it again.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury in? Okay, let's do it. Chelsea Barney, correct?
Barney. Did I say Gibson again?
Yes, sorry. Chelsea Barney, March 5, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Let me get that up.
All right, let's fast forward through this a little bit.
Chelsea, okay. Very good. Scott, please proceed.
And it does have some audio on that, John, but it's not what it sounds like.
It has some audio, but
It's not coming through, it doesn't sound like.
This is Kouri's kitchen, right? Yeah, I think it is Kouri's kitchen. I remember she had like dark cabinets, right?
all right. I don't know why that is.
Admitted this through.
Scott, would you pause? Would you disconnect and reconnect, and we'll just start over? Check the settings on your end, please.
I'll do it again.
Thanks, Scott. Oh, okay. Let me slow down.
Okay, I'm getting all three.
Cheers, boys.
Yep, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Richard, yep.
Richard.
Look, Josh is so wrong. Wrong. Take that all sexy out of here.
Oh! You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
What's the point of this video? I think the defense was the one who was introducing this video because they wanted to show that Kouri wasn't the only one that was laugh and giggles the day after Eric died. It was everyone else too. And they were celebrating Eric's life together, remembering him. I'm a little confused. I don't know. Do you guys, I'm a little confused about the videos a little bit. And then I think the state had a still shot of Kouri, like kind of like in that corner, like laughing. But now they're showing the actual video. Like, I don't, what's the point of it? What do you
Mr.
guys
Bloodworth,
think?
the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Kouri Wright.
Mr. Wright, good morning. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat.
Please proceed.
Good morning, sir. What, sir, is your name?
Kouri Right.
Spelled W-R-I-G-H-T.
Yep,
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
Eric was a really good friend of mine and also business partner. Met him in high school. He was an acquaintance of my brother. Met him through him. Became good friends through the hunting world. He was a rancher. I liked hard work. He loved hard work. And we became friends almost immediately through that. That led to a lifelong of events together and fun together and work together. We had a lot of good times. Shortly after I met him, he came to work for a family business as a hod tender. Got to teach him what hod tending is all about and hard work that way, which was fun. We both served LDS missions shortly after that, came home, continued to work together through that family business. In 2010, we decided that it was time to separate from that business and start our own. We started our own masonry company together, and that was another journey in and of itself. That was fun.
Is that masonry company C&E?
Yes, C&E Stone Masonry.
Is that for Cody and Eric?
Yes.
Oh, duh. I didn't even think about that. I had no idea what the C&E stood for. Duh. How did I miss that?
And we worked in that masonry company together for almost 12 years, 11 and a half years or so.
How often would you see him when running your company together?
See him a couple times a week probably. We ate lunch fairly often. In the fall, I saw him a lot as we were out in the hills and doing fun stuff, whether it be on the ranch or up in the mountains. We spent a lot of time together in the fall. We spent a lot of lunches together while we worked and things like that, but talked to him pretty much every day on the phone if I didn't see him.
When you talk about spending a lot of time together in the fall, is that hunting?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time.
About how many days each fall would the two of you hunt together?
We would spend the end of August and most of September and sometimes October and sometimes November and sometimes that bled into December, January, and February. But
And would you
quite a few days.
Would you travel together to hunt?
Yes, we went on different trips as well.
What was Eric's personality?
Eric's feisty. Eric's hardworking. Eric's the life of the party. Eric's funny. Depends where he's at and what he's doing. He can be very fun to be around, very comforting at times, and also he can tell you what you've done wrong and make sure that you knew that it was wrong and that should have been done differently. And so, good personality.
What was he like personality-wise in business?
Business, he was serious. He took that very serious. That was one of the things that he was very passionate about. He wanted to grow C&E. He wanted to be successful. He wanted to do the best he could with that. He came from a background of hard work and business as well, and saw that and wanted to replicate that from his parents, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's probably hard for him to talk about Eric in the past tense. Because he does go back and forth between past tense and present tense, it seems.
But he was very serious when it came to business, wanted to make sure that things were done right, and wanted to grow that business.
Were you able to interact with Eric and his boys?
Yes.
What are some examples of that?
One that comes to mind was he asked me, I did a lot of baseball growing up. I pitched in particular, and he asked me to work with Carter with some pitching lessons. We went over and worked with Carter and helped him learn how to pitch. That was one that comes to mind.
What was Eric like as a father?
Competitive, dedicated. He wanted to know what my kids were up to so he could tell me what his kids were up to and how well they were doing as well. He wanted his kids to be the best on the team. He wanted them to succeed. He wanted to make sure that I knew that how well they'd done over the weekend and how good they were doing in all their sports.
What was your business relationship in C&E?
We were 50-50 partners, so we were, I ran half the business, he ran half the business, although that wasn't like a perfectly straight line, right? We did paver, stone, tile work. I took care of tile and paver work, Eric took care of the stonework side, so we did have it split to where he took care of his projects, I took care of mine. We overlapped in the bookwork end of things or in the administration side of things, but as far as work went, he had relationships with people that I didn't, and so he would take care of those clients, and I would take care of others.
How many people did C&E employ in early 2022?
Approximately 90.
And about how many projects at any given time was C&E running?
When Eric passed, I
Remember on Kouri's bio, she said that she employed like 127 people or 197, something like really specific like that. And then you find out that it was just her. Like, yeah, I'm sure she worked with contractors, subcontractors and stuff like that, but like she didn't like employ them, you know? I think they looked at like money that she used to pay people. It was like maybe like $1,500, and it's like, oh, is it possible to employ 3 people with that? And they're like, yeah, I guess it's possible. So I wonder if the $1,500 people who were maybe like part of the cleaning crew, perhaps. I don't know.
obviously stepped into a full-time role in that whole business. I remember counting 47 projects.
What was C&E's business outlook in early 2022?
Good. It was great. Business was good, and business continued to be good, and was projecting upward each year. We'd done a little bit more, and it was definitely on its way up.
Did you and Eric have any plans for the business before he passed?
We had. I'm more conservative than Eric was, and so my plan was always to just be okay with where we were at. Eric's plan was, let's grow this thing and keep going, and I was like, good with where we were at a lot of the time. He definitely was very motivated to continue to do more and more and be better and bigger and better.
Did C&E have an office?
It had my house and a small office at Eric's house. We both had home offices, and so we ran the business from his office and my office at our residential home.
Did Eric use a C&E computer?
Yes.
Did he keep that at his home office?
Yes.
Did you and Eric have a C&E email account?
Yes.
How did that work?
It was a joint email. If you know him or I, you know that we're not technology people, and so one email was enough to handle. So we had one email that we both would look into, but all of our emails would come through that way. We could make sure that we were taking care of each other as well. That seemed to work, and so that's what we did.
Did C&E receive its America First Credit Union bank statements by email?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with Kouri Richins Realty?
Generally familiar.
Did there come a time when C&E assisted Kouri Richins Realty?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Oh gosh, the HELOC?
Eric called me, was distraught. I said that some things had happened in their home that.
Object to hearsay.
Sustained. Please rephrase. Or just keep moving.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Oh boy, here we go. So through other testimony, I think through the financial accountant or the forensic accountant, she was basically saying that like, oh, you know, there's some stuff here that's really weird. It seems like Kouri was stealing money from Eric, but the defense was like, well, how do you know that Eric didn't invest in her business? How do you know Eric didn't know about this? How do you know that Eric didn't arrange her to take money, right? So they're going to talk about how, I guess this is when Eric finds out about the HELOC. There's a $250,000 loan that's taken against his home and their marital home. And so he gets really stressed out because, you know, I mean, I would be too, right? Kouri didn't really have the means to pay it back. She was still in the very beginning of her, you know, like real estate flipping ventures, and he was probably really worried. So I think he wanted to help get his money back quickly by like, okay, maybe I'll like invest a little bit in her business so she can hurry up and pay me back. But it seems like this is only a one-time thing. And then the forensic accountant also testified saying that it didn't seem like something that he was anticipating on helping her with, because when he did give her money, it seems like it was like in the middle of one of her projects. So we'll see what happens with that. Are we jumping around?
Yes.
So did there come a time when C&E assisted Kouri Richins' business?
Yes.
How did C&E, without saying anything that Eric told you, how did C&E assist Kouri Richins' business?
There was a loan that was needed to be had for that business that was asked for, where C&E would provide the funds to fund a project, and C&E did provide those funds.
Was that a loan rather than an investment?
It was a loan.
Was it an extraordinary?
Oh man, Kouri really be staring down the witnesses again. Is she trying to say that it was an investment, that her husband was investing in her company after he finds out about the HELOC thing? Staring them down.
Was that a loan rather than an investment?
It was a loan.
Was it in extraordinary circumstances that caused C&E to loan Kouri Richins money?
There was a need for that loan. There was a need for that money to make sure that financial things were going to happen for reimbursement.
And was that related to a Kouri Richins Realty project on Franson Lane?
Yes.
And was that in October of 2020?
Yes. believe so.
And was that approximately
In October 2020 was the same time that Eric found out about the HELOC, and then he consulted a divorce attorney, and then he had his trust, the will, all redone because he didn't trust Kouri anymore.
$200,000?
Approximately. I believe so.
And was that approximately $200,000?
Approximately.
Are you familiar with a buy-sell agreement that you and Eric had in place should anything happen to either of you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a New York life insurance policy, a set of New York life insurance policies that were associated with that buy-sell agreement?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a series of beneficiary changes to the New York life policy on your life in January?
So the buy-sell agreement, they already went over this in other testimony, but essentially, Cody, Eric, they're business partners, right? And so they just want to make sure they're protected if, one of them were to pass away. So they took off life insurance policies on each other. And what happens is, for example, if Eric passes away, Cody's the beneficiary, but he has to use that money that he gets from the life insurance policy to buy Eric's side of the business out. And then that's vice versa. So this is the one where there were some allegations that, hey, someone logged in with the Kouri Richins Gmail account, and it seems like they tried to change the beneficiary from Eric to Kouri. But then I think that's when she realized that, oh, wait, I fucked up. Why did I change this? Because this means that, if something happened to Cody, then Eric or Kouri would get the money. That was my understanding of it. So I think she accidentally, or she didn't mean to change that policy. She probably meant to change the other policy where it's if something were to happen to Eric, Cody doesn't get money, but Kouri gets the money. But it got changed back pretty quickly.
January of 2022.
I was told those happened.
Did you make those beneficiary changes to your New York life policy in January of 2022?
I did not.
Did you ever make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Did you ever observe Eric Richins make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Your Honor.
Of course.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with Exhibit 8-49. It's some handwriting exemplars I think everyone's familiar with. Then I need to lay some foundation on. So can you please turn to tab 2? It's 849. It's the exemplars.
And it's crazy because he changed it 2 years before he died, 2.5 years, and he never changed it back. I think it's possible that he just never trusted her ever again.
Sir, did you collect those business and haircut receipts from C&E's records?
Yes.
Can you turn to tab 3?
879, is that?
Mr. Page.
Did you collect those documents from Integrated Solutions, those 4 pages in tab 3?
We requested any signatures that they might have to be sent.
And did they then provide those to you?
Yes.
Sir, can you turn to tab 7, please?
Yeah.
Did you request and obtain from Big D Construction those documents containing Eric Richins' signature?
Same thing. We asked if they had any signatures and if they could send those over. If they did, provide those for us.
And then, sir, tab 13.
I'm just waiting for them to be entered into exhibit. I'm going to forward through a little bit. Forward.
Did you request and retrieve those documents from the Ford dealership?
I did not request the ones from Labor and Ford.
Okay.
Oh, I think they had the documents from the Ford dealership to show what Eric's signature really looks like. I remember.
The documents at tabs 2, 3, and 7, did you then provide those to Katie Richins?
Yes.
I'll get that from you. Thank you. Scott, if you can bring up 10-89, please. Defense Exhibit 10-89.
All right. See the document?
Should. Ms. Nestor.
Or publish it. So are you married to...
Oh, I guess we're not going to look at the other documents, the Ford stuff. Do I already have a screenshot of this? I think I do.
Allie, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, his wife testified already, by the way. His wife was the one who testified, but I don't think I see her in this picture. Is she in this picture?
Is Allie right in this photograph?
No.
Okay, I was like, she doesn't look like any of these people. That's Kouri. That's Bryce, the best friend that we heard on the telephone. That's one of Eric's sister, I think Amy. And I forgot who these two were. They mentioned it earlier.
Thank you.
You know, Cody Wright actually looks like he could be a detective on this case. He's got like the detective energy.
Sir, have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
Yes.
Can you give some examples, please?
Eric had Lyme disease at one point. Saw him when he had COVID. I saw him when he had a cold. I saw him when he had the flu. I saw him when he had back pain, hunched over from lifting a rock and tweaking his back to where he could barely walk.
How did Eric react to illness or injury?
He's a cowboy. Eric is a go get him. He's not going to sit at home because he's sick. He's not going to stay home because he has COVID. He's not going to not show up because he's feeling under the weather. He's very tough-spirited, rough-hearted as far as not being a wimp goes.
Other than allergy medication, have you ever seen Eric use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use illicit drugs?
I have never seen him use illicit drug.
Sir, do you...
And that's what everyone has said so far, that Eric didn't do illicit drugs. He didn't really take other drugs at all. Over the counter, RX drugs. And then I think even Kouri's friends said the same thing. Two of them said the same thing. So it's like, so Kouri, did Eric just do it and no one just know about it? And he was this dependable, reliable guy showing up at work? Was he just really good at hiding it?
Do you recall receiving a phone call from Eric at approximately 2 p.m. on Valentine's Day, 2022?
Yes.
Without saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
The fear in his voice, the urgency of the situation, the seriousness of what was going on.
Have you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
The only other times I heard that urgency and that fear when he called me telling me that his mother had passed away in the hospital. I also heard that urgency or that fear when he had been rear-ended in an accident and feared that the person that had hit him had passed away as well, or had hit him hard enough that he was scared of what had just happened.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
There's more water in that crap.
I think the defense is going to bring up in their cross-examination. Apparently him and Eric had a falling out. And then the defense was like, well, the defense was cross-examining the wife and was like, well, didn't your husband and Eric have a falling out because your husband reported him and like something about like violating hunting laws or something like that. So we'll probably hear about that.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, sir. You and I have met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So I want to talk to you about C&E a little bit. You mentioned that the... excuse me, Your Honor. You mentioned that the company was growing about the time Eric passed away, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, it was slowly growing, yeah.
Okay. And you guys split everything 50-50.
Financially and in the administration part of the business, yes.
So whatever you made in a year, he made in a year.
Yes.
So in 2022, how much did you earn that year?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevancy.
Few questions.
I mean, the defense has already got, I think, like, whose testimony was it? Where the defense was like, oh, Eric made $33,000 a month. So where are we going with this, you think? I guess I'll forward it.
Do you know, or just,
Restate the same question.
yes, sir. So how much did you earn, let's say 2021, the year before, just a few months before Eric died? How much did you clear that year, income?
Are you talking personally or in the business or?
Personally.
Personally. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm not positive what that number would be.
Was it more than $500,000?
Personally, no.
Okay. Do you know that, do you know what Eric made in 2021?
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Objection foundation.
It's a yes or no question, so if you would start there, sir. Overruled.
Do you know what Eric made in 2021?
No, not off the top of my head.
All right. So if there's tax returns that have already come in that indicate, that came in through an expert, that indicate he declared around between $700,000 and $900,000, would that be way off base for that year?
You pause there for a moment, Mr. Bloodworth.
Objection foundation.
And you approach for a minute.
Okay.
Beef, but he was.
Where are we going with this?
Did you, at the time that Eric died, did you project that your company was going to continue to increase in value and resulting in increased income to both of you over the years?
Before he passed, you're
Yes.
asking?
Oh, I see where she's going with this. Okay. I think she's just trying to show that, like, why would Cody kill Eric? Because if Eric is, like, projected to make a ton of money, she would benefit from that. So why kill Eric? I guess, like, okay.
Yes, we would have projected that our company would continue to grow.
And fair to say that you both would be financially secure as long as that continued to happen?
As long as that continued to happen, yes.
All right. At one point, before Eric passed, you actually had Kouri Richins on your payroll, is that right?
Correct.
And she would get monthly income from your company?
Correct.
Doing what?
And do you remember how much she would get?
Ms. Nestor, I apologize for interrupting. Mr. Wright, I need you to answer just a little bit louder. Brittany's listening on the mic and we're not picking it up. Go ahead.
So you had Kouri on the payroll, right?
Yes.
How much was she making every month? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Right. And then when Eric passed, isn't it true that Kouri asked to be removed from the payroll?
I do not believe she asked to be removed from the payroll. We continued to pay her for some time after he passed.
Like a week?
I recall it being long.
What is she mouthing? Any lip readers in the chat?
After he passed.
Like a week?
I recall it being longer than a week.
How long do you recall it being?
A couple of months.
Okay. You also had, as part of your company, a business called Fox Lake Investments, right?
Correct.
And Fox Lakes was separate from C&E, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you at one point engage in house flipping like Kouri Richins had through your C&E business?
Through C&E?
Not through C&E, through Fox Lake, through anything?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Sustained.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the
Yeah, so I guess like that wasn't asked in direct examination. So maybe what would happen is maybe the defense will just call him as their witness later on. We'll see.
Fransom Lane property. The Fransom Lane property, you just testified that you gave a loan or invested or whatever word you want to call it, about $200,000, right?
Approximately.
And do you know what that money was used for?
The money was used for fixing up that home,
Rehab costs,
rehab costs.
right? And you got all of your money back plus interest, is that correct?
I believe we did, yes.
And do you know how much interest or profit you made on that?
I don't recall.
All right. And you talked about a buy-sell agreement that you guys had, and you just discussed that with Mr. Bloodworth. The buy-sell agreement is basically when partners in a business buy an insurance policy on each other, right?
Correct.
So that if Eric died, you would get money. If you died, Eric would get money, right?
Correct.
And the idea of that policy is that you pay the family member to divest from your business and say, look, here's the $2 million. Please don't be a partner with me. I don't want to be partners with you. I just want to pay you $2 million and you go away and you're done with this business, right?
The idea of it is to do whatever the contract states. So whatever is in that contract would be followed.
And was it your understanding that your buy-sell agreement would allow whichever person survived the other partner to pay that money to the family, and then the family would not be involved in the business from there forward?
In our buy-sell agreement, we had it so that the proceeds would go to the family.
Right. And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about a beneficiary change on the buy-sell agreement, right?
Yes.
And that occurred on.
Yeah, but like, did Kouri know that though? Did she? Because like now you're looking at it after the fact, it's like, oh shit, like that money would have went to me anyways. Yeah. I get where the defense is going with this, but we don't know that Kouri knew that though. So the point here is that if something were to happen to Eric, right, Cody would get money from the life insurance policy. He would use that money to buy out Eric's portion of the business, and that money would probably go to Kouri. So the defense is probably trying to say that, like, well, why would she fuck with the beneficiary changes if she already knew she was going to get the money anyways, and whatever it was, right? We don't know that Kouri knew that. She probably did it.
On January 1st of 20.
But maybe she did. I guess we can give her the benefit of the doubt.
Just foundation, the beneficiary change is on the life insurance policy, not the buy-sell agreement.
I think that's what Ms. Nestor meant.
That's what I meant.
Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. So the beneficiary to the life insurance that backed up the buy-sell agreement was changed on January 1st of 2022. Is that right?
I was told that.
Okay. And were you in fact told when you learned about this that the policy that was changed was your policy, not Eric's?
So the way that I understood that is the policy is on the person who is still alive, and
that's why I think it's possible that, you know, if it was Kouri, I think she just fucked up. I think she changed the wrong one.
Don't recall exactly the words that they used to tell me that it had been switched. They told me that someone had logged in and switched that beneficiary, and that was
to your policy.
Yeah, I don't recall the exact words that he used in that moment.
Well, think about it. You remember everything else. You don't remember if it was your policy or Eric's policy that it was changed?
Your Honor, objection, ask an answer.
Your Honor, I'd like him to have a chance to answer it.
Overruled. Please answer Ms. Nestor's question.
So it's tricky because when it's a flip-flop. So I'm trying to think about that in this setting. Give me just 1 second.
It's okay. Take your time.
So what I was told was that there was a change made to the beneficiary, and somebody had gone in and changed that and then switched it back. I do not recall him telling me whose name was changed or anything like that.
So it's possible it was your policy?
There's a possibility.
Okay. And if it was your policy, that means if you died, the beneficiary would be somebody different, not if Eric died.
Okay.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. And then it was changed back, right?
That's what I was told.
So at the time that Eric passed, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your policy, right?
But here's the thing. Eric was alive during this time. He was alive when this beneficiary change happened. So if it wasn't Kouri, I'm making the assumption that they probably all asked Eric, was like, hey, Eric, did you do this? And Eric was probably like, no, I didn't. So that's probably why they thought it was Kouri.
Can you say that again?
At the time Eric died, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your personal policy, correct?
Not of my policy. No.
And she was not a beneficiary of Eric's policy, correct?
The policy stated that if he were to die, I would pay his family the money.
And that's what you did. You paid Katie Benson and the trust
I did
the
not
money.
pay Katie Benson. I paid the trust.
You paid the
and
trust.
I had put it into the court,
Okay.
which was instructed by attorneys.
Okay. So none of that money went to Kouri.
No, Cody, goodness, it's not Cody No Pants. No Pants is Bryce. Bryce was running around with no pants.
Right?
I have no clue where that money sits today.
You didn't give it to Kouri.
I gave it to the court.
You gave it
as I was instructed through my attorney.
On the behalf of the trust.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the times that you saw Eric in pain.
Mm-hmm.
So, fair to say Eric had back pain? He had back problems?
He would pinch a nerve once in a while and have back pain, yes.
And he'd be unable to work?
He would work through that.
Sometimes he'd be unable to work?
He would still probably drive around in his truck, which is considered work. I mean,
Okay.
he wasn't out lifting another stone, if that's what work, yeah.
So it might have impacted the type of work he could
Yeah.
do. All right. And he also
Yeah, it was a family golden doodle. How did you know that, Rain?
Also had knee pain, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Mhm.
And he even had knee surgery at some point.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And then he had Lyme's disease.
Yes.
And did he complain to you about pain in his muscles from Lyme's disease?
He would tell me how painful that was, correct.
Okay.
That sucks.
Now, Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you had ever seen Eric take drugs, right?
Correct.
And Eric, you mentioned you guys went on a mission together, right?
Correct.
So it's
Different
fair to
times, but not together.
It's fair to assume that you subscribe to the faith of the Church of the Latter-day Saints.
I am LDS.
Okay. And as part of that faith, you all subscribe that it is not proper to drink or take drugs, right?
If you are an active following member and you believe that, then that is correct.
And Eric knew that you were of this faith, correct?
Correct.
And he did not share with you when he drank alcohol, did he?
I would hear about it.
He didn't share it with you.
I've never been offered a drink from Eric.
And I'm sure that is a sign of respect to you and your faith,
I
yes?
believe so. To me as a person.
And he never shared with you that he used marijuana gummies?
He himself? No, he never told me.
Okay. Did you ever see him do that around you?
And I think these are good points made by the defense.
No.
Okay. And again, he knew that you would not approve of that, right? Under your faith.
Eric would be okay telling me some of those things. He would tell me, but in the light that I am his good friend, that he would tell me things, right? But not be proud of that by any means.
So he did share with you that he used drugs?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not a question calls for hearsay.
Whoa.
Sustained. Just ask your next question.
Did you just testify that he did tell you about things, he just wasn't proud of it?
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Sustained.
Then ask your next question. Ms. Nestor's like, let me try it again.
If you'd ask a different question, please.
Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Miss Nestor, you're sneaky.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you the question if you had ever seen Eric use drugs, your answer was no, correct?
You're correct.
But you have knowledge that he did.
People have told me that.
Objection.
I'll leave it.
Hearsay.
Well, it's out. What do you want me to do now, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is out.
I call for a mistrial. Just kidding.
I'll leave it.
Hearsay.
Well, it's out. What do you want me to do now, Mr. Bloodworth?
Curative instruction? I don't know. Tell the jury to unhear it. She a little snarky today. She must have had a good weekend.
It is out. What have people told you?
You can follow up. Okay, Ms. Nestor, please keep moving.
You mentioned that you and Eric used to go hunting together. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you provide information to hunting law enforcement officials about violations that Eric had done when he was hunting?
Yes.
And was he placed in jail for that?
Yes.
And you provided that information and testimony against him?
No.
Okay. But you told the police that he did what they thought he did, right?
I was brought in and asked questions that I answered to.
And those questions incriminated Eric?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of them.
And you and Eric kind
Wait, the way that she was it just me? Maybe I have to go back and listen to the testimony, but when they were cross-examining his wife, they made it seem like he was the one that reported Eric to the authorities and then testified against him. You know, if he was called upon to testify, you know, he probably should tell the truth. But if he was the one who picked up the phone call, it's like, hey, you know, my buddy over here, he's like, and he's violating hunting laws. Come and get him. It's a little bit different, right? My impression was that he was the one who picked up the phone and reported Eric, but maybe I just misunderstood the previous question and testimony.
of had a falling out after that. Is that fair?
Falling out in what sense?
You stopped going on vacations together with your families?
We didn't go on vacation with our families very often as it was. So I would say that was not something that immediately happened after that.
Your relationship became more tense, more difficult between the two of you?
Oh, yeah, he didn't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, he was upset about that.
So I want to talk about the Valentine's Day call that you had with Eric To your knowledge, did Eric work that day?
Again, work is everywhere we go. We have our cell phone and we are working.
Did you know whether he worked that day?
I would assume that he had worked that day, having received a phone call or two or done some sort of management style of work.
If I were to show you photographs of projects that he visited that morning, would you be able to recognize the project by
What's Eric on trial for? THC gummies, hunting, maybe having an affair.
looking at the house?
I may be able to recognize the project, but I'd have no clue if he showed up there or not, or if he had worked there that day.
Okay, can we put up for the witness States Exhibit 3-13D? All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we still don't have it.
You're welcome to use it. Okay, do you see that photograph in front of you?
Pause for one moment, Ms. Nestor.
Mouth yet, Judge.
Are you about to?
Your
That is a photograph and Eric.
Pause for one moment, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Bloodworth,
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
He hasn't even let me get it out of my mouth yet, Judge.
are you about to lay some
Yes,
foundation?
I am.
Okay. And so if you lay it before you represent what it is.
I will.
Thank you.
Do you recognize what that home is, the aerial view? Do you know whose home that is?
Yes,
Whose home is that?
Eric's.
Okay. And can you go to the next photograph, Katie? Do you recognize that overhead view of a home?
I don't.
So you don't know if that's one of the homes that Eric was working on or one of his projects at the time?
Oh, is this like the Midway Mansion where he was spreading gravel or some shit? Or a different house?
Doesn't look familiar to me.
Okay, can you go to the next one, Katie? What about this very large home? Do you recognize that one?
I don't.
You don't know if you guys were doing a project on that house?
I don't.
Okay, you can take it down. On the day that you spoke to Eric Richins on Valentine's Day, he didn't, you weren't aware that he went to a doctor that day? Did you ever know of him going to the doctor, taking time off?
He told me that he had gone with Carter that morning.
To get allergy shots?
Something with allergies.
Okay, but after you spoke to him,
The allergy shot. So in the body cam footage, Kouri's mom mentioned that Eric had like allergy shots that day. It's like, okay, I don't know. I feel like, I wonder if Kouri's mom knows a lot more than we initially thought. Like, did she genuinely thought that maybe it was allergy shots that had to do with Eric dying, or was she just trying to like plant different ideas so her daughter wouldn't be suspected? I don't know. I have questions.
were you ever aware that he went to a doctor to follow up on how he felt that day?
Your Honor, objection calls, I think, for hearsay. There's no foundation otherwise.
If he had personal knowledge, if Eric took time off to go to the doctor?
Please approach.
After that calls to you where,
No.
did you give Eric a ride to the doctor that day?
No.
Did you give Eric a ride to the hospital that day?
No.
Did you go visit him in a hospital that day?
I did not.
Okay.
Wait, sorry, I'm confused. Was the we're still on Valentine's Day, right? We are? Okay, hold on. Because, oh, hold on a second. I think I'm getting mixed up. But I do remember the mom still mentioning allergy shot or something the day that Eric died. But we are actually 3 weeks before Eric died on Valentine's Day. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Did he make any calls to you where you could hear in the background there was hospital noises or ambulances or anything like that?
No.
Did he come to work the next day?
Yes. He would have been working.
All right, the day that Eric died on March the day before he died, the 3rd, you guys went to lunch that day, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went to lunch at the Mirror Lake Cafe?
I believe that's where it was, yes.
And you kind of spent part of the day with him that day, didn't you?
Just that, at that lunch appointment.
All right. And then you got notice that he had passed, correct?
The next morning.
And did you send Becky Lloyd to Eric's house to pick up all of his computers?
At a certain point, yes. I don't remember when, but yes, she went and picked the computer up.
And was that within a day or two of his death?
Yes, it would have been within a couple of days.
And you didn't clear that with any law enforcement?
Didn't, nope.
So you picked up his computer, or Becky picked up his computer and brought it into y'all's custody, right?
Yeah, it was a C&E owned computer that we needed the
Did-
company stuff from.
And did you get into the computer? Did you open it? Did you look for documents in it?
I don't know how to turn a computer on half the time.
Okay. All right, what about Miss Becky? Did she go into the computer?
Your Honor, objection here says go.
Do you know whether Becky went into
Hold on. Sustained, if you could ask
I will.
non-hearsay inducing question.
Did you see Becky go into the computer at all?
I did not see Becky.
Okay. And then at some point, a private investigator came to talk to you about that computer, correct?
Correct.
and that would be Mr. Todd Gabler.
Correct.
And Todd worked for the Richins family or the trust.
I don't know who he worked for, but I assume that's correct.
And you told him that Becky had the computer?
Correct.
And you sent him to get it from Becky?
I don't remember sending him.
Did you authorize Becky to give it to him?
We would have in that instance, yes.
Okay. And in all that time, no law enforcement had gotten the computer first?
Correct.
All right. And then isn't it true that shortly after Eric died, you also sent somebody to pick up his work truck?
Correct.
And explain to me what the work truck looked like.
Brown Ford 550 flatbed truck.
And I noticed you said earlier that work a lot of times involved driving around in that truck, right?
Correct.
So he spent a lot of time in that truck.
He did.
And the truck was parked generally in the garage in the back of his house. Is that fair?
I don't know where he parked it.
But you sent.
So remember when we had the crime scene tech woman testify, the defense attorney was like, oh, you didn't get Eric's computers. You didn't search his work truck. Eric spent a lot of time in his work truck, I guess alluding that maybe there was drugs in the work truck. But you're telling me that Eric's work company took the work truck back and then didn't notice any traces of fentanyl or find any fentanyl in there? Or if they did find it, what would they do? Throw it away? They didn't report it to the authorities?
Someone named, what was the person's name that you sent to go get the truck?
I don't recall who I sent.
Okay. Somebody named Victor?
I don't recall.
Okay. And he went to pick the truck up and took it out of the garage, right?
But if it was in the garage, then he would have taken it out of the garage. I don't know where it was parked.
Okay. And if the police testified that that truck was not searched when Mr. Richins died, to your knowledge, had anybody sought your permission to search it at all prior to you picking it up?
No.
Okay. And then you took it into your custody?
Yes.
And you kept that truck?
Yes.
You still have it?
Yes.
All right. He also drove a red truck, is that right? But like a personal truck?
Yes.
And did the C&E own the red truck?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, you found out that the red truck was being serviced. Is that right?
Yes.
How'd you find that out?
The Ford dealership called me and told me that it was ready to be picked up.
Right. And you knew that that truck was being driven by Kouri Richins at the time?
It should not have been being driven at all.
Okay, but she had custody of it.
It was sitting at her house with instruction that it shouldn't be driven.
Okay. And when you
Well,
found out,
knowledge that it shouldn't be
I'm
driven.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I
You're
thought you were done. You found out the truck was ready and you went and picked it up, right?
We went and got it, yes,
You did?
because it had been driven.
You didn't talk to Kouri about it.
No,
You didn't discuss it with her at all.
no.
You just took it from the dealership.
It is a C&E owned vehicle. There is ramifications for an accident for somebody that's not working with C&E.
Okay.
And so it felt that it would be proper to make sure that the truck wasn't being driven
Where's the truck now?
in somebody's yard or house, or I don't know exactly where it's at.
Did you give it to Katie?
I did.
You gave it to her for free.
I did not give it to her, no.
You sold it to
It
her?
is owned by C&E.
So did C&E sell the truck to Katie, or did they
No.
just give it to her?
No, it's sitting at their home or their yard or their place.
So they had it. So the people who had access to the truck before any law enforcement ever looked at it were you.
Oh gosh, are they trying to say Katie and the family members could have found fentanyl, drugs in Eric's trucks and then hid it? Yeah, okay, I guess that's something you could definitely entertain. Reasonable doubt.
Or their yard or their place.
So they had it. So the people who had access to the truck before any law enforcement ever looked at it were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, anyone at the dealership. Is that all right?
Say that again.
The people who had access to that red truck before there was any search executed were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, and anyone at C&E that picked it up?
Jackson Foundation.
Overruled. You can go.
Yeah, I mean, many people had access to that truck. If access is,
Okay.
they would have to be given the key and given permission to drive it.
So when Eric passed and his buy-sell agreement was executed and you gave the money to the court for the trust, then the company 100% became yours, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that your personal net worth basically doubled at that point?
You could say that.
Okay.
Okay. So everyone else is suspicious or what?
Since Eric's death, you've remained close with his family, is that fair?
Yes.
And you and your wife have accompanied Eric's family to court and sat with them during court hearings?
We have.
Court's indulgence for just one question I did forget. The New York Life, that was who had your insurance for your buy-sell, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware of whether Kouri and Eric had personal New York Life policies as well?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, that's fine. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
I think they're kind of going on a little
So
break.
life insurance policy. Only if you know. But were you aware, was C&E paying for a personal life insurance policy for Eric through a company called Auto Owners or Integrated Insurance Solutions?
I'm not aware.
Okay, that's fine. You mentioned that Eric loved hunting, right?
Correct.
And after you gave your testimony to the Department of Wildlife and Natural Resources, Eric couldn't hunt for a while in the United States. Is that right?
Correct.
But he still could hunt in Mexico.
Correct.
And are you aware that shortly before his death, he went hunting in Mexico?
I am.
Do you know when?
It would have been in February sometime, I believe.
All right. And how often did he
Maybe
hunt
January.
in Mexico? Are you aware?
Sorry, what?
How often did Eric go hunting in Mexico?
When did he go? Again, Mexico. Eric got drugs from the cartel. That's where he got the illicit fentanyl.
Hunt in Mexico.
Correct.
And are you aware that shortly before his death, he went hunting in Mexico?
I am.
Do you know when?
It would have been in February sometime, I believe.
All right. And how often did he
Maybe
hunt
January.
in Mexico? Are you aware?
Sorry, what?
How often did Eric go hunting in Mexico?
He went down there for a trip, so I would assume he was hunting every day that he was there.
Okay. Are you aware of more than one time that he went to Mexico to go hunting?
Yes.
Were you aware of them more than 5 times?
I couldn't say. I don't remember.
Did you ever go with him to Mexico?
Could I?
Did you?
Did I know?
Do you know where in Mexico Eric went hunting?
A general area. I don't know exactly where.
The general area
Typically, the hunting takes place in somewhere around Sonora.
around Sonora.
Somewhere.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Mr. Blood.
What was up with the questions towards the end? It's like, oh, your net worth doubled when Eric died. Yeah, I guess you can say that. You're really close to Eric's family. You're accompanying Eric's family at the hearings. You sat with him. So like maybe like him and the family members are all hiding Eric's drug use and fentanyl that they could have found in his truck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, from your perspective, was the loan to Kouri Richins Realty in connection with the Franson Lane property out of necessity?
Yes.
You testified that generally people had told you that Eric did drugs. I want to be specific. Did people generally tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
Object to hearsay.
You open the door. Overruled.
Can you repeat that?
Did people
And when she opened the door, dude, she did it with so much sass.
tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
People would tell me that, yes.
Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
No.
You testified that you provided some inculpatory information to DNR officers in connection with their investigation of Eric. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you provide them with information?
Eric was being investigated for a wildlife incident. Somebody else had turned him in, and they brought me in to answer some questions that they had.
And did the incident involve not having a tag and killing an elk?
Yes.
Why did you provide incriminating evidence as opposed to covering for Eric?
Eric knew what he had done wasn't right, and he was okay to be a big boy and take care of his own stuff. And I was okay to be honest and tell them the truth and allow him to do what he needed to do on his end.
Was that hard for you to do?
It was extremely hard. I knew what those ramifications were going to be.
Did you do it because it was the right thing to do?
I did.
Does March the 7th, 2020...
That's a good friend. You know, some people are like, I'm just going to cover no matter what loyalty. I'm like, no, fuck that, dude. Just be honest.
to sound like about the right day when you dispatched somebody to pick up the brown truck from Eric's residence?
Sounds right.
Why have you sat with Eric Richins' family at various court proceedings?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
It's within the scope of your cross. Overruled.
I love the Richins. I loved Eric. He was one of my best friends, and I want to be a support where I can.
Thank you.
we approach, Your Honor?
Of course.
All right. So again, hammering in that they weren't trying to invest in Kouri's business. They had to do it out of necessity. Although I don't know if, if it's like super clear cut for the jury. A lot of information to take in.
Fuck.
All right. They're going to do a sidebar. We'll do a fast forward.
Right, folks, have a seat.
Your Honor, we can pull it on the screen if you give me just 1 second.
No problem. Brittany, could you see if we can fix the screen table too?
John, can I just step your card for a minute?
Of course.
All right. What are we doing? I'm going to get up and stretch. Oh, I'm sorry. I ran something over. Oh, no. I ran the bottle. I ran over a corgi.
I'm not certain, but I think it'll be necessary for you to leave the courtroom for this discussion. So out of an abundance of caution, would you please step into the lobby? Please
I'm sorry.
do not speak with anyone while you're out there. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, we can put it on the screen for you, or do you want me to wait until it's published?
We just wait a moment. Yeah. We're just trying to fix the screen.
I ran over Cheryl's butt.
Your Honor, is that on your screen?
Page 60 is. Is there a page and line number you want me to go to?
If you start at line 15
I would afford this.
and go through the beginning of the next page. Your Honor, I probably need to read it into the record for purposes of the record.
One moment. Can we go back to page 60? Do you have it up on your screen, Mr. Bloder?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the part that we're seeking to examine the witness, and we submit that the state has opened the door by asking the question, has anyone ever told you Eric used illicit drugs? And his answer was no. In this testimony at the preliminary, page 60 line, beginning at line 15, and were you aware that in high school Eric had an addiction to pain pills? Answer, I did know that he participated in pain pill taking for sure. Question, you did? Answer, yes.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so the defense wants to bring in that Eric abused prescription pain pills back in high school, so like 20 years before. And so I think initially the judge was not going to allow that in, but he was going to wait until what kind of testimony they were going to get out of Cody. So I think the defense is trying to say that, like, oh, we kind of did ask about if Eric used drugs, and then he said no. But then let's look at this testimony that he gave prior, and it's inconsistent. So they'll probably bring Cody back.
And do you know what his pill of choice was that he was addicted to back then? Answer, I believe in high school we called them Red Devils.
The what?
Is that where you want to stop?
Yes.
Okay.
The Red Devils. The Red Devils. I've never heard of that before. A Utah thing?
I'm not entirely sure that Mr. Wright is referring to illicit street drugs, quote unquote, there, but I also don't know the other way. Mr. Blood.
Oh, wait, did the defense not ask that? I thought the defense asked about drugs. What did the defense say? Oh, never mind. Just kidding. It was the state. Oh, ooh, actually, that is kind of interesting. Sorry, it was the state who asked it. The state was like, did people tell you that Eric used THC edibles? He said yes. Did people tell you Eric used illicit drugs? No. I think illicit drugs and prescription drugs are going to be different. Oh, gosh. Because this is something that, the defense definitely wants to have in.
Worth, you'd be able to clarify that with him once it came in. I think I already ruled on a motion to eliminate that this issue would be admissible, correct?
No, Your Honor, it was
No, he said that he was going to wait and see what the testimony was going to be. And then based off of that, it might come in, it might not come in.
Clarify that with him once it came in. I think I already ruled on a motion to eliminate that this issue would be admissible, correct?
no, Your Honor, it was the opposite.
Well, that's,
Yeah.
In the motion in limine,
Bring it
and
with me.
we're scrambling in the back to get
Yep.
this now, the motion in limine briefing to you. But in
Bring the lemonade.
the motion in limine, Mr. Wright clarified this testimony to say his awareness was from other people.
Oh, that's right.
Not from observing Eric Richins. So whatever he knows about Eric Richins' high school drug use, if any, is hearsay. Mr. Wright also clarified, well, sorry, it wasn't Mr. Wright that was clarified. Also, the state produced evidence that Red Devils, circa whatever it was, 20.
Have y'all ever heard of Red Devils? I've never heard of Red Devils before. And I definitely did drugs in high school.
20-ish, was a reference to an over-the-counter cough suppressant that kids were taking in high school.
Oh, cough suppressant. Oh, like Robitussin? Oh God, it's fucking Robitussin.
So I think the defense is saying that that the state opened the door is unfounded.
May I respond, Your Honor?
One moment.
Do you see Miss Nestor? She's like, they opened the door. They opened the door. I don't know. He did say illicit drugs. He didn't say prescription drugs.
I've got to read my ruling.
Yes, sir.
So the ruling was that I deferred ruling on the motion in limine until after the parties have an opportunity to voir dire witness Kouri Wright or provide other evidence outside the presence of the jury to determine whether there's any non-hearsay route to the admissibility of the proposed evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. So here's what just happened. Mr. Bloodworth asked the question, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs?
Street drugs.
I objected to hearsay. The court ruled that I had opened the door and allowed him to elicit that hearsay evidence.
Yeah, in fairness, you're skipping the first step.
Yeah, the state asked, did Eric use edibles? Said yes. Then she objected, and the judge was like, you opened the door. Then the state asked, did Eric use illicit drugs? No.
You opened the door and crossed this topic.
I just said that.
Right,
that
but I want to be clear.
Okay.
It's not just an allegation that you did. You did.
Okay.
Then Mr. Bloodworth went into it.
Okay, absolutely. I was trying to convey that. I'm sorry if I didn't do it correctly. I was not trying to skip any step. You ruled that I had opened the door. You allowed him to elicit what would typically be hearsay evidence because I had opened the door. Now it's in. Now this witness has sat on the stand. No one's ever told him that Eric used illicit drugs, and that is not true.
Illicit street drugs. Please be precise.
That's what these are. He's claiming.
We don't know.
Robitussin? Red Devils? Over-the-counter cough drug? Okay, I don't know. I actually have never heard of Red Devils before.
No one's ever told him that Eric used illicit drugs, and that is not true.
Illicit street drugs. Please be precise.
That's what these are. He's claiming.
We don't know one way or the other. Would you like an opportunity to voir dire Kouri Wright about that, consistent with the court's motion in limine ruling from January?
I'm happy to voir dire him if it helps the court with your ruling. It is my position that at this point, I'm entitled to impeach him for making a statement in response to the state, elicited by the state, that no one's ever told him Eric used illicit street drugs. Here I have testimony that is contrary to that. I have a right to impeach him on that. I'll voir dire him on whatever you want, but it is my motion now that I be allowed to go into this because the state has put it there. They've put it out there. I have a right to impeach that he just testified falsely and inconsistently with what he said at the prelim. And it's very important, Your Honor.
I think it's possible that if they were to do the voir dire of Cody, I don't know if Cody really knows the difference of like what illicit drug is. So like if he hears like illicit drug, he might just think that like, oh, that could be prescription drug or that could be like a bunch of stuff. I think according to the state, I think they're saying that like, oh, well, this is just like over the counter medicine. Like it's not considered an illicit drug. But if you were like someone like Cody or like, you know, even some of us, like we were like, oh, illicit drugs. Oh, okay. That's like the street drug. That's like the fentanyl, like the Mexico cartel stuff. Okay, got it.
If he, in fact, said something impeachable, you have the right to impeach him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not sure that he did yet. Why don't we get to that point? Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, certainly we can voir dire him. I think if the court reads further down in the preliminary hearing transcript, counsel asks...
You know I don't have that ability, so if you could cite me to it.
Oh, do you not? I'm sorry.
No. I don't have control over what they're showing me.
I can email it.
If there's a docket entry you want me to look at, I know that it's in the docket.
Sure, it's page 61 that I thought was on your screen. It's on my screen.
So
It is now, yeah.
So at the bottom of page 60, I guess we just read from the middle of page 60.
60, line 15 through 25.
Correct. If
Yeah.
the court keeps reading to the top of page 61, Kouri Wright says he has no idea what Red Devils were.
He says prior to that he's very aware that Eric took pain pills in high school. He says that clear as day.
Why don't we just ask him what he knows?
We can, But
Oh, you don't want that. You want to just use this.
I want to use this, and I want to do it in front of the jury. I don't want to give a chance.
You don't want to just put it in. You want to ask him questions about it, right?
No, I just want to. I want to impeach him with this document only.
You don't have any foundation that Red Devils are illicit street drugs, though. So you need that foundation.
Pain
for
pills
this.
would be.
But that's not illicit street drugs, and that wasn't the question. This is an important difference. Nobody's asked this gentleman
Your Honor,
or shown that.
If you buy pain
Please
pills, I'm
don't
sorry.
speak
I'm
over
sorry.
me
I'm
so
sorry.
that you have a clean record.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
If there is an impeachable statement by this witness as to whether he's aware that Eric Richins took pain pills at any point in his life, this would be directly relevant to that. But we need a non-speculative foundation for the idea that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
So the pain pills that they're talking about, if they are
Who's
taken, if that is being referred to in this prior statement, the
Red
pain
Devils.
pills that, well, he says pain pills and then he says Red Devils.
Okay.
So my understanding, according to this, is that Mr. Wright doesn't know what Red Devils are, but that's what they called them in high school,
Seems accurate.
which is clearly saying these were not doctor prescribed, these are illicit drugs that he's using in high school. So
No, there's a
How is that clearly saying? If you're saying that he didn't know what they were, how is that clearly saying?
there's some distance between a nickname called Red Devils and illicit street drugs. And I don't know what the Red Devils he's referring to are, but it doesn't automatically mean they're illicit street drugs.
if you use pain pills without a prescription, that is illicit street drugs.
It is not. And you know that to be true.
I disagree, Your Honor.
It might be diversion of a prescribed substance, but it's not illicit street drugs.
They've certainly heard testimony from Mr. Crozier that he's selling oxycodone on the street that came from prescriptions. That's illicit street drugs.
I'm not sure you want to take that position going forward, but I don't endorse it in any respect. Certainly, we know that diversion of prescribed legal medication is different than purchasing on the street prescription medication is different than purchasing non-FDA approved substances on the street. There is a range of conduct here, and the question asked by Mr. Bloodworth was specific.
Can we read back? Can we get it read back? What he
I can read it back for you. I got it right here, ma'am.
asked? Do we have the transcript of the exact statement that Mr. Bloodworth just asked us?
State courts do not create transcripts.
I think we have someone doing it live right now.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
Ms.
YouTube.
Payer,
She's not a court employee. I don't know what you're referring to.
if you can give me 5 minutes, I can email her and get the exact statement.
Sure.
Judge, if you can just give me 5 minutes, let me just watch it back on the YouTube channel really quick.
While that occurs, I'm going to use the restroom. We'll take a recess until 10:35.
All right.
Ooh, we are awake now. Oh, it's really spicy. Oh boy. So, to go back to what was being asked, State was like, did people tell you that Eric used THC edibles? He said yes. Objection. The judge was like, you open the door. State asked, did people tell you that Eric used illicit drugs? No. That's it. And the judge is saying illicit drugs are not the same thing as prescription drugs or over-the-counter drugs. And the defense, in a weird argument, saying that, no, I disagree. Robert Crozier, he testified, and he said he got prescription pills from people, and then he sold that as, and those are illicit drugs. And the judge was like, ooh, I'm not sure if you really want to stick with that claim. That doesn't help you. All right, so they're going to take a little break. And let's see what happens now. Oh, man, that was a
All right,
spicy
counsel, thank you for that
exchange.
break. A little bit more context here for this discussion. As we discussed on the record during the hearing on the parties' various motions in limine, the topic or the concept of whether Eric Richins used pain pills during his lifetime, prescription or non-prescription, illicit, that is relevant. But at the motion in limine hearing, and as I sit here right now, it's unclear as to whether there's any admissible evidence that he did.
Because they're saying that it's hearsay because Cody testifying saying that he did not observe Eric doing the drugs himself, but he heard from other people that Eric took prescription medicine or whatever it was. Hey, Akron Rain. Oh, we have 2 Rains in the chat now? Oh, no. Thank you so much for joining the membership. Hey, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. Hi, Forky. How are you doing today?
So, Ms. Nestor, I think the correct course forward, based upon where we are right now, is to allow you to
What, dear?
voir dire Kouri Wright regarding his knowledge of the topic that he discussed at the preliminary hearing. Having heard or known or learned somehow that Eric Richins used pain pills in high school and they were red devils. If that reference is to prescription pain medication, it impeaches Mr. Wright's testimony on the stand today that he's never known Eric to use prescription medication. If it's illicit street drugs, it impeaches his testimony that he's never known or heard about Eric using illicit street drugs. If he doesn't know what red devils are, we're all just speculating, including the jury, and that's not permissible. Mr. Bloodworth, any comment there?
Your Honor,
Oh, thank you so much, Lauren. Thank you, thank you. And thanks for being a member for 7 months. I appreciate it.
I think Mr. Wright's testimony, let me grab the question. Was that he had never seen Eric Richins use prescription drugs or illicit drugs.
So let's see what he says on voir dire to see if it actually impeaches that or not.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm sensitive to the precision of the questions you were asking at various points.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite Mr. Wright back in
No,
for
sir.
that purpose?
No, sir.
I'm going to wait for Mr. Bertram to whisper in your ear.
Go ahead, call back.
Okay, very good. May we invite Mr. Wright back into the courtroom, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, bring on Cody back on here. Cody!
Mr. Wright, thank you for your patience. If you take a stand for me.
All right, I'm just going to forward through this. He's coming back
If
in.
you'd like a glass of water, you can pour yourself one. You are still under oath. Ms. Nestor has a few extra questions for you, and then we'll see where we go from there. All right.
May it please the court?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back. So we want to just dig in a little bit to the question that you were asked on redirect. When Mr. Bloodworth asked you if anyone had ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs. And I believe he said illicit street drugs. Does that sound right? Or do you recall?
Did he say illicit street drugs? Is that what you're asking?
What was your understanding of the question that he asked you at the very end about whether you'd ever heard about Eric using drugs?
Illicit street drugs.
Right. What was your understanding of that question?
He didn't say illicit street drugs. He said illicit drugs. Did he? Should I rewind it back? Now I'm curious. Okay, I kind of want to rewind it back. Give me a second. I kind of want to rewind it back. I know where we are.
In the
Okay.
crime lab as a crime scene investigator.
Who are you? Okay, let's go back. Dun, 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 dun. You open the door. Blah, 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 blah. Miss Nestor. Cross-examination.
That the red truck was being serviced. Is
All right, that's cross-examination.
People would tell me that, yes.
Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
Oh. Illicit street drugs. That's what he said, right? Is that what I had in my notes? Cool. I actually just found the spot. That's actually pretty spot on. Nice job. All right, let me boost up the audio. I think the audio is really low in here. Let's go back and see what he said. Volume master.
That Eric Richins used illicit. Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
No.
Actually, I'm going to go back a little bit more to the objection.
Had told you that Eric did drugs. Pretty out of necessity.
Yes.
You testified that generally people had told you that Eric did drugs. I want to be specific. Did people generally tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
Object to hearsay.
You open the door, overruled.
Can you repeat that?
Did people tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
People would tell me that, yes.
Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
No.
Okay, we got it. Let's go back.
If anyone had ever told me about him using an illicit street drug.
Okay.
Now, I'm not in the drug world. I have no clue what most drugs are categorized as.
That's what I was saying too. Like, this guy doesn't really do drugs. He probably doesn't know anything about it.
So
Did you talk to anyone outside in the hallway while you were waiting?
I did not.
Okay, just checking. Okay.
Were you watching court TV on your phone?
So at the preliminary hearing, we asked you some questions about whether you were aware that Eric used pain pills in high school. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And are you aware of that?
I was told that that had happened.
All right. And were you ever told about where he got those pain pills?
I have no idea where he got those pain pills from.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you earlier today if you were ever aware of Mr. Richins using prescription drugs, you said no.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
Pause, Mr. Wright. If you would just object to foundation and restate the question for me.
Your Honor, objection, foundation.
Let me ask you this way.
Sustained. Go ahead.
Do
Ms. Nestor.
Was it your understanding in high school when you had this knowledge that Mr. Richins was using these drugs illicitly? In other words, not with a prescription of a pharmacist?
I need you to be more precise in that question. Which drugs are you referring to?
The pain pills, sorry.
And if you would re-ask it, please.
Was it your understanding in high school when you knew about this that Mr. Richins was using his own prescription for pain pills or someone else's?
I learned about this later on in life, not in high school.
Okay, and what did you learn?
And I learned that he had taken pain pills in high school. That's what I had been told.
Without a prescription?
I didn't get asked whether there was a prescription or not. I don't know.
All right, and then I think you said in the prelim that you thought they were called Red Devils, is that right?
That's what I was told.
And was it your understanding that Red Devils were an illicit street drug?
I don't know what an illicit street drug entails, but I assumed that the Red Devils were being abused, as that's what high school kids were doing.
So people were doing that in your school?
I heard that, yes.
And did you know what Red
Later
Devils...
on in life.
What did you know what Red Devils were?
I learned later on what those were, yes.
What are those?
I believe it's Sudafed.
Oh, it's Sudafed?
I think. I'm not a drug person. I'm sorry.
Okay. Could be pseudoephedrine, maybe.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But that's what I think it is Sudafed being abused.
Okay. So when you testified at the preliminary hearing that you were aware in high school that Eric, or you became aware later that in high school Eric abused Red Devils and
Sudafed, the over-the-counter nasal decongestion that reduces swelling in nasal passages. Is that what it is? Pseudoephedrine. Cold sinus congestion relief. Sudafed. Cold medication.
pain pills. Do you still stand by that today?
Yes.
Okay. Eric abused, testified at the preliminary hearing that you were aware in high school that Eric, or you became aware later that in high school Eric abused Red Devils and pain pills. Do you still stand by that today?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, do you need more than that?
But I mean, he did say that, like, he heard it, he didn't observe it, and then also it's like, this is 20 years ago.
I understand Mr. Wright's testimony on the record.
Okay. Okay. Let me just think for 1 second if there's anything else. When you answered Mr. Bloodworth's question in front of the jury that you had not heard from anyone that Eric used illicit street drugs, that's except for what you heard about in high school?
Objection, Your Honor. The foundation.
I can ask him what his intention of his answer was, Your Honor. Did you intend to carve that out?
That's a fair question.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
You intend to carve out from that answer what you knew about high school?
What answer? Sorry.
From the answer that Mr. Bloodworth asked you in front of the jury, if anyone had ever told you or if you'd ever heard that Eric used illicit street drugs, did you intend to not include what you knew in high school? Are you carving that out?
If I said it that I was in high school,
It's like, this is like 20 years ago. So it's like, oh, did you know Eric used, illicit street drugs? Like, no. It's like, oh, actually, in 20 years ago in high school, I mean, I did hear that maybe he was doing the Red Devils and the Sudafed, I guess.
I've been told about Eric is throughout my life. I don't know if it was exactly in high school. I don't know if it was in my early 20s or now. What I've been told over the years is that he had used those in high school, and that's what I know.
All right. And so if I were to ask you the question again that Mr. Bloodworth asked you, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit street drugs? And you included all the knowledge you have all the way back through what he did in high school. What would your answer be now?
I don't know what illicit street drugs entail.
Okay.
I've been told of some drugs that he used, and that's what I would testify to, is that I know that he used some drugs, form of drugs. I don't know what they are exactly. I don't know if they're illicit street drugs or not, but that he had used drugs at some point.
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else for Mr. Wright at this point? In terms of voir dire?
Sir, is the only drug that you've been told he used in high school the Red Devils?
In high school, yes.
You haven't heard of him using any other drug in high school other than marijuana? Let's just accept marijuana from this whole discussion, okay?
Yeah. So in high school, I was told that people were using Red Devils. I had heard that Eric had popped pills.
Okay. And is your understanding was the pills that he popped were the Red Devils, or was it Red Devils and something else?
Understanding that a Red Devil is a pill, he popped pills, and I don't really know much more than that.
Okay.
I don't know what pills they were popping or anything to that extent.
Can I just follow up on that, Your Honor? So you mentioned in high school, like maybe there was after high school as well. Did I misread what you just said?
Yeah, the fact that we're like reaching all the way back to high school.
I have learned of these things through people over the years. I don't know this exact times and days that people have told me this knowledge. Eric popped pills in high school is what I've been told.
Beyond high school, do you have any knowledge if he popped pills?
I don't have any sure knowledge that he popped pills after high school.
Not sure knowledge, but if people told you that?
I have knowledge that he took THC gummies.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure because I heard that clarification, and I want to make sure we followed all the way through with it.
Great.
As far as you sit here today, other than what you heard about what he did in high school, and other than knowing about the THC gummies, have you heard from any other person that Eric used drugs in his lifetime?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
So maybe it'll come in as impeachment to clarify about the illicit street drug question, possibly, but not everything else because it's still hearsay. So probably just like impeachment for the preliminary thing.
I need to make you take a walk again.
Yeah.
Please don't speak
Judge, how many cups of coffee are you on now?
to anybody in the lobby.
Oh, just kidding. He's just dismissing the witness. I thought the judge says that he needs to take a walk again. How are you guys doing today?
Ms. Ness, any further argument?
Well, Your Honor, I mean, I think
Yeah, like what takes precedence, I guess? The hearsay portion or the impeachment portion?
that this witness has now clarified that if he were to answer the question now, he would include that he was aware Eric popped pills in high school. He also heard that people in his high school were doing Red Devils. He said he assumed that's what Eric was doing, but he doesn't know. But he has knowledge that Eric was popping pills. This whole case is about a pill addiction. This whole case is about whether or not Eric Richins voluntarily ingested that or if he was given it by his wife. This is a critical piece of the defense. He's been allowed to make a statement in front of the jury that we have now found out through voir dire is not 100% accurate on one of the core issues in this case. I am only asking to impeach him. I can limit it to what he said in the prelim. We can go farther if you want us to, or we can limit it to what he said in the prelim. I'll do it either way. But I think to deny Ms. Richins the right to impeach him on something this critical to the defense and the prosecution, when the door was absolutely opened by the prosecution, would be reversible error, and we're asking that the court allow us to do that now.
Mr. Clement.
Your Honor, the state disagrees with all of that, including the veracity of some of that. The state reverts back to what we had briefed in motion, Sam, by the way, that any relevancy to what happened in high school has decayed to zero 40 or 20 plus years later. The testimony at issue.
I don't know if the judge agrees with that, though, because it seems like when the state made that, it's not relevant, it's 20 years ago, the judge was like, oh, well, let's still do the voir dire and have him in and like see what he says about 20 years ago in high school. So I don't think the judge should agree with that aspect. I don't know. That's just my assumption right there.
Is Mr. Wright's response to the question of, did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs? To which he responded, no. Nothing in his voir dire impeaches that testimony. Therefore, bringing in the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this, the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this is inadmissible.
All right. The case has to be tried based upon admissible evidence. And on both sides of the V, there are pieces of evidence that either the state or the defense has sought to admit that the court has ruled are not admissible. I'm required to apply the rules of evidence. We instruct the jury that the rules of evidence have developed over hundreds of years to make sure that trials are tried in a fair and impartial way. This issue developed in a way where defense counsel asked a question that elicited hearsay testimony regarding what Mr. Wright had heard about Mr. Richins' prior drug use generally. Whether or not that's what the defendant intended, that's what happened. So then, on redirect, the state asked two very specific questions to characterize that volunteering of hearsay by Mr. Wright. Whether they'd heard that Mr. Richins had used THC products, and whether he had ever heard that Mr. Wright used illicit street drugs. Nothing in his prior preliminary hearing testimony or during his voir dire outside the presence of the jury on the stand is admissible evidence contrary to his sworn testimony on the stand in front of the jury. His prior reference to Red Devils, he's now clarified as Sudafed, which is not pain pills to begin with. Moreover, he doesn't have any admissible testimony that Eric Richins used illicit drugs of any kind. This is hearsay. It is speculation. It's not admissible.
Your Honor, may I just make a record?
Of course.
Your Honor, it's our position that, first of all, when I asked the question, it was not objected to by the state. Second of all, I'd like to make the record that this would be for purposes of impeachment. To deny us this opportunity is a violation of Crawford. It is a violation of our Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. It is a violation of our due process right to a fair trial. We would be able to call, in our case, an expert who would testify that Red Devils were, in fact, PCP in that period of time. They were not Sudafed. The DEA has a pamphlet on that. We're being denied that option. We're being denied the ability to attack the...
Wait, we're going to PCP now? Okay. Honestly, it seems like Cody didn't know. He was like, Red Devils, Sudafeds. I don't know what pain pills are, or I don't know what illicit street drugs are. The judge is like, listen, the Sudafeds, those aren't even pain pills to begin with. All right, she's just putting it on the record. It's already denied.
The credibility of someone who has changed. Respectfully, we disagree with Your Honor's position on this. We think he absolutely changed his testimony, and we're being prohibited the right to impeach him on the fact he changed his testimony. And I believe that the question I would ask him, if I were allowed to go forward, would be, did you learn that Eric popped pills in high school? And that would impeach what he said to Mr. Bloodworth, unrebutted and not allowed to be rebutted by me when we know that I can rebut it. And in our strongest way possible, we object to this. We would like a continuing objection. We move to strike all of Cody Wright's testimony, all of the issues that Mr.
You lost me
on redirect. The redirect testimony.
Which piece?
Where he answered the question that I'm not now being allowed to impeach him on. We're asking to strike it at the very minimum. All of the things that Mr. Bloodworth just brought up all go to weight, not admissibility. And
what is the non-hearsay route for this witness to testify regarding what he heard, if it's coming in for the truth of the matter asserted?
It's not. It's coming in to impeach that once the court allowed him to answer that question with hearsay, to rebut the hearsay that we elicited unintentionally.
What's the evidence that he heard prior to today, testifying today, that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
He just testified to it on the stand.
That is not true.
Okay, well, we agree to disagree on that, Your Honor.
Have you disclosed that expert that would provide a non-speculative basis that Red Devils are an illicit street drug?
We have disclosed that expert. His name is Mr. Kearney. He is on our list. He's been available. We did not know the Red Devil stuff was coming in until 10 minutes ago because we were told.
Coming in.
Well, okay. Well, that's obvious then. I mean, we did the best we could. We gave him our drug expert that as soon as the Red Devils comes in, we can let them talk to him about that because we sure would go into that with our expert. That we're now being denied the ability to do that. There is a key question here, Your Honor. If Eric Richins had a drug problem, and if he did, Ms. Richins is innocent, and we are being prohibited from going into that with the one person who knows. And I just think that the veracity of this witness on this topic cannot be underestimated for purposes of the defense. I know you disagree with us. I believe I've made my record. Yes. He's changed his story. He's now saying he's never heard that Eric used drugs when he knows in the prelim that he did.
What?
And I just think this is just a huge, huge impediment.
He didn't say that he's never heard Eric use drugs. He said he did hear Eric use drugs. Did I misunderstand that?
Never heard that Eric used
He's never heard
drugs when he knows. I know you disagree with us. I believe I've made my record. Yes. He's changed his story. He's now saying he's never heard that Eric used drugs when he knows in the prelim that he did. And I just think this is just a huge, huge impediment to us to put on a fair trial in this case. And I believe I've made my record. I can't think of anything else I need to say on the record. Thank you for letting me make a proffer.
Okay. Are you asking me to strike Mr. Wright's answer that he's never heard that Eric used illicit street drugs?
Yes.
On which basis? On what basis?
On the fact I'm not allowed to impeach him on it, and we all know it's not a correct answer.
You certainly can impeach him on it if you have any evidence that it's impeachable.
No, any other way to show it to the court other than what we've already done.
Okay.
I mean, how is it?
I want to be clear. There's just no evidence that Kouri Wright believes that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
But he separated the Red Devils from the popping pills. He separated that.
No, with
did?
respect, he didn't.
Okay,
But
well, I think the transcript will reflect it.
All right. Let me pause. Anything further?
I'm actually surprised that they don't have someone who's doing the transcript so they can read back to. Well, that's actually pretty nice.
We have nothing further to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, a direct question. I need to exercise a measure of humility here. Is the state sure that you don't want to just get this out on the record to insulate the potential of a verdict on appeal? You now know what Mr. Wright's going to say.
Is it coming in? What is the state going to say?
And if you need to confer with your team, I'm happy to give you a moment.
Yes, Your Honor, let me take a moment to confer. Can I make a record on one thing, though?
Sure.
Let me read to the court the expert disclosure as it relates to...
I don't know that we need to get into that at this moment. I won't be basing anything I do on that.
Okay, then.
Thank you.
Can I step back?
Of course.
Oh man, this is going to be really annoying to recap. All right. Mr. Bullock was with he's conferring right now, just for a little bit. Okay.
Please proceed.
Your Honor, the state is comfortable with the court's ruling in the record.
Okay. Very good.
All right.
Court stands on its ruling. Anything else before we invite Mr. Wright back in and the jury? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
I can't remember. Did we...
I'm not persuaded that you've provided a basis to strike Mr. Wright's statement that he's never been told that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs.
I understand your ruling. I just can't remember how we ended up with a witness because so much has happened. So...
I think you had the witness on recross.
Oh, I approached before I recrossed.
Right.
Okay, thank you for helping me remember.
Do you have any recross questions within the scope of redirect?
Can you give me just 1 minute?
Of course.
What does that say? Corgi, my girlfriend in Utah. No, Red Devils are not slang for PCP. PCP was, I think, back in the 60s and 70s. PCP was like something that like you would hear about in the drug classes, but I didn't know anyone that was taking PCP. Isn't PCP the one that's like usually it's associated with like you're like so amped up on drugs that you can like lift a car or something like that? It sounded really scary. All right, everyone's conferring. Super forward. Oh, back on the record.
There's a lot has gone under the bridge and I just got to get back to where we were. I think I do have a quick recross within the scope of this.
Okay, I think they're going to do a recross.
Recollection. because a lot has gone under the bridge, and I just had to get back to where we were. I think I do have a quick recross on within the scope of this.
How about this? We call a half day. You guys review the YouTube video, and we'll be back tomorrow.
redirect?
Very good. If we could invite the jury back in, please.
Okay, jury's coming back in.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're almost done. You mentioned just now to Mr. Bloodworth, or a few minutes ago, it's been a minute now, that you were aware that Eric used THC gummies, right?
I heard that he did that, yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge as to how often he would use THC gummies?
No idea.
Do you know why he used them?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't know why he would have used them.
And do you have any personal knowledge about where he obtained his gummies from?
0.
Okay. So that was just a part of his life he didn't share with you.
Correct.
And on the truck, when you sent whoever, I know you said you don't remember, Mr. Bloodworth just talked to you about a date. The work truck, not the red one, but the work truck, you guys got that just within a day or two after he passed, correct?
The work truck was picked up within a few days.
Okay. And then the truck that you took from the dealership was about a month later.
Or so, yeah, months later.
I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you. That's all I have. We tender the witness, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Are we releasing this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, you are free to go. You are released from the subpoena. You can talk to anybody you'd like. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
He has a huge list of terms that they released in 2018. It has Red Devils listed under PCP, but there's no guarantee that was contemporary to when Eric and Cody were in high school.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Matthew Throckmorton.
Throckmorton, the handwriting dude.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Have a seat.
All right. Witness number 41.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is George Matthew Throckmorton. That's Throck.
Actually, I have to use the restroom really quick. Oh. All right, guys, let's get up and stretch. Use the restroom. All right. All righty. All right. Yeah, that was kind of a mess, wasn't it? But the defense lost. Red Devils are not coming in. They're not going to impeach Mr. Cody Wright. Because one, we don't know if Cody Wright even knew what the Red Devils were. Was it Sudafed? Was it illicit street drugs? Was it prescription? He had no idea. And then also testimony about Eric using drugs in high school. He never observed it himself. So hearsay. All right. Who is Mr. Throckmorton? Good question. Matthew Throckmorton. I think he's a handwriting dude. Handwriting expert.
Morton.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes.
How?
I work full-time for the Salt Lake City Police Department in the crime lab as a crime scene investigator with a specialty in forensic document examination.
Okay. How long have you been with Salt Lake City as a crime scene?
27 years.
And what is a forensic document examiner?
Oh, I thought he was a handwriting guy. But he is going to look at the signatures and see if whether or not Eric signed them himself, I think, and whether or not he did the initials
Forensic document
on the power of attorney.
examiner is an individual who examines and compares writing in an attempt to determine identity, authorship, or authenticity. This includes the examination of handwriting, erasures, inks, papers, basically anything related to documents.
So how long have you been doing that, forensic document examination?
30 years.
Okay.
Wow.
Did you have any special training that you've done just specifically for FDE?
Yes. I apprenticed with my father, George Throckmorton. It's about 4,000 hours of training in casework and study over a 2-year time period. I also trained with other document examiners at the Southwestern Association of Forensic Document Examiners. I completed courses through the Institute of Applied Science in Chicago. I also was trained at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and have trained with other document examiners and attended courses and conferences throughout the United States.
Have you practiced this FDE or forensic document examination with other labs?
No, just pretty much my own.
So did you do something with the state lab in Montrose, Colorado?
I did train with other document examiners at the state lab in Montrose.
Okay. So you didn't practice, you were in training?
It was part of my apprenticeship.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
In the intervening years?
Yes, I've attended various courses and conferences.
We're going to forward through this a little bit.
Forgeries, and I've also taught classes.
Have you ever testified in court as a forensic?
Yes, that no two people write exactly the same way. That's to say that no two individuals share all the same characteristics and habits, given the proper quantity and quality of documents to compare to show that their writing is different.
Okay, before we move on to the second one, I wanted to just very briefly go into this idea of habits.
Different characteristics and habits within that writing. That could be how they cross the T as the crown at the top of the staff, medium part of the staff, or down closer to the baseline. When they write an ER combination, for example, is the E bigger than the R or vice versa? Are those two letters connected, or is there a pen lift between those two letters? Is the U more rounded or a little more pointed? So they just develop and use these habits as they write different types of things or sign their name.
So when we first learn to write, we're writing careful, what our teachers...
We're more concerned with the content of what we're writing, whether it's a tool that occurs as we write our name. You're not going to find two signatures that are an overlay. There's always going to be a little bit of difference in how those look or in a body of writing.
Okay, so are there studies out there where researchers have looked at these principles?
Yes.
Okay. Could you very briefly go into this idea of individuality?
Absolutely. There was a study done called Cedar Fox out of the University of Buffalo in New York, and the premise of the study was to test the theory that no two people share all of the same characteristics and habits within their writing. And what they did is they had 1,500 participants, varying ethnic backgrounds, age, and gender. The objective was to make it similar to what the population and makeup was for the United States. They had these 1,500 individuals write some handwriting specimens. These specimens were put into a computer. They picked 8 characteristics out of the writing and had the computer analyze those 8 characteristics. It was determined with a 98% confidence level that no two individuals wrote those 8 characteristics exactly the same way.
Okay. Are there studies that have looked at the ability of a trained document examiner versus lay people on their abilities?
Yes. There's been a number of studies over the years. Cedar Fox also did a study of twins, again, to differentiate if
I was actually curious about the twins' handwritings.
The writing of twins could be seen as it was different one from another. In that particular study, they hired lay people to do the examination. The computer did an examination, and they also had intern document examiners look and do those comparisons. In that particular study, it was determined that the computer had about a 9% error rate in differentiating writing one twin from another. It was determined that the lay people had a larger percentage of an error rate, and that the intern document examiners had about a 5% error rate in differentiating writing one from another.
Those are interns, not fully trained. Okay.
Correct.
Now, there's some studies known as CAM being one of the authors of these studies that also looked into the abilities of a trained examiner versus layperson.
Yes, Professor Moshe Kam out of Drexel University did a number of studies, and in his studies he had lay people do examinations as well as document examiners from intern to those that had completed the 4,000 hours of training. Throughout his studies, he determined that lay people made larger mistakes in doing their examinations, and that document examiners starting as interns going to the fully trained, that their error rates were less than the lay people, and that the fully trained document examiners had about a 4% error rate.
Okay. Now, how could you explain to the jury what you do in this comparison process?
Yes. In this particular case, I was
Just going to speed up just a tiny bit more.
given...
Just very briefly, generally,
I'll slow it down when he starts talking about specifically about this case.
you receive question documents and known documents?
Correct. I receive a stack of documents. First of all, I separate the question from the known. I go over each page individually, looking for...
Oh, the 4 documents. That's why Cody brought it up. So there was these documents the state gave to Cody earlier, but then they didn't enter into evidence for the jury to look at. And it's probably because he's going to be the one who's going to go over the documents. They're like the dealership documents, I think. The 4 documents where Air probably like put his signature on there to purchase a vehicle, maybe?
Comparison between whatever has been questioned versus the undisputed known samples that I receive. I compare my findings one from another. Then I evaluate those findings in order to render an opinion.
So this process, does it include digitizing the documents? Say they come on paper, do you reduce them to some digital format?
I scan everything, first of all, to preserve the evidence. Documents, I'll scan the whole document, and as well as the signatures or the questionnaire individually, and then same with the known samples.
I see. And when you're doing that, do you then do a side-by-side comparison, or do you do a question and then knowns? How does that work?
Yes, I do a juxtaposition examination, which is comparing the question versus the known side by side, looking for similarities and differences that may be amongst the writing.
Okay. What are you looking for? These habits you mentioned before?
Yes, I'm looking for everything in the writing, just looking for, again, similarities and differences, looking for evidence that will basically say, was this authored by the same person, or was it authored by 2 different people? I look for letter formations. I look for proportion between letters. I look for where the writing sits within a margin. Is it closer to the right, left? Is it on, above, or below a baseline? Looking for shading, where darker areas of the writing may be. Just basically looking for everything on the documents to compare. Okay,
so when you're doing this comparison, do you consider the underlying facts of the case you're working on?
No, I just look at the evidence sitting in front of me. Usually I'm asked, does the question in known writing, were they authored by the same person? So I'm looking specifically for evidence one way or another on that.
Okay. When IAI, or I think you've mentioned earlier, you talked about the Southwest Association of Forensic Document Examiners, SWIGDoc, or somebody, does somebody give you a set of standards for your conclusions?
Yes, there's a set of standardized opinions that initially was put together in 1977 by the ABFDE, the American Board of Forensic Document Examiners. In 2016, SWIGDoc, which is the Scientific Working Group for Forensic Documents, took that standardized group of opinions and made it their own. Okay. And that's the scale that I use today.
Okay. Can we briefly review what that scale is?
Sure. The first one is an identification. Identification means that the questioned and known signatures agree in every observable detail and that there's no unexplainable differences or variations present. The opinion below that is highly probable or strong probability.
That it was authored by that person?
By the same person, correct.
Okay.
And that means that there was either something that was different between the question on it. Might be a feature was missing, the way a letter was connected. It also might be the difference looking from an original document a copy of a document that I didn't have the original. I was only looking at a copy. I didn't have best evidence. So because I can't tell the origin of the document, I'll drop that down from an identification to a highly probable or strong probability. The opinion below that is a probable, and a probable means that a majority of the evidence says that the question and known document was authored by the same person, but the reason that it would be dropped to a probable could be, again, that it's a copy, could be that there were signatures that were out of the timeline than the question document was, so I don't have maybe current documents to look at. The opinion under that is an indication, and an indication means that most of the evidence says that the question and known were authored by the same person, but again, might be dealing with a copy, might not have as many signatures as I would like to have in doing that comparison, so it drops it to an indications. The next opinion is a no conclusion, and this is basically I couldn't tell one way or the other whether it was authored or not authored by who it purports to be.
Then it continues towards exclusion in a reverse sequence. So
What was the highest one? Highly probable? Highly probable?
It was not authored by, followed by probable not authored by, highly probable not authored by, and then an exclusion.
An elimination.
Elimination, that's the word. Okay.
Elimination.
In your process, then do you somehow try to verify what your opinion is?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Usually I'll contact a peer, another forensic document examiner, and have them review a blind examination of the same evidence that I looked at.
What is a blind view?
That means that they don't know what my opinion is, that they're going to do their own examination and come up with their own conclusion.
Okay. Now, are these the principles and methods accepted in your field?
Yes.
And are those the methods and principles that you applied in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So did you receive a question writing in this case?
I did.
Okay. Can we, I think it's been offered and accepted, 7-21.
One moment, please. Would you like to publish, Mr.?
Yes, please,
Okay.
Your Honor.
7-21 is published.
Okay. Let's just scroll through it from top to bottom just to refresh the jury. Okay. So that's page 2. Let's
Oh, so that's Kouri's signature. This is supposed to be Eric's signature. The signature in question is this one. Whether or not Eric signed this $100,000 life insurance policy a month before he died. And then this is like a weird document because from what I remembered, and this is pretrial stuff, the address for both of them is a P.O. box that seems like Kouri had access to. All the defense was like, well, you don't know who had access to the P.O. boxes or the P.O. box singular. In the pretrial stuff, though, it was mentioned that the phone number of Eric's was off by 1 digit and there was no email address listed. So they're trying to say that Kouri took out this life insurance policy, forged the signature, and then there was no way for Eric to know about this life insurance policy because there's no means to communicate with him because they didn't have his correct address and they didn't have his phone number or his email address.
from top to bottom just to refresh the jury. Okay. So that's page 2. Let's go return then to page 1. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is this the question document?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you receive? A copy or an original? And if a copy, what type of copy?
I believe on this one I had a PDF copy.
Okay. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for your purposes?
PDF is
Bad.
not the best quality of document.
Why is that?
First of all, obviously best evidence is the original document.
Okay.
Next best evidence would be a photocopy of that document.
Okay.
And then PDF comes after regular photocopy.
Sure, but what is it because of when? Is there some limitation on PDFs that, for your purposes?
Yes. If I could talk about photocopies first.
Sure.
A photocopy is a distorted picture of an original document. The problem with a photocopy is it's a picture that is slightly smaller than the original document. There is, the colors are not as vivid or clear. The tones may be less vivid as well. In some cases, in photocopies, writing pen strokes can diminish and in some cases disappear. There's also marks that can appear on the photocopy that weren't on the original document. These are called trash marks. Trash marks can occur from damage or dirt on the scanner glass, as well as wear and tear on the inner workings of a photocopy machine. So it's going to change or alter the evidence a little bit. The PDF has a lot of the same problems with it. The problem with the PDF is there's no default setting. So depending on the software or where it was made, if it was made on a computer with a scanner, or if it was made on a copy machine, or in some cases a cell phone, it changes and alters the document, makes it so that kind of the overall appearance looks good, but if you were to try and enlarge or zoom into a particular area, it will pixelize and get rid of some of the finer details that you would have in the original or in a copy.
Okay. So, in this case, did you receive some known documents?
Yes, I did.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Demanding the witness what has been marked as a state's exhibit. Review it for...
Make a note of this.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Please rise for the jury.
Yes.
Review it for a moment.
Why?
Yes.
Uh-oh, the chat disconnected for a second. Can you guys press 1 in chat if you guys can hear me? If you can see me, 1 in chat, 1 in chat, 2 in chat if you can't hear me.
Counsel, my apologies for interrupting your question. Make a note of this one. We'll come back to it. I need to take a quick break.
Yes.
Please rise for the jury.
Break for the judge. Okay. Break for the judge. Judge may have drank a lot of coffee today. 1-1. Okay, I just want to make sure. It says chat disconnected, so I wasn't sure if something happened with the YouTubes. Please. Oh. All right, guys, we are back with Mr. Throckmorton's testimony. By the way, guys, during the lunch break, I do have recap videos of last week and week 1. Feel free to check it out if you guys haven't already. It's a lot of catch up in this trial if you guys just joined like midway, or if you're like a week late, or even if you missed a few days last week. So we have a recap. Feel free to check it out. And yeah, thank you so much. Hit the like button if you guys are enjoying. All right, back from the mini break. Sorry, did I kick you down there? I got a little corgi underneath me.
Please have a seat as you come in.
Throckmorton.
Have a seat, thank you. I promise I'm paying attention to the temperature. We're trying to adjust as we go. Mr. Throckmorton, you're still under oath. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Sir, this state's exhibit...
Oh, because I know people will press 2. That's why.
849. Have you had a chance to look through...
Got some jokesters in here.
...the various documents that are in 849?
Not yet.
I'm surprised no one pressed 3, though. Usually we have some people out there. 3. Like 3 wasn't even an option. Come on now. Follow instructions. 3. Oh, don't mind me. Let me just order some groceries. What should I eat this week?
Yes.
Excuse me.
How are they familiar?
These were the undisputed known samples that I received in preparation to compare the signature on the true stage to the signatures and initials found in these known documents.
And signatures?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you get them from?
A majority of these documents were received from Katie's attorneys. And
is that the law firm Bennett Tuller?
Yes.
Okay. And so initially, were you hired by the trust or the Tuller or
I was hired by the attorneys at Bennett Tuller,
okay.
Who were working for Katie, Eric's sister.
Okay. And how much were you paid by the
I received a $900 retainer to help with that.
Okay. Since that time, have you been hired by Summit County?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you briefly describe what is this collection of documents that are contained in 849?
There was canceled checks, driver's licenses, just various documents that Eric had authored and signed over the course of his regular daily activities.
Was there a trust and a will?
There might be amongst the documents.
Okay.
There's also tax documents and receipts.
I see. Okay. Now, there were some other documents, like that appear to be like photographs, maybe of a journal, a mission journal,
Yes.
and a photograph of some appear to be written coupons.
Yes.
Those documents, where did you get them?
I received them from your office.
Chelsea Gibson? to
That's
be precise?
correct.
Okay. How did that delivery take place?
She met me at the Salt Lake City Police Department in the parking lot and gave me a thumb drive that contained all of those photographs.
Okay. The other documents, the ones from Bennett Tueller, were they paper or were they electronic?
There were some hard copies, and there were also some digital PDFs that were sent to me.
Okay. Did you go, well, let me ask this. How many actual signatures of Eric Richins did you receive in all those documents contained in 849?
I found that there were 86 signatures and 24 sets of initials.
Oops, sorry. I said I was just going to fast forward this really quickly. Oops, someone kicked my camera
did you do
again.
a comparison like you described earlier with the digitizing and then going through the analyze, compare, evaluate?
All right, so let's just get to the handwriting. La 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 la. Handwriting. Oh, here it is.
Okay. Let's set aside 828. Well, why don't you orient us first? What does 828 show us?
828 is an exhibit that shows the question signature at the top, taken from the True Stage document.
Okay.
And the Q stands for question. 3 is the series of documents. Page 2, and A is the first signature used on that document. The signatures, the 10 signatures below, are samples taken from the known signatures that I received and initials to compare. Again, K stands for known, 1 stands for the group of documents, P stands for the page, so page 2, and again, A is the first signature on that page that was used.
So 849 is all the Ks, and this particular one is from the first tab?
Correct.
I see. Okay. Now, let's take a look at 7-21, please. This is page 2 of 721?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, which looks like there's a couple signatures on this page. What one were you focusing on?
The one on the right, the one that purports to be Eric.
Okay. And then, so did you take the one from the True Stage and then put it into your exhibit?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the one that we have. We just don't have, you didn't add the data that it was given.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We can go back to 828, please. Were you able to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that there was no evidence that Eric authored this signature,
Okay.
and that he probably did not, and that it appeared to be a simulated forgery written by somebody who was familiar, had access to his writing in an attempt to copy, draw, or duplicate his signature and try and pass it off as a genuine signature of Eric.
Okay. I want to, we'll come back to this in 1 second. Your Honor, could the witness step down with a microphone? And let's just look at 828 for a moment.
Let's play Wheel of Fortune.
Why do you have-
I don't know. Every time they step down with a microphone, I always think of like a game show or something.
There appears to be one that's in yellow. It looks like it's been highlighted. Has it been highlighted?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, that one came from an NCR copy. It was a yellow piece of paper. All I did was crop the signature off that paper to put it on this document.
All right. Could you explain to the jury how your analysis went?
Sure. First thing, in looking at the question signature on this, it's basically EER. And the way that the E is formed starts at the top, comes down, creates the first semicircle, comes to a point, and then comes back down towards the baseline. When it gets to the baseline, it shoots off to the right. Then a line comes down towards the baseline, continues up to create the second E, which is leaning a little
I can't see. I want to see the witness.
further over. This E is not as defined, a little more loosely made. When we get to the second portion of the E, it shoots over to the right to start the letter R, which creates kind of a triangle formation there, then goes up and creates kind of an arc, kind of more square than normal, comes back down towards the baseline.
Yeah, the R is supposed to be like leaning forward, not like leaning back like this.
From towards the baseline and then shoots off over to the right and terminates. A couple things that stuck out to me on this signature. This is what's called a one-stroke signature. That means that the writing instrument starts and continues all the way through to the end. There are no pen lifts. As well, within the signature, The things that stick out again is their pen lifts are not found here. If you look at the known samples from Eric, you'll notice that there's a pen lift between each of the letters, a pen lift between the E and the E, a pen lift between the E and the R, and that's a consistent characteristic and habit that Eric has. The other thing, too, is the second E actually starts at the baseline. You'll notice that on the known E's, the E's start up top in a normal fashion, that they always start at the top. They don't start at the baseline like this one does. The other thing, too, to note is this R, again, where it's connected, it actually starts down closer to the baseline and then comes up. You'll notice in these E's, or in the R's, that they start at the top, like we traditionally learn how to do in school. You've got a line that comes down, pen comes off the paper, and then the second part of the R is made. You can see the staff of the R here, staff here. So a couple things that stuck out to me that were not common among his writing, again, is we've got a single one-stroke signature instead of pen lifts. The E, second E starts at the bottom at the baseline, and the R starts at the bottom of the baseline. It was by looking at these characteristics in comparison that I was able to render an opinion that the question and known signatures were not authored by the same person.
Okay. You can take a seat, please. Now, your opinion was that it was probably not signed by Eric Richins. Why probably not as opposed to elimination?
Because I was dealing with a photocopy, the true stage was a photocopy of a document. Basically, I'm missing evidence. So as a conservative opinion, instead of an absolute elimination, it's closer to a little weaker than that. So it was a probable as well. I couldn't identify who the author of that signature was. In the case of a simulated forgery, the author gives up their own habits and characteristics to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. So because I was not able to determine who was authoring this, basically I came back to that there was no evidence that Eric did it, but I couldn't determine who actually authored it.
Okay, so your final conclusion then is also that there is no evidence, that you can find nothing in the knowns that would support the question document was signed by Eric.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all the questions that I have for this witness. I have offered.
Alrighty. So the life insurance policy, $100,000, the true stage document. He says no evidence that Eric authored it. However, he thinks it was simulated forgery by someone familiar with his handwriting in an attempt to copy/dupe his signature. So Eric taking out the $100,000 life insurance a month before he died. Might have just been Kouri. She might have forged his signature.
In front of the jury, of course it's accepted.
May it please the court. Almost good afternoon. Good morning still, sir.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
So I want to first talk about.
So there's also another testimony that he's supposed to give, but I think that depends on what happens in the defense's case in chief. It was like initials on like power of attorney forms or something like that, but I think that's like safe for later if it comes up.
About your, I guess we call it your curriculum vitae, which is a fancy way of saying your resume, right?
Correct.
What?
And I reviewed.
Why she said like that?
You that
Curriculum
that you
vitae.
gave to us. And can you tell me, sir, is there a difference between a document fraud examiner and a certified forensic document examiner? I said it wrong the first time.
Okay, I think she needs like some hot tea or something. Can someone get her some hot tea? Was a little raspy there. I think she spent all of the energy arguing to Judge earlier. She might need some Robitussin.
I'm going to get it right.
You got this.
Forensic document examiner is your title, correct?
That's correct.
And is there a difference between a forensic document examiner and a certified forensic document examiner?
Certified examiner is somebody that belongs to an organization that they pay and that they recognize him or them or her as part of their group.
It's not just payment. They also take a test, right?
It depends on the organization.
And in fact, there was an organization, there's an organization that accredits these organizations, and it's called the Forensic Specialties Accreditation Board. Is that right? Do you know what that is?
That's one of them.
And they are people who accredit these organizations to certify people, right?
Yes.
And if you go to one
Oh, is he not board certified? Is that where we're going?
of these accredited organizations, and I'm going to just read some examples and see if you're familiar with them. The Board of Forensic Document Examiners, is that one of them?
There's an American Board of Forensic Document Examiners.
Okay. And are you also aware there's just a Board of Forensic Document Examiners?
I haven't looked into that one.
And Scientific Association of Forensic Examiners, SAFE?
I've heard of them.
Okay. And the International Association of Document Examiners, IADE,
I've heard of them.
and the National Association of Document Examiners. Have you heard of them?
Yes.
And the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE.
Not familiar with them.
Okay. And all these are groups that provide ways for forensic document examiners to become certified, and they're accredited by this Specialties Accreditation Board, right?
Yes.
And the way that they become credited, certainly they have to pay a membership fee, you're right about that, but they take an exam, right?
I assume so.
And they're given a bunch of samples that are peer reviewed by others to see if they agree that their analysis are good, right?
Correct. That would be the process.
And they do an oral board where they answer questions and respond to like on the spot testing of their skills.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. Is that, he said he doesn't know.
Well, so far, there hasn't been a foundation problem. Ask him whether he knows, which I think is what you're doing.
And it appears to me by your answers you know about all of this process, right?
There's a lot of organizations out there that people can join, even people that haven't been properly trained.
Right. And by being certified by
Even people who weren't properly trained.
any of these organizations that are accredited, that's an extra security and assurance to your customers and your clients that you've been screened, you've been vetted, and you've been certified that you're good at what you do, right?
It can be.
And you've never, ever done that in your whole career, have you?
No.
You've chosen not to ever seek certification.
Correct. Never gone for it.
And you do agree that the forensic science that you're involved in of handwriting analysis involves a lot of using your own best judgment, right?
Judgment based on experience and training, absolutely.
But your judgment, your analysis.
Yes, and I've been properly trained in order to know how to use that judgment.
Okay. And certainly you agree that not every single forensic evaluator is going to come to the exact same conclusion by looking at the exact same writing. Is that fair?
I don't know that I agree with that. It would,
I guess what happened in the blind test? Did the person who did the blind test, did they have the same conclusions?
again, depend on how much training they've had. It depends on who they were trained by. It is possible that individuals aren't going to have the exact same opinion as me.
Sure. And it also depends on the quality of the sample you're given, right?
Correct.
And original is best, right?
Yes.
One copy later after the original is a little worse, right?
There's about a 1 to 3% distortion rate from an original to a first-generation photocopy.
And do you know which generation photocopy you were given?
I have no idea.
You know how many times it was photocopied?
No.
Do you know how many times it was faxed?
It didn't appear to be faxed, but no.
Okay. Do you know, and you never got a paper, you got a PDF sent to you.
Foundation.
Well, these are yes or no questions. Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. You got a PDF sent to you on email, right? You didn't even get a document.
For this document, that's correct.
Right.
Yeah, couldn't they? Hold on a second. Oh, was it a document that was printed out by Kouri, signed, and then scanned and then sent back in? Because I was like, oh, how come they don't have the original document? But maybe it was one of those things where it's like, you know, she signed it and then scanned it back into them.
And if we could please bring back up 8-4 and go to the page ending in 781. I believe this has been omitted, Your Honor.
One moment, please.
Can you make sure?
Not yet.
8-4?
His report. Did you put it in?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Just for
Seriously.
his review only, Your Honor.
The witness has 8-4.
781, I think it's like maybe the fourth or fifth page. Let's just kind of scroll. That one right there. So this page that you're looking at, is this a page that you included in your report that you submitted to the prosecution in this case?
Yes.
All right. And can we blow it up just to the extent you can a little bit, please, so he can see the body of it? Okay. And these are the levels of certainty that you talked about with Mr. Burmister, right? From the strongest opinion to the weakest opinion.
Yeah, it's not a scale based on pass or fail, but it helps the examiner to express his opinion as a whole.
So it's the standards that you typically use in your reports.
Yes.
And the best report you can give somebody is elimination. I can say 100% this person did not write this, right?
Or identification, depending on
Which one you're doing.
Correct.
In or out, 100%, it's definitely not them.
I don't use percentages.
Okay, but that's your strongest.
Correct.
Elimination or identification are your two strongest opinions you can give, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you can also give an opinion of strong probability did not, right?
Correct.
And that's not quite as good as I'm sure, but a little less than I'm sure, right?
It means all of the evidence says in the one you're using that the question unknown were not authored by the same person, and that there's some feature that's missing. In this case, it's that it's a copy and not an original.
But you didn't use that. You didn't reach that conclusion in this case, right?
Correct.
So let's go to the next one. The next level of certainty is probably did not.
Correct.
Probably did not. And that is what you decided in this case, right?
That's correct.
Eric probably did not sign that true stage, right?
Correct.
And can you read to me, or it's not in, but is it fair to say that probably did not means it's not quite up to virtually certain, right? Isn't that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And that is what you have reported with your training and your opinions, your expert opinions, that Eric probably did not sign that true stage document.
There was no evidence he signed it.
And you cannot say that Kouri did sign it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, by saying that, you have no personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins was given permission by Eric to sign his name.
Objection.
Okay.
You have no personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins was given permission by Eric to sign his name.
Objection.
Do you?
May we approach?
Sure.
Hey, maybe Kouri's going to testify and say, oh, yeah, Eric said that I can sign it. That will be interesting. Kouri, come testify.
Given
you know
any
you want to.
information.
Do it.
So just to repeat the question, you have no knowledge and you weren't given any information to suggest one way or another whether Kouri had permission to sign her husband's name to that.
Correct.
So you don't know that.
I was not asked that, and that was not part of the examination.
And I see you're a married man.
Yes.
On your wedding ring.
Yep.
And does your wife ever sign your name on anything?
Objection.
I think we're a little bit beyond the scope of this gentleman's expert testimony. Go ahead. What's
Okay.
your next question? Sustained.
And is it my understanding from your resume that you no longer do forensic document examinations for the Salt Lake City Police Department?
That's correct.
When did you stop doing that?
2020, I believe.
And is that the reason you stopped connected at all to an internal affairs investigation against you for falsifying documents?
No.
Did you, in fact, were you submitted to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please?
Sure.
What? What the fuck? He said no.
To restate the question.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, restate the question.
Were you subjected to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Yes.
All right. And were you ultimately exonerated?
Yes.
Oh.
And was the person who
Then why are we bringing this up? Oh my God. It's like, why make something. Fine. Let me give her time. Let me be patient. It sounded really spicy. It sounded really crazy. And then he was exonerated. Oh, okay. Let's wait for a follow-up question then.
I need you to restate the question.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Were you subjected to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Yes.
All right. And were you ultimately exonerated?
Yes.
And was the person who accused you of doing that a law enforcement officer?
He was a retired sergeant who'd been hired back as a supervisor who was then terminated for a number of issues.
So you were falsely accused by a law enforcement officer?
I was falsely accused by somebody who had been a law enforcement officer, but not at the time they made the complaint.
Thank you for that clarification. Are you aware that the whole science of forensic science of
I don't know if that really landed the way that she think it did. Okay, so you were accused by a law enforcement officer. That means I might have, credence. Or credence. Yeah, credence.
I'm sorry, just 1 minute.
Okay. That kind of sucked. Miss Nestor.
Are you aware that the whole science of forensic document examination has come under fire in the last few years for accuracy and reliability?
Objection. It misstates the source. I noticed you grabbed her memo.
Foundation, Mr. Burris. Are you objecting on the basis of foundation?
Yes.
Would you lay some foundation, Ms. Nestor?
Certainly, certainly, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the national? I'm sorry, I need to make a little bit of water. Sorry, Resource Council report titled "Strengthening Forensic Science in the United States: A Path Forward."
I've read it at some point.
And are you aware in that report that they concluded the scientific basis for handwriting comparison needs to be strengthened?
Yes.
Are you aware that they found there's only been limited research to quantify the reliability and replicability of the practices used by trained document examiners?
I read that in there.
Are you also aware of something called the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology report, the PCAST report?
I'm familiar with it. I probably read it a long time ago.
Do you remember that they expressed concerns regarding the validity and reliability of conclusions made by forensic examiners and called for more empirical testing in the area?
Vaguely.
You talked about an error rate. Is that right?
Yes.
And remind me, what is the error rate of non-certified forensic document examiners?
The same as document examiners that have been properly trained.
Do you know that for a fact, or are you assuming that?
I'm assuming that not all document examiners are certified,
Fair.
and that the error rate, if they've been properly trained, apprenticed with the 4,000 hours that are required, that their error rate should be the same,
Which is what?
is less than 4%.
So 4 out of every 100 times they're wrong?
4% of the time they may make an error in their judgment.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Standards and Technology issued a report from an expert working group for human factors and handwriting examination, which found multiple problems with the reliability of handwriting analysis?
I haven't read that.
All right, you've referred to the big binder in front of you, which were all of the handwriting samples that you reviewed and included in your report. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Is that in? Nope. Okay. And you relied on all of those documents in concluding whether or not making your decisions about whether Eric's probably did not sign that document?
Yes, I reviewed all 200 pages.
Okay. Can you turn to, let me see. Court's indulgence, can I talk to Mr. Burmester for just a minute?
Of course.
Looking over the documents, did you include a document? I am so sorry, my throat is fried. I know it's annoying to listen to. Give me just a second.
It's okay. Get some hot water, ma'am.
Sorry. Looking at the documents that you relied upon, was one of the documents titled the My Princess letter?
I did review that, yes.
Right?
What?
And what was that?
Oh. Did Eric write a letter? Apparently, My Princess is what Eric had for Kouri in his phone.
It was a few pages of writing purportedly written by Kouri.
By Kouri?
Or sorry, no, by Eric. I apologize.
Where did you get that letter?
This exceeds the scope, Your Honor, that is not in 849.
Your Honor, I'm allowed to go to anything he looked at to form his opinion.
Yeah, I just need clarification for a second, if you could branch.
All right, we are caught up, so I can't forward through this. We are all caught up, y'all. We did it. So, who else is hungry? Starving. Can't wait to eat. You would just block the defense? Because, insufferable. She trying. She's making some points here and there. Oh, wait. You can't forward through this. Hold on. I'm not completely caught up.
Oh, my voice came back. So on the My Princess letter, that is something law enforcement gave to you to review in making your opinions, correct?
It was given to me as a question document, not a known sample.
And you were to review it to see who you think wrote it?
That's correct.
And can we pull up for the witness only MT4?
Your Honor, this is now outside the scope, clearly, because the foundation is not part of
I
it.
misunderstood your position, Ms. Nestor. Would you approach for a minute? My apologies.
When you were looking at the Eric Richins handwriting samples to compare them with the True Stage signature, had you also already reviewed this document?
No.
This came after?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Okay. Were you asked to look at any other insurance documents to determine whether or not they had forged signatures on them?
I looked at a number of different documents that were in question.
Okay. And did some of them include insurance documents? Other policies besides the True Stage?
There were other documents, but I don't have recollection of how they were related.
So how many documents total were you asked to look at and decide who signed them or who didn't?
Your Honor, can we just clarify if it's a question or a known document?
Yeah. That would be helpful if you could provide a little specificity there.
So just to be clear, there's documents that are called question documents where you're looking at them to decide who you think signed them, right?
Who was the author? Yes.
And then there's known documents where you know for sure through some way they've been validated that that's an actual signature that you can compare.
Correct.
All right. So how many documents, questioned documents, were submitted to you for your opinion in this case?
Between the civil and criminal, probably half a dozen or so.
Okay. And the only one that you're here today giving an opinion on is the True Stage document?
That's correct.
He's given it. No, I'll just.
Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor. I think I'm almost done. Just one moment, sir.
All right, we're almost there, y'all. Almost at the lunch break. So before we break for lunch, I will do a mini recap. Baby recap. A lot happened this morning.
Last one. Were you ever asked to look at any closing documents for the Midway Mansion to determine the veracity of the signatures on those documents?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Well, what if the
Within the
closing
scope of cross
documents on the
justice
Midway Mansion were also forged? You know what they could do? What if they had like other documents that Kouri forged, appearing to be Eric, and then was like, "Hey, look, this is Eric's signature right here. Let's compare it to the one that's on the True Stage life insurance policy." Actually, even if they did that, compared to forged signatures, it could still be really hard to determine that those are similar. Because if you're forging someone's signature, you don't have the idiosyncrasies probably of like the way you do the I's, the T's, and he said like E's and R's dragging and stuff like that, right? So even if they were to compare two forged signatures of Kouri Richins pretending to be Eric on two separate documents, it's possible that even those wouldn't even be similar.
Defense counsel asked if you're certified. Have you testified in a court of law regarding your forensic document examination?
Yes.
How many times?
48 times.
And if you, hypothetically, well, let me back up. Hypothetically,
How dare you not be certified?
if you send
Reminds me like the board certification question that Elaine was trying really hard to pin Dr. Kouri on. You're not board certified, are you? He's like, no.
your known and questioned documents out for verification, is your action different if you receive back information that their opinion differs from yours? Or do you just submit it?
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact that you received a PDF is reflected in your ultimate opinion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Nestor talked to you about the that initial report, the status of forensic sciences.
Yes.
That report, do you know when it came out?
Off the top of my head, no.
2008-ish or so?
Approximately.
Okay. And it addressed not just handwriting, but DNA. all the sciences, pattern matching sciences,
It reflected a majority of the different forensic sciences.
and gave opinions about steps each of those forensic sciences need to do better at.
Yes, the individuals involved in those were to study various aspects of the different forensic sciences and then come up with possible issues and then how to address those issues to make all of those forensic sciences more sound.
And PCAST came out in 2016. Sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Okay, and it did not mention at all forensic document examination, did it?
I don't recall, but that sounds right.
Identifying an author is difficult if it's a simulated forgery. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because in a simulated forgery, the individual gives up their own habits and characteristics in order to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. And so the writing itself.
Okay, that's cool.
Is difficult.
Correct.
And why is that?
Because in a simulated forgery, the individual gives up their own habits and characteristics in order to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. And so the writing itself is, you can't identify who the author was, just eliminate who it purports to be.
Did you find any evidence at all that Eric Richins signed the True Stage document?
There was no evidence whatsoever.
Thank you.
Just
All
very
right.
briefly.
Oh, recross again.
Talked about if it's a simulated forgery, people give up their own way they write to try to write like someone else, right?
Yes.
What about people who are intoxicated or under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Does their signature change?
There are a number of factors that can affect how a person writes. Drugs and alcohol can change it. In some cases, I've seen where alcohol makes somebody more exaggerated. It can other things that can affect writing is stress, the writing surface, the writing instrument that they use, chronic pain, medications that they may be taking.
Lime.
There's a lot of factors associated.
THC, being stoned?
Haven't done specific studies in those, but anything that can affect motor skill could potentially alter how a person writes, but it won't change their characteristics or habits.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Right. Because again,
Okay.
Eric did drugs.
May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes. that would
Yes,
be
Your
the
Honor.
state's request.
So you're free to go. You can talk about the case with anyone or no one. It's up to you.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Take
sir.
care, sir.
You too.
All right, we're going to fast forward.
Counsel, it's now an appropriate time for a lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nesser?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break until 1:15. During the break, as always, please do not discuss the case with anyone
Why? Can we just take 1 hour lunch breaks, Judge? Why are the lunch breaks like 30 minutes, 45 minutes? Like, oh, gosh.
Don't let anyone discuss it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any report or any coverage of the case of any kind. And please don't do any research of any kind about the case. Enjoy your lunch break. Please rise for the jury. Oh,
May I ask for an additional 15 minutes?
yes.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos. Give us a full hour.
Doing that at 1:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, folks.
But here's the thing. I don't come back when court comes back because they have so many weird shit that... so many court shenanigans where they are just doing long sidebars or they take forever to come back. So, yay. I think we have a decent lunch hour today. Cool. Take a nap.
All right, please have a
Jury's
seat.
leaving.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos?
Yes, sir.
All right. Folks, if you would make your way out of the courtroom or just stay quiet, I need to do a detention hearing in another case right now. Thank you.
Oh, a detention
No.
hearing.
Thank you.
Wait, was the judge not going to have a full lunch? Wow. Mountain Standard Time. All righty, guys. Whoo, lots of fireworks. So the last testimony, you got to hear more details, but oh my gosh, lots of fireworks between the defense counsel and the judge. Oh gosh. I'm just going to do a mini recap. I'll usually have a more thorough, fleshed out recap when we do like the actual videos, but just to recap what happened this morning so far. And by the way, we do have recap videos on this trial. Feel free to watch them. They're on the YouTube channel. Not in the live streams, but they're like separate videos. All right, so day 10, the Kouri Richins trial. We got to hear from Kouri, right? Eric's, I guess, former business partner. They owned C&E Masonry together, and I didn't realize that C&E stood for Kouri and Eric. It's like, oh, duh. But they were friends. They did LDS missions together. They worked together in the family business. 2010, they decided to open a masonry business. They also spent time hunting together, especially during the fall season. By 2022, though, 12 years in, they had about 90 employees. Business was really good. They had home offices, and they shared one email between the two of them. And this one email, the American First Credit Union statement was sent to this email. So it's like, okay, we're getting more information about, the business. Now, something happened where Kouri Richins Realty, they couldn't get into like the super specifics of it, but C&E had to loan her about $200,000 in October 2020. And I'm here to remind you guys that this is during the time where Eric learned about a $250K HELOC taken out on his home / their marital home, and he was really upset by it. He did not trust Kouri. He decided to meet with a divorce attorney. He also met with an estate planning attorney and changed his will, changed the trust, and made it so his kids get everything. Okay, made it so that his sister was the one who took care of it. And it's not like he left Kouri in destitute. We did hear from the estate planning attorney that Kouri was still, he would still give money to her through the trust, and she would be able to live at the house. But I guess if she moved out of the house, they wouldn't pay for her housing. They talked about the buy-sell agreement, and this is where the witness testified saying that, like, remember how there was that like beneficiary change that happened in January 2022? So like 3 months before Eric died. He said he didn't make those changes. And he said that Eric did make those changes. So it's like, okay, well, someone had access to one of y'all's computer and made those changes. So either someone in Cody's household or someone in Eric's household. Maybe it was Kouri. The reason why I think a lot of people are kind of side-eyeing Kouri is because the beneficiary would change from Eric to Kouri Richins. And this had nothing to do with her. This is basically a buy-sell agreement where if, well, let me dial back a little bit. So Eric and Cody, business partners. So if something were to happen to Eric, what would happen would be that Cody had this life insurance policy where he would get money, but he had to use that life insurance policy money to buy Eric's portion of the business out. That way, like, it wouldn't be like his family takes over and they start running it, right? He would take that money and he would pay Eric's family. So I think Kouri didn't understand how this agreement worked. I think she went in there, she went to the wrong policy and changed the beneficiary, hoping that she would get money. But then she's probably like, oh, wait, fuck, like maybe there's a alert that goes out or something happened. I don't know. But she changed it back pretty quickly, allegedly. He also talks about how, Eric, he does, if he ever got sick, he was really tough about it. He still shows up for work, and he knows that Eric, took medications for allergy, but not over-the-counter drugs, no prescription drugs, no illicit drugs. They talked about the Valentine's Day phone call. And the reason why Valentine's Day keeps popping up is because that's where the first attempted alleged murder happened, where the state believes that she tried to poison with the egg sandwich. So he had a phone call. I think at this point we've heard from, I guess, 2 people, including Cody, that, Eric called these people. It sounded like he was like in fear. It sounded really urgent. It was really serious. Never heard Eric talk about that like that before. The only time he heard Eric sound kind of like serious like that was when Eric's mom passed away. And then another time when Eric was rear-ended by someone and he was scared that the person behind him had died or something like that happened. So pretty short direct examination, quite just straight to the point. Cross-examination by the defense. I think this is a pretty decent point, but I don't know if it really landed with the jury. But the defense starts asking about the witness's personal income. Like, did he make more than $500K? And he's like, no, I didn't. And he's like, well, and she was like, well, do you know how much Eric made? And he was like, I don't know. And so her point here was basically saying that, like, hey, C&E Masonry in 2022 was a company that was like projected to grow. Both you guys would be very financially secured. So I think the point that she's trying to make there is that why would Kouri murder her husband when he had this very successful business and it was probably going to be blooming and she would benefit from that because she was his wife, right? Then there's something about Kouri being on the payroll where Kouri was like staring down the witness and like mouthing something. I don't know what the fuck she was saying. The $200,000. So again, going back, defense is saying that, hey, it seems like Eric may have invested in Kouri's business, but the state is pushing back, saying that no, it seems like Eric probably did it because he was trying to get his HELOC money back ASAP because he was probably worried about it. So he, let her borrow money, and then that money was paid back with interest. The buy-sell agreement. I think this is a pretty good. I think it's a good point for the defense, but I think it backfires a little bit, and I'll tell you why. So the buy-sell agreement, again, the same thing. Well, I don't know, not backfire. Let me not backfire, but I think I have an explanation why I wouldn't go with the defense's version. So again, going back to the buy-sell agreement, right? The defense is really making a point saying that, like, well, it seems like the changes in the beneficiary life insurance was on yours, not Eric's. And so that doesn't make sense. Like, wouldn't she be changing Eric's? Because if something were to happen to Eric, Cody wouldn't get the money, Kouri would get the money, right? But to me, my explanation for that is I don't think, again, Kouri understood how this buy-sell agreement worked. I think it's possible that she made those changes and then realized either one, oops, this is the wrong insurance policy, or two, oops, I think a notification went out and let me change it back really quick. I don't know. But like I said, I think it could backfire in a way because, like, I just think Kouri just didn't know that what was she doing. I don't think Kouri knew what she was doing if she did do it. There's more Kouri staring down the witness. I actually have quite a few of Kouri staring down the witness. They talked about how, witness is part of the LDS faith. You don't really drink. You don't drink. You don't take drugs. So it's possible that Eric might not have shared his aspect of his life about, alcohol or marijuana or, gummies or doing other types of drugs. The defense brought up the hunting thing where, quite honestly, like, she made it seem like it was such a big deal through the other witness that testified days ago. But my assumption, or maybe, I have to go back and listen to the testimony, but she made it seem like Cody reported Eric and then testified against him. It seems like Cody was prompted to testify about Eric because he's just trying to tell the truth, right? But we find out that someone else reported Eric about hunting, violating something, and then Eric went to jail very briefly. Valentine's Day call. I mean, she was trying to make a point saying that, like, oh, did you take Eric to the hospital? Did you hear ambulance in the background? And he's like, no. So again, the defense is really trying to downplay this Valentine's Day poisoning thing, saying that, like, oh, it could have just been an allergic reaction. We talked about trucks. This is where I think the defense was trying to allude that the family members had access to the truck. Cody had access to the truck. So maybe if they did find fentanyl in the work trucks that belonged to Eric, maybe they discarded it to cover Eric's ass, I guess. I think that's where they were going with that. She made a point about, like, the buy-sell agreement, that his net worth doubled at that point, but I don't know where she was going with that. But maybe she was trying to say that, like, oh, maybe you're in on it. Then we talked about Mexico quite a few times. So again, I think the defense's theory is that, oh, Eric went to Mexico, and when you go to Mexico, that's where he probably smuggled some illicit drugs. Maybe some of them had fentanyl, and that's why he got poisoned. He just munched a bunch of them and ate them and consumed them, and then that's how he died. Doesn't sound very tasty to me. There was a lot of back and forth because there was doors that were opening to hearsay that Eric used drugs in high school. So that, I don't even know how to even recap that because there's so much back and forth. But essentially, this witness had testified in preliminary hearing about hearing Eric use drugs in high school, right? 20 years ago. So the state was arguing, saying that, like, oh, that happened like 20 years ago. Like, that's not even relevant now. And then secondly, this is not his own personal knowledge. This is all hearsay because he said he heard it from other people. So there's a lot of back and forth in that. And the judge, again, essentially just ruled that it is hearsay, that Eric drug use high school. It's not going to come in. The defense fought really hard because she was like, well, I want to impeach him. You're not letting me impeach him because he said that, no, Eric didn't use any illicit street drugs. And then the judge was like, no, because this witness doesn't even know what these red devils are, right? If he knew what the red devils were, if he knew that these were illicit street drugs, then maybe you can impeach him. But it seems like when they brought the witness back for voir dire, which is questioning without the jury being there, he didn't know what it was. He was like, I don't know what illicit street drugs are. I don't know what red devils are. Maybe it's Sudafed. I'm not a drug person. I don't know. So it was quite a mess, but I would definitely include this portion in the recap because it was pretty good. Good courtroom drama. But at the end of the day, the state or the defense did lose. She was really pissed, and she was like, well, if Eric was a pill popper, you know, it shows that Eric like popped those pills himself, that he wasn't giving it to his wife. Yeah, she got really fiery up. That's probably why she lost her voice when she was doing the cross examination just now. That's pretty much about it. We had a handwriting specialist who came in and testified and said that there's a document for a $100,000 life insurance policy, and he said that there's no evidence that Eric authored it. So probably was Kouri. That's pretty much it. All right, that's pretty much for today, or not for today, but that's pretty much it for the morning. Again, we'll do like a recap video. Depends on how much volume there is. I either separate into 2 videos, or I used to do daily recaps for like the Donna Adelson trial. I think that's what I did, but I think you know, we've been just smushing it all together, so it depends on how I feel. All right, y'all. Well, that's it. We will be back. I will be back a little bit later than court, though, for the lunch break. Again, they usually show up late. They usually, like, lag. They usually do the long sidebars. So I will probably be back, like, 15 minutes after the court is here. So I will see you guys in about an hour and 5 minutes, okay? Enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back. And, yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you guys being here. If you guys enjoyed, hit the like button. And if you guys are not caught up, we have recap videos. So feel free to go check it out. Alrighty, y'all. I'm going to go eat and take my dogs outside. It's nice and sunny out there. Let me pin my message really quick. Let's see. Hello, guys. What's going on? We are back. We are back. Let me just refill my water really quick. Just woke up from a nap. And then we'll get started. Hello, guys. What's going on? We are back. We are back. Let me just refill my water really quick. Just woke up from a nap. And then we'll get started. What's going on? We are back. We are back. Let me just refill my water really quick. Just woke up from a nap. And then we'll get started. All right, sorry, I had my speaker on. I think it was playing looping. All right, let's unpin this. I think today we're going to have testimony from Detective O'Driscoll, the lead detective. Oh, I'm excited. Also, I took a 5-minute nap. Oh, great. Alrighty, where are we at? You right around here?
Before calling the next witness.
Dr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
Your Honor, just to let the court to know that we will move to admit and publish the 911 call before calling the next witness.
No objection.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, sir.
If you would invite the jury in, please. Let's see, Scott.
Oh man, it must be hot outside. It's very hot in my room right now. All right, let's do this, guys. Hello, hello. What'd you guys do for the lunch break? Oh, where's my hair clip? Oh. Mermaid? I'm feeling Remy stole my hair clip. How far are we? We're just right after the lunch break. Okay, I'm gonna forward it for the jury to get in here. All right, just waiting for the jury.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish State's Exhibit 2-40D, the 911 call.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection.
Okay.
The 911 call. All right. We only got to listen to a portion of it in the defense's opening statement.
Scott, let's give this a try.
I have a normal speed.
For the emergency. My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's the good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 4987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis? Uh-huh. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in the bed, in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light on.
And I'm going to interrupt because it just sounds really weird to me that there's just no sense of urgency. I'm like, okay, how do I save him? What can I do to save him right now? How do I do CPR? What do I do? Send someone over. It's just like, he's dead. He's dead. He's cold. This is what happened. It's like, you just being like, what can I do? How do I make him come back? Like, what can I do right here? And you just be panicking, right? It's like, it sounds like she already gave up.
He's not breathing?
Begging for the ambulance. Mm-hmm.
He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No. I don't know how. You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR?
Right, you wouldn't be like, I don't know how. You'd be like, how do I do CPR?
Yeah. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. No, there's not. Available? Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Okay, are you right by your husband right now? Yes, he's so pale. His mouth is open. Okay, listen carefully. Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the ground? I'm just shaking. I can't touch him. I can't. You can do it. You can do it. You need to calm down, okay? Yellow. We need to help them. I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath for me. I'm here with you. He doesn't have a pulse. He doesn't have a pulse? No. There's no pulse. Okay. I'm here with you. I'm here with you. We need to get him help. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay? Okay. Tell me when you've done that. Okay, I'm ready. You're ready? Okay, he's on the floor? He's on the bed. Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor?
Like, look at how many minutes are we into this phone call and we haven't even started CPR yet.
happening. I don't know what's happening.
I'm here with you. Are you not able to, you're not able to move him to the floor?
No, go out, go out, go out, go out, go out. Don't come in here, don't come in here.
Oh my gosh. Or her kids trying to go into the room and they heard her. Oh my fucking god, dude, that's so sad for the kids. Whoa, that's sad for the kids.
Oh my god, my sister.
You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them.
No, he's just too heavy.
Is he still on the bed?
Yes.
Okay, if there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress?
Yes.
Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under their head.
Okay.
Okay? I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now.
Okay.
Tell me when he's on the floor.
I thought I had to slow down or something. She's really taking her time to even start CPR.
I can't move it. It's just dead weight. Like it's just...
You're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him.
Oh, I wonder if that's where her defense attorney got that idea of calling Eric dead weight. Oh.
Can you please send somebody?
Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab their feet. Grab his feet.
Okay.
Slide them towards you until they're just off the bed.
Okay.
How old is your husband?
39.
39?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, were you able to pull his feet off the bed?
I'm pulling.
Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him.
Okay.
Once they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now. You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor.
Okay, he's on the floor.
You got him on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, listen carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his head. Is he laying flat on his back?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay?
Okay.
Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Okay.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Okay.
Okay? Start pumping the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, and 2 inches deep.
Okay.
Okay, start counting out loud so I can count with you, okay? We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. 1,
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker?
yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know if the front door is open?
No, it's locked.
It's locked. I need you to go. Is there anybody else within the home, or is it just you?
It's all my kids.
Okay. Are one of them old enough to go unlock the door?
Yeah, it's unlocked.
It's unlocked now?
Yeah, he's here. He's there.
Okay. I need to keep doing.
I wonder if the kid actually unlocked the door or this is when Kouri's like walking around the house. I wonder if like maybe her kids are opening the door and then she like physically took the kids back to her room. Because remember, after she calls 911, there's like steps that's recorded on her phone. So I was like thinking maybe she wasn't doing CPR. She was pacing around the house. Maybe she was the one who went to go unlock the door. Maybe she wasn't doing CPR. I don't know.
Doing CPR.
He's in here.
Okay.
Do I keep you on the phone?
Yes, keep me on the phone. Go unlock the door and come back to doing CPR.
No, he's here. He's here.
Okay,
Firefighter Monaco is on scene. I'm beginning CPR, chest compression.
Okay, is the ambulance there with you?
Yes. Not yet. Ambulance is en route.
Oh. We're on the court. Okay, are we doing CPR still?
Yes, he's doing CPR. He's doing CPR right now.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What kind of vehicle do you have outside?
Me? I don't have a vehicle outside.
White Toyota 4Runner.
Okay, did a paramedic take over?
Paramedics haven't arrived yet. We're in the back bedroom.
Ma'am, who's there with you? Can you hear me?
Okay. When did you last see him talking to your phone? I'm sorry, what?
No.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jamie Woody.
Oh, one of the detectives. What witness number is this? Ooh, oh my gosh, sneezing so much here.
Detective, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties
Jamie Woody. Okay.
of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Yeah, there was also questions about whether or not Eric was already on the floor because there was a blanket piled next to him, crumpled up. Or did she drag him on the floor and then somehow got the blanket underneath him? Or did the paramedics remove the blanket underneath Eric and then crumpled it up?
Ma'am, what is your name?
Jamie Woody.
You spell the last name W-O-O-D-Y.
Yes.
What do you currently do for a living?
I am a deputy at Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Were you a deputy with the Sheriff's Office in March 2022?
Yes.
What was your job then?
I was a detective.
What is your job now?
I'm a canine officer.
Canine! I wonder if she enjoys that much more than being a detective.
In March of 2022, were you assigned as the lead detective in connection with Eric Richins' death?
I was.
Prior to this case, were you ever lead investigator on a death investigation?
Yes.
Had you assisted in death investigations?
Yes.
What was your prior experience with death investigations?
We would show up and see if they were basically attended or unattended, expected or not expected.
About how many death investigations did you participate in?
A handful.
Prior to this case, did you have any experience with poisoning investigations?
No.
Did you have any experience with digital forensics?
No.
Did you have any experience with forensic accounting?
No.
Oh, I think she was probably initially assigned, and then O'Driscoll took over. Maybe like a year after Eric died.
Prior to this case, what was the biggest case you had investigated as a lead investigator?
Sorry, let me go back a little bit.
Experience with poisoning investigations?
No.
Did you have any experience with digital forensics?
No.
Did you have any experience with forensic accounting?
No.
Prior to this case, what was the biggest case you had investigated as a lead investigator?
Rape case.
Were most of your assignments prior to this case sexual assault and special victims cases?
Yes, they were.
Were you called to Eric Richins' home in the early morning of March the 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Why?
To do a death investigation.
How is it that you caught that call?
I was just the on-call detective.
Is that just random, essentially?
Yes, it is.
When you arrive at a death scene, I think you just mentioned this, are you first trying to determine whether the death was medical or potentially suspicious?
Yes.
In this case, was the death scene the bedroom where Eric Richins' body was?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Richins' home, what did you first encounter?
I ran into his sister at the bottom of the driveway. I spoke to her briefly. I went in and spoke to the initial officer that was on scene, and I did interview some of the witnesses there.
When you met with the sister in the driveway, do you remember which sister?
Amy.
Did what she told you inform you how you approached what you did once you entered the house?
Yes.
What did she inform you?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Of course.
We heard a little bit about this in the beginning of trial. That Amy could have said something, but it wasn't captured on body cam footage. Remember how there was the Asian officer that was testifying? The one where the defense was like, oh, you're turning on and off your body cam footage. And he's like, oh. Okay. Huh? Okay.
If you would stand up, stretch your legs, take a walk.
Okay, they just got back, but okay.
All right, for jury.
Oh boy. All right. Oh, forgot to comment on Kouri today. Hair side parted, back in a bun, sleek, as normal. Knitted sweater, black.
Please have a seat.
Looks warm.
We're still on the record. Excuse me. Detective, you're still under oath. That chair sucks. I apologize.
What, yeah?
Mr.
I'll
Blunt,
just ask the question.
Yeah, ask your next series of questions. Let's see where we go.
When Amy met you in the driveway, did she say anything that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told me that Eric had said to her that he thought Kouri was going to kill him.
Then did you go into the house?
Oh, Amy's a sister that has not testified yet. Katie was the one who testified. Katie's the one that we heard on the body cam footage who, like, you could hear her wailing when she came into the house.
Yes, it did.
Ms. Nestor, were there any questions about anything else that Amy said to her that you'd want to ask?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me pull up her report really quickly.
Okay.
Sorry, Your Honor, just one moment.
No problem.
That's a sister Amy right there.
Okay. Let me put this up so I get it exactly right. All right, so I want to make sure, because it appears from your report there were 2 conversations with Amy, so I would like to make sure we're talking about the same one. When you first arrived and you saw Amy in the driveway, you're saying that is when she told you that Eric said that Kouri was going to kill him?
Yes, they said, she said it during both conversations.
Okay. So in your report, when you reported what happened, you said Amy said she thought I should know that Eric and his wife Kouri were having problems and that Kouri had threatened him.
Yes, threatened to kill him. Yes.
Okay, that's different than what you just said. So that's what you were referring to?
Yes.
All right. Then you walked in the home and then you came back out and had another conversation with Amy and her other sister, right?
Yes.
All right. And can you explain, just because we're going to get into this in a minute, what they told you on that second conversation?
I'm trying to remember. They said they had been fighting a lot and that Kouri was erratic when she was drinking and that Eric had told them that she had threatened to kill him.
Jeez. And did Amy tell you that Kouri found out recently she wasn't the beneficiary anymore and that because of that she threatened to kill Eric?
She told me that at some point, but I can't remember when.
Okay.
After, I think.
So she told you that Kouri had found out he had basically made her not a beneficiary?
At some point, yeah.
Before he died?
She said that at some point, but I don't remember when she told me that.
Okay. Do you remember when you had that first conversation with Amy, any specifics about when that statement was made to his family, under what circumstances, or any details about the statement?
No.
And that's before you even walked in the house, right?
Yes.
Did you ever do any investigation to verify that?
Yes, afterwards.
I'm sorry, verify what?
I don't know what that is. My apologies.
Sorry, that statement had been made by Eric?
We did an investigation, but that specific statement, I could only ask her what you'd said.
So it was just her word? You didn't corroborate with anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And what about that statement changed the way you behaved when you went into the house? Because I think that's the question he was asking you.
It just made us look at it with a more critical eye.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I need from her.
Would you approach for a moment
Yes.
just to make sure I have the same
Yes.
understanding you do?
Okay, just gonna jump through this while they talk to the judge. Yeah, the jury's not here right now. They left. There was an objection to her testimony about what the sister told her. So the judge just wanted to hear the rest of her testimony and see where it goes. To see what he's going to allow in. All right, this is a long little mini sidebar.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, let me grab my, sorry, I'm in.
Right, jury's come back in. Sweater, black like Kouri's heart. All right. Waiting for the jury to come on in. I do like the color of Miss Nestor. Miss Nestor's jacket. It's a nice little purple burgundy. All right, jury's here. let's resume.
Have a seat. Thank you. All right, we're on the record. Jury is present. Detective, you're still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
So, ma'am, when you arrived at the house, Amy Richins met you in the driveway.
Yes.
Did what she told you suggest that Kouri Richins may have been involved in Eric's death?
Yes.
After you spoke with Amy in the driveway, what did you do next?
I went into the home and I spoke with the initial investigator and kind of took a look at the scene, and then I interviewed people present.
And was that person that you referred to as the initial investigator, was that Vinny Wynn?
Yes.
He was the patrol officer that was filling out the death checklist form?
Yes.
Did he update you on what information he had down on his form?
Yes.
Did you also speak with Officer or Deputy David Pimentel?
I don't remember.
Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What did Kouri Richins say about what happened the night of Eric's death?
She said that they were celebrating something and that they had a shot of alcohol, and around 9 o'clock they went to bed. At around 9:30, one of her kids woke her up with a nightmare, so she went down to their bedroom and stayed there for a while until about 3 o'clock, and then she came back to her own bedroom. She said when she got there, Eric was in the same position. He was really ghost white. He was cold, and when she nudged him or moved him, he was heavy. He didn't appear to be breathing, so she called 911.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric Richins' health or using medication?
Yes. She said that he was a very healthy guy. He ran marathons. She said that he had been complaining of chest pains that night, but he had COVID twice, and that he currently had Lyme disease, but he didn't like taking anything for it. He had pain pills prescribed, but he didn't take them. He took vitamins instead.
Wow.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric using street drugs?
No.
But I guess all that now is changing. They're all trying to say that, like, oh, Eric loved, pain pills. Eric was abusing them. Man, she was like convincing everyone on the jail, not the jail call, but the recorded phone calls, which we still don't know how those were recorded. But she was convincing everyone, like, Eric is very healthy. He ran marathons. He didn't even have to train or anything. He's a very healthy guy. But now it makes sense why the forensic pathologist thought that maybe it was COVID, possibly, because she's the one who brought it up. She made it seem like the forensic pathologist was an idiot for considering COVID. Oh gosh. Why even mentioning doing shots? I don't know. Kouri does a lot of things in this trial, or in this. She just does a lot of things that are very, 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 very questionable, and they look really bad. Keep them coming.
Did anyone at the scene inform you whether they thought Eric Richins may have died of an aneurysm?
Yes.
Do you recall who?
One of the medical paramedics or one of those guys.
When you looked around the death scene, did you see any evidence of illicit drug use?
No.
Did you see any evidence of drug paraphernalia?
No.
Did you look at the trash cans at the death scene in the bedroom and surrounding the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything in those trash cans?
No, they were empty.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about why they were empty?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said her housekeeper had emptied them.
Did you ask her housekeeper's name?
I did.
How did she respond?
She said she couldn't remember her name.
What, as you understand it, are the laws for searching a home when investigating a death scene?
You can search the immediate area and look for anything that might explain what had happened. Anything more than that, you need either a warrant or some probable cause.
And here, that immediate death scene was the bedroom.
Yes.
With the information you had at the time, what Kouri Richins had told you, no drug paraphernalia, no signs of illicit drugs, possible aneurysm, did you believe you had probable cause to apply for a warrant to search the entire home?
Your Honor, objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
No, I did not.
And you asked for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene.
Yes.
Did you ask for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene?
I did. We asked if we could search the kitchen garbage.
And why did you ask to search the kitchen garbage?
That's where he had been for the last part of the night, and garbages are usually a good place to see if there's any evidence of any kind of illicit drugs or anything like that.
Did someone else search that garbage?
Yes.
Did they find any evidence of illicit drugs?
No.
Beyond the garbage in the kitchen, did you ask for consent to search the rest of the home?
No.
Why not?
At that point, there wasn't anything that said it was a crime. I didn't know what I'd be looking for, and I wanted to be mindful of a family that was grieving.
Let me, in a hypothetical, contrast the death scene that night with a fictional one. If you arrive at a death scene at a home and the cause of death is obviously a gunshot wound, but there is no gun near the body, would you apply for a warrant to search that home?
Yes, I would.
In the 2 weeks following Eric's death, did you gather Eric Richins' health records?
I did.
Why?
I wanted to see if there was a reason or a medical reason for his death.
And who provided you his health records?
His sister, Katie.
Did you then provide those health records or information from that health record to the medical examiner?
I did.
In the 2 weeks after Eric's death, did you also gather Eric's will, trust, and power of attorney papers from Katie Richins Benson?
Yes.
Did you also speak with Crystal Bowman Carter, Eric's attorney who prepared those documents?
I did.
In those 2 weeks, did you speak with Christina Miller, Eric Richins' divorce attorney?
Yes.
Is the next big event in your investigation when you received preliminary toxicology results?
Yes.
Was that on April the 8th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
What information did those results provide?
That he had died from a massive fentanyl overdose.
Did that preliminary toxicology result alter the trajectory of your investigation?
Yes.
Based on that toxicology result, did you then get warrants to search the Richins home, vehicle, and Kouri Richins' person for illicit drugs, digital devices?
Yes, I did.
Did you execute that warrant on April the 13th, 2023?
Yes.
When you executed that warrant, did you inform, April 13th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. When you executed that warrant, did you inform Kouri Richins that the preliminary toxicology results showed that Eric Richins died of fentanyl intoxication?
Yes,
Did detectives search the house that day?
they did.
Did the detectives search Kouri Richins' automobiles that day?
Yes,
Did detectives find any evidence of fentanyl in the home or the automobiles?
no.
Why did you seek through the warrants to collect Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' digital devices?
I wanted to see if there was a source for how they got the fentanyl, if he was texting or anything like that.
Or if she was?
Yes,
Did you seize Kouri Richins' white iPhone on that date?
yes.
Did you also see
The white iPhone is the one that had a lot of deleted data. I wonder how long did it take for them to get into the white iPhone? Did she give them the passcode willingly? And then how long before it took for them to like find out that there's a lot of like data that was deleted? Because again, she wasn't arrested until like over a year after this.
seize Eric Richins' iPhone?
I did.
On that date, was there a red truck at the home?
Yes.
Was there a brown truck at the home?
No.
Did you seize any THC products?
Yes.
The gummies. The gummies.
On May the 2nd, 2022, did investigators send those THC products to the state crime lab for testing?
Yes.
Yep, to see if there's any fentanyl in there.
On March the 4th, 2023, did Brian Holden from the state crime lab send investigators the test results?
Yes.
And did
That
those test
long?
results confirm that there was no fentanyl in those THC products?
Objection. Can we approach?
Jeez, it took almost a year to get the results back from the crime lab? Wow. Pretty crazy. Hey Lauren, how are you doing today? Did I miss anything good? There was a lot of there was a really good section in the morning where there's a back and forth between the judge and the defense team. It was very spicy. Trying to figure out how I'm going to recap it, or do I just include the whole damn thing? I might just include the whole thing. All right, we are in sidebar right now. We currently have Detective Woody, who is testifying in the stand. She was the lead investigator, and I believe O'Driscoll took over afterwards. All right, I'm gonna have this. Looks like a long sidebar, perhaps. Sidebar. Long sidebar. This is a long side. Oh, Kouri's yawning. Long sidebar. Let's want some Kouri, some Aquaphor. I think she got the chapped lips. Hi, Gentry. Thanks. I was wondering what I missed this morning. We also had a handwriting expert testify and say that they believe the life insurance policy signature was not Eric's, and oh god, this is a long sidebar. That it was probably forged. But he's unable to say if Kouri Richins did it or not. Right. So we're in sidebar about the THC gummies coming back and the results confirming whether or not there was fentanyl. Alright, Blood was going back to look at something. Miss Nestor's laughing with the judge. Everyone's just chilling and waiting. Miss Lewis is talking to Kouri right now. Scott, the mustache man, is just hanging out. Oh, they're talking. They're looking at some binary that the state brought up. Yes, the Red Devils. Kouri's tapping her pencil/pen. Mr. Ramos is whispering something. Miss Shervanak is cut off. I can barely see her face. I see Amy Richins in the background with the crowd. Oh, I think I'm caught up. Oh no, we're caught up with the live. No. Oh man. Also, my dog kicked my camera. fix it? His butt's kind of in the way. So I can fix the camera then.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Pause there for a minute. Mr. Bloodworth, I understand you would like to withdraw the state's last question?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All I ask, folks, is that to the extent you wrote down the last question and the answer to it, just cross that out of your notepads.
What if they didn't write it in their notepads and then they forgot what that last question was? You got to tell them what to unhear.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, take it from there, please.
Ooh, what do you
Your Honor, on March the 4th, 2022, did investigators send the seized phones to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab for downloading?
Yes.
Did those phones...
March what now?
Did investigators send the seized phones to the...
Oh, sorry, I need the date.
The answer to it, just cross that out. Please.
Your Honor, on March the 4th, 2022...
Okay.
Did investigators send the seized phones to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab for downloading?
Yes.
Did those phone downloads return from the RCFL in July of 2022?
Yes, they did.
Oh, answers my question.
Did investigators then begin searching through the phone downloads?
Yes.
Were investigators primarily searching for information on both Kouri and Eric Richins' phones regarding where the fentanyl could have come from?
Yes.
Did investigators find information on either Kouri or Eric's phone about where the fentanyl came from?
No.
Was that search complicated by deletions in Kouri Richins' phone?
It was.
Is it fair to say that between waiting for state crime lab results, download results, and sifting through digital information, that from late spring of 2022 through the fall of 2022, that the investigation wasn't advancing very much?
Yeah, that's fair.
What did you say? Sorry.
Yeah.
That for waiting for state crime lab results, download results, and sifting through digital information, that from late spring of 2022 through the fall of 2022, that the investigation wasn't advancing very much.
Yeah, that's fair.
During that time, did the family's investigator, Todd Gabler, begin providing detectives with information that he was discovering through the course of his investigation?
He did.
Did he provide detectives with information to include some phone billing records from both Kouri and Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Did he also provide detectives with recorded interviews and interview written reports from his interviews of Kouri Richins' friends and Eric Richins' friends and other associates of the two of them?
Yes.
Was that information helpful in advancing your investigation?
It was.
Towards late.
Okay, so did Bryce secretly record Kouri and then gave it to the PI? I still have a lot of questions about that recording when she was really drunk, and then the second time when she also talks to him. Because he really sounded like he was like, he was like in support of her, right? He was in support of her. So it's like, was he doing it just to get more from her so she would talk more? Or I have a lot of questions.
Late 2022, did the information that Mr. Gabler was providing detectives start to accelerate your investigation?
Yes.
So what was the date?
Towards late 2022.
Oh, late 2022. Okay. In
March of 2023, Did you transfer from serving as a detective to serving as the canine deputy?
Yes, I did.
How did that come about?
I'd been working to get a dog for years, and when the opportunity came and I was able to get that dog, that was something I really wanted to do.
Oh, Taco.
Did Detective Jeff O'Driscoll then take over as the lead detective on this case?
Yes, he did.
That's why
Thank
there
you.
was a
I
change
don't
in
have any further
detective.
questions.
Okay. All right.
Ms. Nestor.
Yes,
Cross-examination.
Yeah, yes.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
What's your title now?
Just deputy.
Deputy.
Yes.
I want to make sure I call you the right thing. Deputy Woody.
Yes.
We've met before, but it's nice to see you again.
Thank you.
All right, I have a few questions for you. So when you responded to the home, is it fair to say that before you walked in the door, as you told Mr. Bloodworth, you had reason to believe that could be a murder crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that you hadn't had many of those yet, but
Correct.
you've definitely responded to overdose calls, right?
I have.
Okay. So when you went in, and I don't even know if this is part of your typical death investigation, so if it's not, please advise me. But did you have any crime scene tape with you available?
I don't remember.
Did you put up any crime scene tape to keep people from disturbing a scene?
No. We had somebody posted at the bedroom door.
Right. And eventually that person left later in the morning.
Yes, he was switched out.
So there was no preservation of the scene as far as allowing CSI people to come in and do their thing, right?
Yes, they could come in and work that scene.
But they didn't.
The crime scene techs?
Yeah.
Yeah, they came in.
Okay. So who is it that you're referring to were the crime scene guys?
That would be Chelsea Gibson.
Okay.
And then we had somebody from the medical examiner's office as well.
Sure. Perfect. Other than Chelsea and the medical examiner person who we have heard testify in this trial, was there anybody else there helping you investigate the scene?
There was a patrol deputy.
Who was that?
I believe, I can't remember which officer it was.
Okay, that's fine. So between the four of you, the only area that you searched was the area immediately around the body and then the kitchen trash can, right?
The bathroom that was attached to the bedroom as well.
All right, did you have consent from Ms. Richins? Did she cooperate with you on that?
Yes, she cooperated.
And she gave you consent to search the kitchen?
Just the garbages, that's all we asked for.
That's all you asked for?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned that she told you that she couldn't remember her housekeeper's name. Did you ultimately confirm that a housekeeper did come that day and clean the house?
I can't remember.
If I gave you the name Norma Garcia, does that refresh your memory?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if you ever confirmed that or not?
I can't remember. I don't recognize that name, though.
Did you or any of the other three search the large trash cans that were out in the back in the garage?
No.
And did anybody search Mr. Richins' vehicles that night?
No, we didn't search any vehicles.
You did mention that when Mr. Bloodworth was talking to you that you did not see any evidence of drug use or paraphernalia. Is that right?
Correct.
But in fact, wasn't there an empty hydrocodone bottle seized from right next to Mr. Richins' bed?
There was.
And do you know what happened to that bottle?
We took some pictures, but I'm not sure if we took it or not.
You didn't put it in an evidence bag?
No.
You didn't swab it for the inside of it?
No, it was empty.
Do you know where it is to this day?
No.
You talked with Mr. Bloodworth about the fact that in order to go outside the immediate area of the body or anywhere else where you get consent, you'd have to go to a judge to get a warrant. Is that right?
Outside of the immediate area, yes.
Right. And nowadays, when I first started practicing law, this was different. This has changed in the many decades that I've been doing this. But now you can actually call a judge on the phone and get a warrant, can't you?
You can do an e-warrant.
Right. Over the email?
Yeah, online.
Okay. That did not exist when I started practicing law. So did anybody try to get an e-warrant that day to look anywhere else in the house?
No.
We didn't really have any idea if there was a crime that was committed or not.
No probable
So
cause.
even with all your experience and your training, there was nothing about that house that day that indicated to you it was a crime scene sufficient to even get a probable cause warrant.
Correct.
Okay. You also mentioned that you gathered some health records from Mr. Richins' sister, Katie.
I did.
And did you ever subpoena those same records from the actual doctor?
I can't remember.
So before you gave these records to the medical examiner, you can't say for sure if Katie removed any part of it or changed any part of it or if they were actually accurate, valid records, can you?
I just read them to her over the phone, but yes, I gave her that information.
Okay. And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about the search on April 13th of 2022. You were basically the person in charge of that search, right?
I don't know if I would say I was in charge. I don't have any rank, but yeah, I was there.
Okay. And when that search happened, is it totally fair to say Kouri Richins did not know that search was imminent?
Meaning she didn't know that it was going to happen?
Right.
I have no idea.
And as a matter of fact, she was seized and detained as she was driving away from her house, right?
She was.
And she was held in a police car while you guys did at least part of this search.
She was only held there till I could explain it to her.
So how long was she held in the police car until you could get to her and explain everything?
I believe they said it was 10 minutes.
I think this is where Kouri said she didn't know what fentanyl was or something.
Okay. And when you got there, you explained to her what you were doing, right?
Yes.
How would you, strike that. She was obviously very upset when you saw her.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that she was under the impression that this was related to them taking her house until you explained to her that it had to do with Eric's death?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember her talking about, is this them trying to take my house?
I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. But either way, you told her that day, hey, Eric died of fentanyl. And that was in April.
Yes.
So just over a month after his death, she knew that you all believed he died of a fentanyl overdose, correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you reviewed the website searches that the states tried to put into evidence in this case?
No.
Okay, no worries. To your knowledge, did any of your 4 team members on the day of the death go downstairs or upstairs?
Not to my knowledge.
When Ms. Richins told you on the day of the death when you first responded that she had come back to the bed and found that her husband was cold to the touch, did you ask her if she went anywhere else in the house before she laid down?
I don't remember.
Did you ask?
Are we gonna ask about the dog? Because I think the news story is that, oh, the reason why, to explain all those steps that was being taken after she woke up was because she was taking the dog to go out potty, even though I don't believe that was mentioned before.
Ask her if she went to their bathroom.
I don't think I asked that specifically.
And I know you like dogs. Did you notice there was a dog in the house?
They must have had it put up when I was there because I never saw it.
Did you ask her if she let the dog out before she went to bed?
I didn't even know there was a dog.
Did you ask her if she went to the kitchen and got a glass of water?
Nope.
To this day, did anyone, to your knowledge, when you told, well, strike all that. I think you've already testified to that. You did mention that you went through every.
Who takes a dog out before calling 911? Well, it would probably be like she woke up, the dog had to go potty. Actually, I feel like she would include that story because, like, wouldn't she just be like, oh, the dog was crying, so I took him out to go use the bathroom, right? I think she's trying to say that she took the dog to go bathroom, and then when she went to bed, she realized Eric was heavy, cold to the touch, white, blue, whatever it is. And that's when she called 911. But that's because she was probably confronted with the digital evidence. Like, hey, girl, why are you taking so many steps? Why are you running around the house? Like, what were you doing?
Everybody's phones, is that right? Or Eric's and Kouri's phones?
Yes, we did downloads.
To what extent did you look through Eric's phones?
I mean, there was a couple of investigators just trying to figure out what it all meant. It was all pretty confusing.
So what exactly did you look at in Eric's phone?
If you got fentanyl.
Your Honor, objection foundation, I think there's a disconnect between you and investigators and who was in the phone.
Would you lay a little foundation
Sure.
for whether this person ever looked through the phone?
And this may be my fault. I thought you testified that you were looking through the phones. It wasn't you personally?
I looked through some of the downloads at some point, yes.
Like the Celebrite downloads? Or what type of downloads?
They would have been like call records, call logs.
And those are the ones you got from Investigator Gabler?
Yes.
Okay. So you never actually looked through the guts of what was in the phone?
No.
Perfect. That was my mistake. Thank you for clarifying that. How often were you talking to Investigator Gabler during the time you were on the case?
He would send emails sporadically throughout the case while I was there.
And how often were you talking to members of the Eric Richins family?
They emailed me pretty frequently, but I can't give you a number.
Do you recall about a week or so after Eric's death, Katie Benson sending you a multi-page timeline of everything suspicious she believed Kouri had ever done in their lifetime?
She did.
When was this?
Eric's death. Do you recall about a week or so after Eric's death, Katie Benson sending you a multi-page timeline of everything suspicious she believed Kouri had ever done in their lifetime?
She did send a timeline at some point.
Going back years?
I'd have to look at it again. I can't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, the family was like on top of it.
Do you remember, as part of this investigation, did you do any investigation into whether or not in Summit County there were reports of fentanyl being found inside marijuana?
Huh?
No.
Are you aware that a few months after Eric's death, an individual was arrested and charged with selling marijuana laced with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
I'm asking if she's aware.
Yeah, the hypothetical needs some foundation.
Do you recall a case that, actually, Katie, can you bring up, just a minute, Your Honor, let me get the number. TG1. Yeah, TG1. Just for the witness only, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Can you go to the last page and see if you signed it? Go back.
Counsel, would you approach for a minute?
Yes, Your Honor.
Move forward a little bit. Ooh, we're almost caught up. Kouri's looking. Oh, we're back.
Okay.
We may need to go back to page 1.
We will.
Okay.
It may have to be page 2, Your Honor. I'm not sure page 1 will refresh your recollection.
Take control, please.
Do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
No.
Are you okay? Then that's fair. Take that down. Did you ever provide to investigator Gabler, the private investigator, reports from cases where people were being arrested for dealing fentanyl in Summit County?
That doesn't sound familiar.
So that if he got those, they did not come from you.
I don't believe so. That doesn't sound familiar.
Totally fair. Did you know that Kouri Richins was represented by an attorney shortly around the time that you did the search on April 13th?
Objection, Your Honor.
Relevance?
Relevance, yeah.
Sustained.
When you had the conversation with Kouri on the day of the search on April 13th and you told her that Eric had, in your opinion, died of a fentanyl overdose, had she been trying to set up with you that week a meeting with her and her attorney?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yeah.
Kouri's looking for a 6-letter word for shit out of luck. The mom of a friend of mine was concerned the pot he was buying might be laced. His response was, "Why would they give me extra drugs for free?" That's pretty good. All right, guys. I think we are caught up. Miss Lewis is busy. She's wearing this beautiful lilac top, matching her beautiful cup that says Lewis on it, just so we don't mess up her name. Scott, Mr. Mustache Guy, is a little bit cut off. He's zooming in on the screen. Kouri sitting there, adjusting her body a little bit. Oh, we're back.
When you interviewed Kouri on the day of Mr. Richins' death, you mentioned that she told you she came back into the bed around 3 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her how long she was in the bed with Eric before she realized he was cold to the touch?
From my understanding, it was almost immediately.
Okay. All right. And you reviewed the 911 call that we all heard here today, right? You listened to the 911 call.
I haven't today, and I don't remember listening to it.
Okay. You never listened to the 911 call?
I might have at some point, but I don't remember it.
And she certainly, Kouri Richins, never told you, hey, my husband's a big drug addict. He's probably overdosed. Check for drugs. She did the opposite, right?
Correct.
She told you he was pretty healthy.
Yes.
I think that's all I have. Anything else?
Exactly.
That's all. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Enjoy the dog.
Thank you.
I think Kouri just wanted to make it seem like, oh, I had no idea, like he was doing it secretly.
That's all. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Enjoy the dog.
Thank you.
Doggo.
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
O'Driscoll?
Thank you, Judge.
Deputy, you're free to go. Watch the case. Don't watch the case. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Nah, go enjoy the dog. Don't watch the case.
Mr. Bloodworth,
Who on with life?
I've lost track of the witness list for today. Another witness from the state for today?
Your Honor, the state would next call Todd Gabler.
Okay, let's
Oh,
do
the
it.
PI.
You folks okay to keep going? Very good.
Well, what if they said no? Could they just be like, oh, let's end for the day? All right. Todd Gabler is what? Witness number 43. Todd Gabler, PI.
A brief point of privilege. Everybody just stay put for 1 moment. This will make sense.
All right, everyone's staying put. Oh, judge has like a little trap door back there.
Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir,
Mr.
take your time and please
Gabler.
watch your step.
He must have a really fun job being a PI.
Thank you. All right, how's this?
It's not great.
Great.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, what is your name?
My name is Todd Gabler, Gabler.
You appear to be recovering from something.
Yes.
Oh, poor guy.
Would you mind just at a high level explaining?
On January 13th, I underwent a 5-level PCLF. That's a posterior cervical laminectomy and fusion. My neck has been fused together with titanium rods.
Whoa.
Sir, are you taking any medication today that would affect your testimony?
I purposely did not take any pain medication today for the purpose of the clarity of my mind and my testimony to you today. I took Tylenol this morning.
What, sir, is your occupation?
I'm a licensed private
Oh man, do you think he's in pain right now? Like, I'm sure Tylenol helps like a little bit, but like, oh gosh, it sounds so tough.
investigator in the state of Utah.
How long have you been a private investigator?
34 years.
What, sir, is your investigative experience that is relevant to this case?
Well, over the course of 34 years, I have worked on approximately 100 homicide cases. I have been active in the trials of perhaps a dozen or maybe more homicide cases over the course of my career. I have extensive experience in a specialty in digital forensics, which allows me to examine digital devices, phones, computers, other things of a digital nature to uncover information that may have been deleted, destroyed, or altered. I can't really think of anything else that is sort of
Unfortunate for the defense, because I'm pretty sure they probably want to go real hard at this witness, and they have to be careful with how they approach this.
a 30,000-foot view of what would be important to the jurors in this case regarding my experience.
Well, sir, of those 100 or so homicide cases, how many have you worked for the defense?
All of them. I have always sat on that side of the room, standing in between the state and a defendant.
And you mentioned, sir, that you testified about 12 times. Have you ever testified for the state?
Never.
Did there come a time shortly after Eric Richins' death when the estate of Eric Richins hired you as an investigator?
Yes.
Do you recall about when?
I was first contacted by Crystal Bowman Carter, an attorney. I believe that would have been early to mid-March of 2022. She asked that I contact her client, Kouri Richins Benson, regarding the death of her brother, Eric. She gave me a broad sketch of what she knew about what had occurred regarding Eric's death. And it was a very short conversation, very professional, very to the point. And then it was a few more weeks before I first spoke with Katie and Clint. That's Kouri Richins Benson and Clint Benson at their home in Summit County. That was April the 1st, 2022.
And was that engagement to investigate the death of Eric Richins?
Well, that was part of the investigation. I was under the impression that I had been hired at the instance of the filing of a lawsuit by the defendant in this case against Katie for the trust money and the control over the trust that Eric Richins had created.
And to be clear, the lawsuit involved Kouri Richins as trustee.
Correct.
And when you're interacting with Kouri Richins, it is in her capacity as trustee.
Correct.
Or personal representative of Eric Richins' estate.
Correct.
What, if anything, sir, did you inform at that meeting with Clint and Katie? What, if anything, did you inform them of how you conduct investigations?
Right. So I talked with them about some of the various facets of an investigation, how it would proceed. I've already talked to you about the qualifications that I have in digital forensics, and so I talked a little bit about that, about the need to get a hold of phones and computers and other things that would have evidence of either a wrongful death or some mismanagement of finances that was being alleged in the case. So for all my clients, it's basically the same speech. You're hiring me to find the truth. The truth is sometimes very difficult for us to accept. I've often said that the truth is half what you most fear that it is, and half what you most desire it to be. And you cannot separate those two from the truth. I told them that they would have to accept the truth about what happened to their brother, no matter what that truth was. If he took his own life, they would have to accept that. If someone was responsible for his death, they would also have to respect my investigation and accept that truth. They agreed.
Sir, from that point forward, did you conduct an independent investigation?
I did.
Sir, who paid for that investigation?
I was paid by Clint Benson, but my understanding is that the legal sort of line of authority for which I was engaged was for the estate and Kouri Richins Benson as the personal representative.
Did you bill them at your customary rate?
I did. continued to bill them at the rate that was established at the time of my engagement, even though my hourly rate increased during the course of my investigation. They enjoyed a lower rate essentially because of the time that they engaged me.
Did anyone else pay you for your investigation?
No.
Did anyone from the Summit County Sheriff's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
No.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely independent of the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Did you provide information from your investigation to the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, on many occasions.
And before providing it, did you receive approval from your client?
Yes, that is part of the standard operating procedure. It would be a crime for me to, under the Utah Private Investigators Regulation Act, to have any file materials go to anyone else but my client without my client's permission. So the standard course would be that I would discuss my findings with my client, and we would discuss handing that over to the sheriff's office. In every case, information that we thought important to the investigation was handed over, and there was no event, no occasion upon which we decided not to turn over something to the sheriff's office. Full disclosure. That was the rule.
Sir, was that flow of information one way from you to the sheriff's office?
Oh, yes, very much so. I initially tried to get the 911 audio call that the defendant in this case had made, and the sheriff's office denied my request under the Grandma law. I appealed to the county administrator for Summit County. She also denied my request. It's common for police agencies to be one-way streets.
So it was not uncommon for your request for information to be denied?
Correct. My investigation proceeded regardless of whether they were providing me any information or not.
Did you have contact with the Summit County Attorney's Office before Kouri Richins' arrest?
No.
Did anyone from the Summit County Attorney's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
Never.
Did you conduct your investigation independent of the County Attorney's Office?
Yes.
On June the 15th, 2023, after Kouri Richins' arrest, did you receive a subpoena from the County Attorney's Office for your investigative file and any forensic data that you had collected?
I did.
Did you provide that material to the County Attorney's Office in response to that subpoena?
I did. I produced 2 hard drives. One contained what I call the logical and physical investigation file. That would be interviews, audio recordings, photographs, videos. That was a fairly large file. And then the second hard drive that I provided a few weeks later was all the computer forensics, the digital forensics, the examinations of the C&E computer, a clone of Eric's iPhone, and some other digital data.
Did you begin your investigation with a hypothesis?
Yes. A number of hypotheses appeared clear to me in this case. My investigations are hypothesis testing exercises. That's just a fancy way of talking about something that we all do every day. We look at a situation and we evaluate what that is.
Hello.
Is there evidence that supports our hypothesis that that is what it is? Well, if we're looking at a red light, our hypothesis may be that traffic should be stopped, and we look around for data to verify that hypothesis, that indeed there are cars that are stopped at that red light. In this case, it was clear to me that two hypotheses needed to be looked at. Number one, Eric took his own life as a matter of accidental overdose. Number two, Kouri Richins surreptitiously had Eric ingest a massive amount of fentanyl and killed him. So, as the case proceeds, and I see new data, I see phone data, I see computer data, I interview people, I look at documents or things or other devices. All of that data gets fed into one of those two hypotheses, both of those hypotheses. Does this confirm it? Does it deny it? Does this evidence make it more likely that this hypothesis is true or less likely that this hypothesis is true? Does this evidence preclude the possibility of one of the hypotheses being true? So that hypothesis testing continues throughout the investigation, and sometimes a permutation of the hypothesis comes along. We have to change the hypothesis just a little bit to allow some of the data to fit that hypothesis. Not large permutations in this case, pretty straightforward, two competing hypotheses.
Sir, you just mentioned that in testing your hypotheses, you conducted some interviews.
Yes.
What, sir, is your process for conducting interviews?
So my process is to always have a recording device active for any of my interviews whenever possible.
Great, love it.
This eliminates any possibility for me to be biased or unclear in my reporting of what was said during that interview. It also protects me in a liability scenario if someone were to allege that I had done something improper or had offered them material for their cooperation, anything like that. That would all be protection for me by recording that contact. So that is the primary objective of documenting an interview. Later on, when I report it, when I summarize that interview and in writing, because it's hard to get a lawyer to listen to an entire interview. There's some difficulty that they have with that. So they need a summary sheet about what the interview was about. And I type those up based upon the recording that I made, and I typed up those later, or I may have an agent type those for me from the recording, and then I'll review the report and sign off on it, and then it'll go into the file.
Wow.
So that would be my process with respect to an interview, all interviews.
Approximately how many interviews did you conduct in this investigation?
It depends upon your definition of an interview, I guess, but 45, probably, somewhere in that department. 40, I guess I could say 40 to 50 to be safe.
And in those interviews, did you identify yourself?
Oh, yes, always. There was no occasion in this case where I did not identify, give people my true identity and who I represented.
And did you record those interviews?
Yes. I think there were a couple of occasions where I could not get a recorder fast enough. But other than those couple of occasions, they were all recorded.
Great.
Who, for example, are some of the people that you interviewed?
I interviewed friends and associates of Eric's. I interviewed friends and associates of Kouri's. I interviewed a number of people involved in Eric's business and personal life. I interviewed family members, both the Richins family, and I attempted to interview family members of Kouri's family, but was not successful in gaining their cooperation for an interview. So that was generally who I interviewed.
And was the purpose to test your hypotheses?
Well, yes, I'm interested in getting those interviews done from as many people as I possibly can from both sides of the camp so that I can get the largest possible data set to feed into that hypothesis testing scenario.
Did you pass your interview recordings and written reports along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Sir, as part of your hypothesis testing, did you analyze Kouri and Eric Richins' cell phone billing records?
I did.
How did you obtain the records?
Eric and Kouri's cell phones were being paid by C&E Stonemasonry. They were Verizon accounts, and I obtained the the billing records from C&E, from Ali Wright, with the authorization of Kouri Wright. There were 2 productions of telephone records.
Oh, geez, that's interesting. And then also there was another phone number that Kouri used to communicate with Josh Grossman. I don't know if that was like a Google Voice number, I think, something like that, or something similar.
It's from C&E. The first one was for the period of January 2022 through May of 2022. The second production was May of 2022 through February of 2023.
In that January of 2022 onward time period, what types of information were you looking for in the billing records?
So, because the billing records don't really offer content, that is to say, it's not you don't get to see text messages or what the text message was, you do get to see the numbers that were connected to Kouri and Eric's phones. So we first of all decode that number to a name. We try and figure out who that is, and we fill in every instance where that number occurs with that name. And then we begin to count the total number of contacts with that phone number. So, for example, we would see the highest number of contacts for Kouri's phone to her mother. Not an unusual circumstance that someone would be close to their mother, and that would be the highest number of contacts on your phone. So that was the procedure that I was initially interested in, was the weight. We call that the weight. So what is the weight of that person on the other end of the line? Kouri's mom was a high weight because there was a high number of contacts. And so I'm interested in how many times you contact that person. Occasionally, I'm interested in what time of day you typically contact that person, and the type of contact, whether that contact is by text message only or by voice and text. That changes the character of the person on the other end of the line.
Sir, did you pass your analysis of contact weight along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Was there any particular contact weight that caught your attention?
Yes.
Carmen?
What contact did that involve?
It involved the contact with Carmen Lauber. I noted immediately that there were many hundreds of text messages between the two from the initial data set. That was January of 22 through May of 22.
Oh, what happened? Hello?
And Carmen Lauber.
That is correct.
Give me a second.
Kouri's mom and Eric. So,
Contact weight that caught your attention?
Yes.
Carmen Lauber.
What contact did that involve?
It involved the contact with Carmen Lauber. I noted immediately that there were many hundreds of text messages between the two from the initial data set. That was January of 22 through May of 22.
Jeez.
There was a very heavy weight I don't recall if she was the second or third weight, but it was very close. The only two people that I recall that were ahead of Carmen on that weight was Kouri's mom and Eric. So,
Interesting. Kouri and Eric, they seem to have a lot of communication.
that was the one that stood out to me. There were others that I investigated, but that one was of particular interest to me.
And to be clear, that involved the weight of contacts between Kouri Richins and Carmen Love.
That is correct.
Did that contact weight cause you to investigate Carmen Lauber?
It did.
What did you determine?
Well, it was immediately apparent to me that Carmen had a very extensive criminal record involving drug use and potentially drug sales. I noted that Carmen had a dirty urinalysis, meaning that she tested positive for prohibited drugs in her drug court around the time of Eric's death. I was very concerned about the high number of contacts and the criminal history for Carmen, and I alerted the sheriff's office about that.
Hey, Pato.
As part of your investigation, did you search the Richins' home?
Yes.
When did you first search it?
I believe it was May the 8th of 2023. That was the day that it was released by the sheriff's office. It was an estate asset. Kouri's lawyer, two of her lawyers from Ray Quinney Nebaker, had showed up as soon as the sheriff's office had departed. And I had arranged for security to stand watch at the house after the sheriff's office released that. So I engaged in a conversation with counsel who wanted access to the home, and it was eventually agreed that one of the lawyers would accompany me on an inventory of the property, all of the assets in the house, all of the items in the house and the detached garage. And so that lawyer stayed for a couple of hours and then left. I never saw them during my search of the property again. I continued to search the property for 4 or 5 days, and then that was the end of my contact with the house initially.
And what was your process for searching and documenting your search of the Richins' home?
Right. So GoPro video, chest mounted typically, sometimes mounted on the head, and a backup audio recorder just in case something happens to the camera. At least I've got an audio recording of what I'm talking about, where I'm at, what I'm looking at. So that is the procedure for documenting those. There's also photographs that are taken. There are also, with respect to documents, I scanned with a scanner many thousands of pages of documents in this case from the detached garage office. So that was the general procedure for being at the house. There was at least one occasion that I can think of where I was called over to the house and I didn't have my camera with me, so my video camera. So I used the audio recorder and my camera on my cell phone to document things. I think that was in 2024. So with that being the only exception, that would be my process.
And was Clint Benson present at the home whenever you searched the home? And I guess by present, I mean in the home, not necessarily leaning over your shoulder.
That is not an easy question to answer because My focus was not on Clint Benson. My focus is on the things in front of me.
That's what I would assume.
I was never in that house without Clinton Benson.
Because there's a hint that, the defense was trying to say that maybe Clint wasn't supervising him. Maybe he planted some stuff.
Authorization?
Maybe.
I was never in that house without Clint Benson being on his way. So if he wasn't there when I got there, he was on his way there. And so he would join up later. It's possible during the May searches that Clint had left the house while I was documenting things in the house. I think that was particularly true of the detached garage office, where I was spending maybe 8 hours in a day just scanning documents, just feeding documents into a scanning device. So I think Clint was likely not there during that.
He was generally there?
He was generally there, I would say so, yes.
And you were recording with your GoPro the whole time?
Yes, with the exception I noted, yes.
Did you ever remove, well, other than your recording equipment, cameras, audio, GoPro, all of that,
yeah.
Did you ever bring anything into the home?
No, I did not.
Did you ever remove anything from the home?
Yes, I did.
What did you remove from the home?
So during my May searches of the house, and in particular in the detached garage office, I encountered a number of documents that had Ray Quinion Nebeker letterhead on the top, and they were either communications between Kouri and her lawyers, or they were billing records from her lawyers. That would be improper for me to read or possess. It would be unethical. I placed these documents into a manila envelope, and as I encountered more of them, I would simply grab a hold of them and put them into the manila envelope. And at the end of my May search, I took that envelope to the office of Ray Quinion Nebeker and handed it over. There were other things that I removed from the house. Sort of the general category of the kids, the boys.
I wonder if she was like shaking her head a little bit there. I don't know. So I guess so he found some documents between Kouri and her attorneys. He thought it was improper if he were to take them, go through them. So he put them in an envelope and then he handed them over to, I'm assuming maybe it's a law firm, but I don't know. Kind of seemed like Kouri was like shaking her head a little bit there. I don't know.
Of Ray Quinion Nebeker and handed it over. There were other things that I removed from the house. Sort of the general category of the kids, the boys things. The boys had requested a few things. I believe Child Protective Services or someone at DCFS had requested that we get documents that pertain to the boys. And I believe there were some other documents that I removed that were personal documents that were now the property of Kouri Richins Benson. These documents involved vital records, birth records for Eric, other vital documents that we would generally safekeep for ourselves, and I turned those over to my client. I'm trying to think if anything else was removed. Any item that I considered to be evidence was removed by the sheriff's office, not me.
So if you came upon something that you considered to be evidence,
Apparently there was like a letter or something that was found at the foot of the bed, and defense team was trying to say, they're like, oh well, that it wasn't there the times when you guys searched it. It wasn't there when you showed up for the call when Eric was deceased. It's like, well, yeah, probably because the person went through the stuff and then found it and then just left the foot of the bed so the law enforcement can come in and just be like, oh, okay, here it is.
How did you handle it with the sheriff's office?
I don't think there was a standard approach. I only recall a few occasions. I think the first couple of occasions I may have contacted the sheriff's office directly, either Lieutenant Hemingway or I can't recall any others. And then on one occasion I contacted Travis, the investigator with your office, and then subsequently spoke to the sheriff's office about removing an item.
And is it your understanding that the sheriff's office would then get a warrant and come to the house to seize whatever item you thought might have evidentiary value?
Yes, I was there for one of those occasions.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Are we going to take a break or do you want me to go forward?
You tell me. Would you like a break?
Could we have just a few minutes?
No problem. You know what?
No, Judge, you tell us. Would you like a break or did you stop drinking coffee?
Let's let you stretch the legs. We'll take a restroom break. The witness asks for a break. We provide a break. All right, the jury. Mr. Gabler, watch your step there.
Oh, man, my allergies are acting up.
There you go.
I think I'm going to go take some allergy medication. My nose is no good right now. Alrighty, y'all. That was the private investigator, the man who was hired by Eric's family, paid from the trust.
Would you like the opportunity to use the restroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sure you know this, but
Yes.
you cannot speak to anyone during
Yes.
the break. All right. If is 10 minutes enough time, sir?
5 is plenty.
All right. We'll say 10. We'll be off the record until 3:40. Thank you.
3:40. Alrighty. I'm going to go take some allergy medication. We'll come back with Todd Gabler's cross-examination. And then afterwards, there's one more witness whose name I didn't recognize. And then I guess maybe Jeff O'Driscoll, the lead detective, will testify tomorrow. And then I think the state will be done with their case in chief on either Tuesday or Wednesday. And then defense will start theirs. All right, guys. Oh, I'm getting some allergy medication. I'll be right back. We'll be back in 10 minutes. E?
You can stay seated. They will understand.
I prefer to stand.
Oh, all right. Very good, sir. We're ready for the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Please have a seat. Thank you. All right, proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
I don't believe you and I have ever met, but I am Kathy, and I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. So it's nice to meet you. So I want to just kind of start with a basic observation, but just to make it crystal clear.
Oh, are we back? Sorry. I'm just grabbing a drink of water. All right, Miss Nestor. Do we start the cross-examination, or is this something else? I think it's cross, right? I saw people getting up and down. All righty, y'all. Let's get back to it. We got the rest of the afternoon to do the cross-examination of Todd Gabler, witness number 43, the PI. Poor man might be in quite some pain right now. He's not on pain meds currently. Says his neck is fused with titanium rods. And just for the clarity for today, he just took some Tylenol. So, poor guy. Poor guy.
You can stay seated. They will understand.
I prefer to stand.
Oh, all right. Very good, sir. We're ready for the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Man, she's doing a lot of the heavy work today. Long day for Miss Nestor.
Please have a seat. Thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. All right, Mr. Gabler, you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please,
Ms.
the
Nestor,
court.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
I don't believe you and I have ever met, but I am Kathy, and I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. So it's nice to meet you. So I want to just kind of start with a basic observation, but just to make it crystal clear. You are not law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you've never been law enforcement in your whole life, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the rules and ethics and expected practices of private investigators are significantly different, would you agree with me, than those that apply to licensed law enforcement?
I don't know that I would agree with that in every circumstance. A private investigator, when he is hired by a lawyer, is bound to all the ethics that that lawyer is bound to.
Okay.
So,
but for example, you don't have to go get a warrant to go look at a house.
well, right, that's the state action distinction.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not a state actor.
Right.
I've never been a state actor.
Right.
I will never be a state actor.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you want to go search a house for 6 straight days and look at thousands of documents, you don't need to get a judge to give you permission to do that, right?
No, I got the permission of Kouri's lawyers who represented her to do that.
And you also got the permission of Clint Benson, right?
Oh, man. Maybe she didn't expect that answer.
Documents. You don't need to get a judge to give you permission to do that, right?
No, I got the permission of Kouri's lawyers who represented her to do that.
And you also got the permission of Clint Benson, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Clint gave you a key.
Yes.
And you had that key to use at your discretion.
Yes.
And there were times when you would go to the house and Clint was not there and you would let yourself in, right?
I believe that my testimony covered that, and that was that Clint was aware that I was there, and he was either on his way or there with me.
But you agree with me, and you have videos, I believe, that back this up. That there were occasions where you would go to the house, Clint was not there, you'd use your key, and you'd go in.
Yes.
And there were occasions where you would be spending hours and hours and hours in the office, because I've
Yes.
watched all the videos,
Yes.
and you would be there alone without Clint anywhere around you.
Yeah, I don't need supervision, Counselor.
Perfect.
I was conducting an investigation, independent investigation, and he had given me the key, trusted me with that, and I was authorized to enter the premises at will.
Right. So if he got on the stand and said you were never doing anything outside his eye, that would be false.
Well, from his perspective, he had knowledge of my presence there, as I have testified every time I was there.
Fair.
So from his perspective, it may look different.
But you agree with me, sir, that there's hours and hours and hours of video of you alone in that office going through things.
I think that I've already testified to that.
Okay.
I don't need supervision.
Now, you were not permitted access to the house until after Kouri had been arrested, right?
No, that's not correct.
You got in the house before she was arrested?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, help me out.
The house was released by the Summit County Sheriffs on the 8th.
Okay.
That's what gave us, that was the trigger, not Kouri's arrest. It was the end of their search that triggered our access to the house.
Okay.
The police were executing a warrant.
Do you know when Kouri was arrested, sir?
I don't recall the exact date or time.
Would it surprise you to be the day before May 7th?
Okay.
All right. So,
Objection, Your Honor, foundation on that.
But
Was
would
it
you
May?
re-ask the question,
Was
Ms.
it May?
Nestor?
It was May 8th.
sorry, was it May? Would it surprise you if it was the same day, May 8th, that you got access to the house?
It would not surprise me since I do not recall.
Okay. And during the time after Eric's death, but before Kouri's arrest on May 8th, did you ever go inside the house for that entire year?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Sure. During the time between when Eric Richins died on March the 4th,
Yep.
in the early morning hours
Yep.
of 2022,
Yep.
and May 8th of 2023, were you
Yep.
ever inside the house at any point in between those times?
No, never.
Perfect. So the first time you ever got into that house, over a year had expired since Eric had passed.
Yes.
Okay. And you
Okay.
mentioned the police had executed a search that day before they released it to you, right?
Yes.
And do you know how many times prior to that the police had searched that house?
No.
Okay. And then you've also testified here, I think very honestly, that on repeated occasions you notified the police, hey, there's something you missed. You might want to go back to the house and find it again.
I mean, I'm not going to adopt your characterization, but it is true that I called them back to that house when I discovered something that I thought was evidentiary.
How many times?
Oh, I don't know, 4, 5.
So on at least 4 to 5 occasions,
Yeah.
you found things the police had missed.
Yeah, oh, that's been my experience throughout my career.
And you
The
told
police
them-
never
sorry.
get everything, ever.
Right.
Kouri doing the thing again where she's staring him down.
Well,
It's
not going to
true in
argue.
every case I've ever handled.
Sure, not going to argue with you on that one.
Yeah, it's true.
So they come back because you call them and say, hey, I found something, come back, here's where it is.
Yep.
And they know you're doing that. They know that you have full access to this house, right?
I don't know what they know. I
They-
can't answer that.
Well, you're calling them every time you find something.
Well, what opinion they formed in their mind is not within my knowledge.
Okay, fair. True, you called them every time you found something.
That I thought was of evidentiary value in their investigation.
And did
True.
any of them ever say, you know what, we're good, stop calling us?
No, I don't recall that at all.
So then the converse of that is they encourage you to keep doing that.
Well, no, that is not the converse of your hypothetical,
Okay.
and I do not agree with your assessment.
Okay. Did you feel like you were helping them?
I was following the instructions of my client to turn over anything I thought was relevant to the criminal investigation. This is not my case. My case is in the civil court. Anything that we thought was of value to the criminal case, we turned it over.
And the police were happy with that.
I don't know if they were happy or sad or distraught. I have no idea as to their emotional condition.
They sure never told you to stop.
The police never directed me to do anything, and if they had told me to stop, I would have ignored them.
Okay. So you could go in without a warrant, find something, call them, tell them to get a warrant, and they'd come get it.
I think that's an oversimplification and a vilification. I had permission to enter those premises. I had every right to be there. I didn't need a warrant. I'm not a state actor. I have the permission of the property owner. So I don't agree with your characterization.
When the cops would show up, did you point out what you were showing them? Were you usually there?
No, I was there on one occasion when the police showed up. They executed warrants when I was not there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I only remember one occasion where I found an audio recorder in a dresser drawer that they then recovered by warrant.
And you waited around and pointed it out to them?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I never touched the device.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would have. I don't know if I pointed it out. I think what I did was, on that date, when I saw the recorder and recognized it for what it was, which is not easy, I just immediately withdrew. I left my audio recorder going until the police arrived. I don't recall pointing it out. I recall describing to them where it was.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So then, there was one occasion where you found something that was a letter purportedly written by Eric called the My Princess letter. Do you remember that?
I remember a Baby Cakes letter. I don't know if I remember
That's
a
it.
My Princess. Is that the same one?
That's the one.
Yes.
You remember finding that letter?
August the 9th of 2024 is when I took a photograph of that, but I found it on May the 10th of 2023 during my search of the residence.
So, when you found this letter, at some point, did you move the location that you found it from?
I don't recall ever moving the location. On the video, you will see me find the letter on May the 10th of 2023 when I'm in the bedroom, and it is located in the bottom drawer of Eric's side of the bed, the bottom drawer of the vanity. And I looked at it. I didn't think it was relevant. I put it back down on the drawer. On August the 9th of 2024, when I photographed it on the bed, I do not recall if that letter was on the bed or whether I went and retrieved it from the vanity. But there is video. The August 9th, 2024 was the episode that I described that I was called over and I didn't have a video recorder. So I was recording by audio, and this is the same date that I recovered the audio recorder. So the letter was also photographed, and then later, I think it was taken by the police. I don't know. But
Let me stop you for just a minute.
okay.
You left the letter on the master bed, correct? For the police to find.
I left the letter on the master bed. I didn't know that the police were going to come for it.
Okay. And they ultimately did, correct?
Well, ultimately, I don't know because I wasn't present. So
I don't know anything about this letter, but I want to read it so bad, dude.
that's beyond my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you moved other things around in that house often?
No, that is not true.
Did you move a computer that you located in the office?
I don't recall moving a computer in the office, but I did not move it out of the office.
Did you put it in your Tesla?
If you are talking about the C&E computer, I did not find it in the office. That is not how that worked.
Okay. So you found it where, sir?
I found it in possession of my client who had taken it, who had been given it or taken it from Becky Lloyd. So my understanding of the pathway of the C&E computer that I examined was that it was picked up by Becky, who lives nearby and works for C&E. The C&E computer, she then went to get business files off of it. I talked with her about this. I filed an extensive report regarding my interview about the computer. And then before I could get up to Francis to get that computer, I lived at the time 250 miles south of Francis in Washington County, so it takes me a while to get up to Francis. Before I could get up to get that computer, I believed that my client had already secured it, and so I went and got it from her.
So Becky got the computer from the house after Eric died,
Yep.
right?
Correct.
Then Becky gave it to Katie.
Correct.
And Katie gave it to you.
Correct.
And in all of that, no law enforcement ever put hands on it.
Correct.
Right. And at some point, you took it back up to the office to go through it?
No.
Right. Well, there's video of you going through that computer in the office.
Well, I suppose that I may not have remembered that I went through a computer in that office, but the C&E computer was processed at a location in Midway, and I recall that there was a what I want to say is an obvious missing hard drive location. I could see the outlines of a hard drive that had been in place in that computer. I became suspicious that the hard drive had been removed prior to me getting to that computer. I later sourced that missing hard drive to an upgrade that was performed by a computer company at the request of C&E. The hard drive contents were transferred to a solid state drive, and I did locate that inside the computer.
Okay. So can we play for the witness only clip TG10?
We're going to play without sound, right?
Yes, sir. No sound. Get to the down. This 170. No word. I don't recall putting. Take.
Oh, poor guy.
Excuse me, I'm having difficulty keeping my head up.
Oh, no worries. Whatever you need, sir, to be comfortable.
Dude, Kouri, no empathy whatsoever.
Take a minute.
That look she gave him. Look at those look, man. I'll play it back.
Excuse me, I'm having difficulty keeping my head up.
Oh, no worries. Whatever you need, sir, to be comfortable. Take a minute. Yep, I'll go back to that. It's going to take her a minute to upload that, Your Honor, so we'll get to that. You don't recall putting electronics, documents in your Tesla and driving away from the house?
Oh, I remember that, yes.
Okay.
But that was not the C&E computer.
Okay, what computer was that?
I don't recall. I'd have to see the video.
So
That's why I make them.
You removed a laptop from the office and put it in your Tesla and drove away with it.
I don't recall that. No, I do not. That would have been my. If there was a laptop in that office, it was mine.
Okay. Well, we're going to pull it up in just a minute. I'll help
Fantastic.
refresh your memory.
Yeah.
Who's that? I thought she was a
Also,
computer.
you mentioned earlier that you didn't take, other than the vital records and the attorney-client privileged records, that you didn't take anything else out of the home. That's not entirely true. You also took a safe out of the house?
Yeah, I described that by report, but that house, that safe was returned.
Okay. So you went into the house with your own key, correct?
Yes.
You went into the family, I believe is in the master closet, is that right? Where was it?
Yes.
You picked it up, took it out of the house, and put it in your Tesla.
Yes, I believe I did that at the request of Clint Benson.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then you drove it to a locksmith,
I did.
and you busted into the safe.
I did not bust into the safe.
Well, he did.
He bumped. He used a technique called bumping. It's the movement of the door and the frame of the safe that allows it to come open.
Okay. But you didn't have a combination.
I didn't, I don't know if that was a combination. I thought there was a key to that one.
It was forced open with a hammer, right?
I think it was a rubber mallet, and it was dropped onto the ground.
Okay.
I think that's what eventually got it opened, was that it was dropped onto a flat surface.
What?
And when you were doing that, there's no law enforcement
What kind of cheap ass safe is this? You just drop it, it just opens.
there, correct?
I don't need law enforcement to babysit me.
Okay. And you open it up, and there's clips from guns in there, right?
I would have to go back to my report to recall exactly what was in there.
But you handled it with your bare hands, no gloves.
I did.
All right. And, I'm sorry. You also found an unusual residue in the safe. Do you recall that? That you touched with your fingers?
I don't recall that.
All right. We'll play that in a second.
Fantastic.
I do think we found the video of the laptop, so can
Fantastic. Fucking do it.
we queue up for the witness only GXO10073?
Yeah, that's my laptop. I am scanning into my laptop the documents that I am going through at the office. That is my laptop.
The black one?
Yes.
Okay. So you're scanning all the documents you're finding in the office.
Oh no defense. Are we just gonna are we just gonna graze over that? They were making it seem like he was like taking like, I don't know, Kouri or Eric's computer and putting the Tesla, and then now she was like, oh no, actually it was a laptop. Oh wait, actually, oh okay, maybe it is your laptop then. All right, maybe she'll fix it somehow. All right, Miss Nestor, I'll give you a chance. Or she's just gonna act like it didn't. Oh, it's your laptop. Okay. Well, anyways, let me ask you about this. You're scanning documents. Oh, okay. Tell me more about the document scanning. What kind of documents were you scanning?
Only GXO10073?
Yeah, that's my laptop. I am scanning into my laptop the documents that I am going through at the office. That is my laptop.
The black one?
Yes.
Okay. So you're scanning all the documents you're finding in the office and then loading them into your laptop.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And again, Clint Benson was not present when you were doing any of this.
Yes, that is my testimony on direct.
Okay. Now let's go to the one of the safe. Can you pull up the clip?
All right, we're done with the computer being brought into the Tesla.
100055. Hold on just a moment.
Wait, okay, if she really went through like hundreds of hours of footages of like him, because he recorded it when he went to the house to, you know, go through stuff, wouldn't at some point she'd be like, oh yeah, that I've seen that laptop before. That's probably his laptop. Or was that the only time that he brought the laptop? I don't know. I want to see this. Can we see the footage? Let me see this footage. Let me see if I was a defense, maybe I would have mistaken it for, maybe not his laptop.
1055. See if you can find that one. Sorry. I think it might be under the impeachment documents. Nope. Okay.
Was he never deposed? Did they never subpoena him? Because I know he's more involved in the civil case, but still, was he not deposed? Like, hello? Could we not have already gone over this line of questioning to avoid these surprises?
All right, we'll get the safe one up to refresh your memory about that residue. You don't remember touching some residue and filming it and asking the safe breaker if that was unusual to find residue in a safe?
I don't recall that. I would have to refer back to the video that I made of that for just this purpose.
Okay, no worries. So my understanding is you were at the house. There were some times before you got access to the house while Ms. Richins was still living there that you would sit outside her house and observe the house while she was in it. Is that fair?
It is not fair. That is false.
You never did that?
I never sat outside her house and watched her. False.
Not on March 9th of 2023?
Correct.
Not on April 12th of 2023?
Correct.
Okay. But you did put trackers on their cars, is that right?
I did.
And that's a secret device.
We love this. Trackers, man.
She was in it. Is that fair?
It is not fair. That is false.
You never did that?
I never sat outside her house and watched her. False.
Not on March 9th of 2023?
Correct.
Not on April 12th of 2023?
Correct.
Okay.
I just
But
want
you
to
did
get the
put
dates.
trackers on their cars, is that right?
I did.
And that's a secret device that you put on someone's car so you can follow where they're going without their knowledge?
So GPS tracking devices are generally covert, and there's good reason for that. I put GPS devices on Kouri's vehicle and two of Lisa's vehicles, one of which was being used by Kouri's brother, Ronnie.
So her mother's cars and her car.
That is correct.
And how long did you track these individuals?
I think there were different times for different vehicles. I don't recall the exact amount of time, but that'll be in the file that you have.
And did you turn over your reports on every single place they went for months to law enforcement?
Yes.
And you know that law enforcement is required to have a warrant to do that.
Well, they have to get a warrant, and I have to go through a different procedure that's prescribed by Utah law to appropriately place those devices.
Did you track anybody else's car in this case?
I want to say yes. Yes, I did.
Who else's?
There were some vehicles that I suspected that Carmen Lauber may be utilizing, but I discovered that, in fact, the vehicle that was parked at her house overnight on many occasions was being driven by someone else.
So you never gave that report to law enforcement?
I believe I did.
You gave the Carmen Lauber tracking report to law enforcement?
Yes, it wouldn't be named Carmen Lauber, though.
What would it be named?
Oh. I want to say there were a number of people that were associated with her residence.
That's all right. If it's
There was
someone.
Nick Bon Savage. There was another young man who were frequenting that residence, and I believe that vehicle that I tracked from that residence was seen there overnight on multiple occasions.
Okay.
I really don't remember, because the point of that was to track Carmen Lauber, and when I discovered that it wasn't Carmen driving the car, I removed the device.
Okay. Law enforcement was also providing you, I believe you said that Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you got information from law enforcement, and you said no. Is that right?
No, that is not right.
Okay, please correct me.
Well, I would have discussions with law enforcement. I could garner an understanding. I could read between the lines, if you want.
In fact, you went to meetings with law enforcement about this case, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
How many times did you have meetings with them?
I don't recall. I don't count them.
Okay.
The number is not relevant to me.
Well, you appreciate it might be relevant to me? Can you try to remember?
Half a dozen?
Okay. Can you pull up TG 11 for the witness only? Can you make it bigger? All right, sir, do you recognize that? Oh, can you see it?
I can see it.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
All right, and is that an email that you sent to Detective Woody on July 13th of 2022?
I'm going to have difficulty talking about this exhibit because if it becomes an exhibit, it contains a confidential client communication. But I did send it to Detective Woody.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Gabriel being required to testify regarding any claim.
With respect, I'm not sure you have standing to make any objections, and he seems fully attuned to the issue. Ms. Nestor, I'm not sure where we're headed, so just take it one question at a time.
I shall. Thank you, Your Honor. Is it fair to say that this is an example of you suggesting to Detective Woody that now would be a really good time for law enforcement to interview Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
And why would that be, sir?
She's on the ropes in drug court is what it says.
Right.
She was on the ropes.
And in fact, what you argued was she would be very likely to be compliant at this point with law enforcement. Is that your words?
Yes.
All right. Also in here, you accused Kouri of lying about the name of her house cleaner?
Yes.
And the lie that you said Kouri told was that her house cleaner was her cute cleaner, Norma?
Huh?
Yes.
In fact, didn't you, sir, finally confirm that Norma Garcia was her house cleaner?
I did later confirm that. Yes.
So when you sent this to police and said Kouri was lying, you were wrong.
I was wrong.
Okay.
But prior to Norma.
Your Honor.
Gabler, you need to pause for the next question, sir. Thank you.
Very good.
Did law enforcement give you access to I'm going to try to use the right word, to...
Could he have technically just been like, I wasn't finished answering? And then they're like, oh, okay, fine, finish answering. But maybe he already did answer.
Folders where you could access their information on like a subfolder where you had a link to their folder?
No.
Did you provide them with links to your folder?
Yes.
And one of the links you provided them involved a download of Eric's phone. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Did it involve the decoded call logs that you talked about earlier where you figured out everybody's number and name?
I'm confused. You're talking about two separate things. You were just talking about Eric's phone.
You said no, right?
I had an identical copy of Eric's phone that I created from the backup on his Apple iCloud. I may have turned that over to them, but they already had Eric's phone. I didn't need to give them what I had done, which was to trick the Apple server into repopulating a blank iPhone so that I could then forensically examine that iPhone and come up with context from Eric's phone. So I may have given them that information that I created from a clone of Eric's phone.
So you had in your possession a clone or an exact copy of Eric Richins' phone?
It would not be an exact copy. Only the items that were unencrypted or decryptable from the Apple backup would be on the cloned phone. For example, encrypted data would not be present for biometrics, for his Apple Watch. If he was wearing a biometric watch, that is all encrypted. That would not come back to a new cloned phone. But all of the text messaging, the web histories, the call histories, all of that stuff will be present on that clone.
So you had access to all his texts?
I don't believe I did.
Why not? And this is maybe a stupid old lady question, but explain to me why you didn't have access to his texts if you downloaded everything off the
You
cloud.
said all of his texts.
Okay.
I don't believe I ever got all of his texts.
How far back did they go?
I don't recall a date at this time. I would have to refer to the file material to know the exact date of the first event on the phone.
So how much time did you spend reading through his texts?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I could refer back to some records to come up with an answer for you. It would have been a number of hours.
Hundreds of hours?
No.
Okay.
I mean, in this case,
Right.
936.3 hours.
This is how many hours you billed total for the case?
Yep.
And what were you paid for that?
I don't know.
How much do you charge an hour?
$125 an hour. However, that is not the only billing rate in this case. When I used computer forensic software and my expertise in that regard, the rate would be higher. $200 an hour, I think, was the discounted rate that I gave them.
So I'm really bad at math. Please forgive me if I get this wrong.
Yeah, well, we're both in the same place.
We're talking about over $100,000 you made on this case.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to that phone and you reading his text.
Yes.
That's pretty cool. Well, I like how he has like different tiers of rates based on his
As you were
expertise.
culling through your hypotheses, obviously one of the things you want to look at is the state of their marriage. Is that fair?
I mean, it's significant, but it's not dispositive.
I
It doesn't-
agree.
It's important context, but it's not evidence of anything, really. I see a lot of bad marriages out there. In my career, I've handled many hundreds of divorce cases. So, people have problems.
Did you review text messages between Eric and some of his friends?
Yes.
Did you review text messages between Eric and Bryce?
Bryce Knudsen?
Yes.
I don't recall specifically, but if they were there, I probably looked at them.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have just a moment?
Man, I want to see the videos of him loading the computer into the Tesla. Then he's like, no, actually, it's a laptop. No, actually, that's my laptop. Friday. Right, defense is conferring right now. Oh, she's back.
When you reviewed Eric's texts, did you find evidence of him sexting with people other than Kouri?
I don't recall that. I did investigate allegations of an affair with Eric.
Okay, but that's not my question. My question is, do you recall seeing sexting, as the kids say, on Eric's phone with people other than Kouri?
I don't really know what you mean by sexting. I don't know what the parameters of that are. And so my answer is no.
Okay. Did you find any texts where Eric talked about having an open marriage with Kouri?
I don't recall that.
So they're trying to say that
At
Kouri
some
wasn't having
point,
an affair. It was an
were
open
you
marriage.
investigating cases that were being prosecuted in the Summit County area around the time that Eric died, where people were caught distributing fentanyl?
Yes.
Did you gather affidavits from cases where fentanyl was being sold in the Summit County area?
Yes.
And did you ever follow up on any of those investigations, or did you just stop by gathering the affidavits?
Well, they were plugged into the hypothesis testing matrix. I considered them for their proximity, being in Summit County, and for them involving fentanyl. In each of those cases, I found no relationship to this case.
Okay. I want to pull up TG2, Katie, just for this witness only. Sorry, I lied about the time. I'm going a little bit longer, Your Honor. I'm close to done.
No problem.
Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth, which is the decoding where you looked at his call records and tried to figure out who he was calling?
It is the record that I referred to when I was talking about it on direct. I agree with that.
And Katie, could we go to the page for the date 2/14/2022 at 12:23 p.m.? It's a ways down. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
I'll refresh your memory about what you determined a call that was made on December 14th at,
Give me the date one more time.
I'm sorry, February 14th, thank you, Your Honor, at 12:25 p.m.
Well, this is not a record that I created, but I recognize the format, and it appears to be that Eric Richins' phone had an incoming call at 12:25.
Can you look at the call right above that one?
This is an outgoing call from Eric Richins' phone on March the 9th of 2022. I'm sorry, February the 14th of 2022 at 12:23, 2 minutes before the first record that we talked about, and that is to a different number, 801-473-5058.
So as part of your investigation that you were doing on the mirror phone, you could at least identify a call that was made by Eric at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th, right?
I'm confused. We're looking at an invoice record from a carrier, and you're asking me about his phone. Those are two different things.
Did this invoice come from his phone?
No.
Billing records?
From his carrier, from Verizon.
Right.
That's not a record from his phone. That's a record from his carrier.
I understand.
Two different things.
So according to the bill from his carrier,
Yeah.
he made a call at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th.
I'm going to rewind it back a little bit. I feel like we have to do we got to do a video. Like, very spicy witness on the stand, but I think appropriately spicy. And if I ever need to hire a PI, and if I ever need them to testify for me, I think this guy does very well in cross-examination. Oh man, and could you imagine how he normally is? I mean, mind you, he's like probably in pain, right? He's like on Tylenol. He's got this neck brace on. Can you imagine if he was like 100% tip top? Jesus, we're probably only getting like 20% of his like power level.
You could at least identify a call that was made by Eric at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th, right?
I'm confused. We're looking at an invoice record from a carrier, and you're asking me about his phone. Those are two different things.
Did this invoice come from his phone?
No.
Billing records?
From his carrier, from Verizon.
Right.
That's not a record from his phone. That's a record from his carrier.
I understand.
Two different things.
So according to the bill from his carrier,
Yeah.
he made a call at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th.
Correct.
Okay.
Objection. There's a 901 problem here.
I'm done with it, Your Honor.
Hold on. You got to approach for a moment, if you would.
What did she say to Mr. Bloodworth? I feel like he just ignored her.
Problem here.
I'm done with it, Your Honor.
Hold on. You got to approach for a moment, if you would.
She said something, he just ignored her. I don't know what she said. Doesn't even look at her. Okay, so there was a call. What's the significance of this call? 12:23. Is this when Eric was supposed to be napping? Or what is this? All right. I will speed it up. Clint Benson is here, Eric's brother-in-law. His wife is here. Katie. I saw Amy earlier. I like how they're matching a little bit. Got the blue. Oh, let me slow it down. Nope, maybe I'll speed back up. Cool as a cucumber.
Did you ever make any calls or any trips to Mexico as part of your investigation in this case?
No.
He's pretty cool as a cucumber. Cool as a cucumber with like snark. Just a little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
You mentioned you interviewed 45 to 50 people, somewhere around there, 40 to 50.
Yeah, it's an approximate number. I have no method of calculating that number. It's approximate, based upon my memory.
Did you ever interview Kouri?
I did. I spoke to Kouri. She called me on January the 19th of 2023.
All right.
Wow,
And
good
she
memory.
voluntarily spoke to you
She called me.
and talked to you voluntarily?
She did, and I stopped her. I told her it would be inappropriate and unethical for me to continue the conversation outside the presence of her lawyer. I then texted her lawyer and had a phone call with her lawyer about the propriety of her
Hey, attorney, your client's being dumb again. Get her in. Tell her what her rights are, okay? Tell her to stop incriminating herself.
client speaking without her presence.
Okay.
I then
So
requested that Kouri submit to an interview multiple times.
All right, stop.
Okay.
Don't reveal what anyone else said to you.
Okay.
The point is, Kouri called you to talk to you and tell you her side, right?
I don't know what her intentions were. She seemed very angry that I had contacted one of her business associates. I believe that was the reason she called me on that date.
Okay. And so you never, to this day, have sat down with Kouri and heard her version of what happened?
No, despite my repeated requests.
Okay. But she called you.
And I was bound by the ethics not to talk to her outside the presence of her lawyer. She was a litigant. She sued my client.
Okay. And ultimately, as you were working with the trust, did you become aware that the trust filed a wrongful death suit against Kouri?
I am.
And are you aware they're seeking over $10 million in damages against Kouri Richins?
I didn't know that. It's irrelevant to me.
Okay. Okay, court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Alrighty. Forward through.
Eric, about him seeing any texts with Eric about him and Kouri having an open relationship, and you said you could not recall. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you put that up on the screen, Katie? Do you recall looking at that text?
I do.
You've seen this one?
I believe I have. It's a joke.
It's a joke?
It is. It appears to me to be a joke.
Did you see the text around this text?
I did.
So you have reviewed the text between Eric and Bryce?
I don't know. I don't know that this is a text from Bryce. I have no idea. This does not identify Bryce.
So
Doesn't
now that-
identify anybody.
Now that you have your memory refreshed, do you remember seeing this text between Eric and another individual saying that Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight? Right?
It says, Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight, so I told her I'm taking you home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, they need to stop doing that. It's like, oh, this was such a big deal. Eric wants to be in an open relationship. And then he reads the rest of the fucking message, and it's like, okay, so you're telling me that you seriously think Eric is like completely into Bryce, his best friend? It's not a joke. Eric has gay tendencies. I don't know, man. I just feel like when you do stuff like that, the jury's not going to trust you. Okay, they're not going to trust your interpretation of things anymore because it's quite obvious that you're just grasping here, and you're just being purposely misleading, dude. What the fuck? Playback. Look at his face. So funny.
It appears to me to be a joke.
Did you see the text around this text?
I did.
So you have reviewed the text between Eric and Bryce?
I don't know. I don't know that this is a text from Bryce. I have no idea. This does not identify Bryce.
So
doesn't
now that
identify anybody.
now that you have your memory refreshed, do you remember seeing this text between Eric and another individual saying that Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight? Right?
It says, Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight, so I told her I'm taking you home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And you left that out of your report.
No. This would be part of my report.
She's gonna roll with it. Oh, so you left this out of your report. It's like, okay, all right. How am I gonna deal with you?
Did you see sexting between
Eric and Bryce?
and Eric when you looked at their texts?
I don't recall that, no.
Katie?
And is this sexting? I don't know what you mean.
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm
Okay.
talking about other ones.
All right. I don't recall. I'm talking about many hundreds of thousands of messages in this case.
All right, so from a jury perspective, Eric is rich. He makes $33,000 every month. Okay. He likes to hunt exotic animals. He actually went to jail because he broke some hunting law. All right. Eric is a drug addict. Uses fentanyl. Swallowed a bunch of fentanyl pills. Yummy. Eric used drugs 20 years ago in high school, or he abused some sort of medication. Now Eric is gay. All right, guys. What else we got here? What am I missing? He was sexting his best friend Bryce, and Eric and Kouri are in an open relationship. So Kouri having an affair, no big issue. All right, guys. Eric's gay.
Can't recall them all.
I want to see the rest of the text messages. I don't know. Maybe he is. Or not.
Let's see. Just a moment. Court's indulgence for just a moment.
Oh boy. Who set up Miss Nestor with his lines of questioning? Dude, I'm so serious. We heard about, sexting. Oh my gosh. Okay, Eric. Okay, there's like an affair thing. Man, was Eric having multiple affairs with multiple women? What was going on? And then we find out about this open relationship thing. Oh my gosh, was Eric like telling women that he was in an open relationship? And that's why, he was trying to maybe like court these women and basically tell them it's okay because, even though he's married, it's okay. Relationship is open. But then we find out that it's with Bryce, a best friend. That's where we're going. The best friend, the secret gay relationship.
Do you remember seeing a whole bunch of emails like this or texts like this between Eric and Bryce?
Oh, I want to see. Kouri stares down the witness.
No, I don't remember. Like I say, there were hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I don't remember even 1% of them. As I look at this, it just makes me laugh. It doesn't appear to be serious.
So how many of these joke sextings did you review that Eric did?
I don't understand this to be sexting. I think you're wrong about that. I resist your characterization. These are two friends joking with each other. That's what I'm reading here.
And they did that all the time?
I don't know.
Hundreds of times?
If I had the records and...
I have like a group of guy friends who are like, they like to gas each other up, okay? They like to talk about how sexy each other is or like how sexy the person is, how buff they are, how strong their arms look, how wonderful their butts look, their legs, like how toned they are. And but they're not gay, It's just like, guys, people are just being silly sometimes, just trying to be funny. That's all. Maybe they are, but I don't know. I got to see the context of these messages.
And then I could answer your
Could
question.
be compliments, could just be how they joke with each other.
but I don't remember all of these messages. And yeah, this is a joke.
Did you review all of the texts between Bryce and Eric?
I think at one time I would have gone through every single text message that was available to me on Eric's cloned phone. So, do I recall it? Well, I recall that it was a bit mind-numbing. There was a lot there. Nothing particularly stuck out in my mind or memory about those messages.
Did they repeatedly talk about having sex acts together?
I don't recall.
Did they repeatedly talk about oral sex together?
I don't recall.
Did they talk about anal sex together?
Also don't recall.
But you read them all.
I'm sure that I did.
And it's all joking.
Knowing what I know about Bryce and Eric, yeah, that's how I interpret it.
So you do remember reading things of this nature and you interpreted it all as joking?
No, as I sit here today, I interpret it that way. I would have interpreted it that way back at my original reading of it. That doesn't mean I recall it. It means I have an opinion about what I thought then. That's different.
And what did you think then? They were joking?
No. What I think now is that this was a joke. I do not have a recollection of this at the time that I first read it, but if I had a recollection of that time, I'm sure it would be the same as it is today.
And if there were these tens of 20s of 50s of these types of emails, all of them would be jokes?
Sustained.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I have, Your Honor.
That is what she chose to end the line of conversation with. Man, she probably really thought that was like a mic drop. I haven't seen the emails or the text messages yet. It's possible that if I did see it, maybe I'd be like, oh wow, yeah, that's all cool. It seems like they're really flirting here. It looks like it's serious. But I kind of trust his witness. You know, he's kind of I think he was completely thrown off by the sexting question, and he's like, the fuck are you talking about? And then he's like, oh, you're talking about sexting with Eric and Bryce? And then like you start seeing him like kind of like the corner of his mouth start like lifting up and like smiling a bit, like he's like I do trust his witness, but oh boy.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further from Mr. Gabler?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The text, they're a bunch of to-dos locker room talk from August of 2018.
That was my read of it, yes.
There wasn't any serious read that Eric Richins and Bryce Knudsen were engaged in some homosexual affair.
Zero.
In all of the text messages you reviewed, did you see any evidence of Eric using illicit street drugs?
Is Kouri gonna subpoena Bryce to testify and then confront him with these text messages to try to convince the jury that they're gay for each other? Can't wait for the defense to present their case.
Any evidence of Eric using illicit street drugs?
No, I looked and I could not find.
You mentioned legal requirements for a licensed private investigator to place a GPS tracker on a car. What are those legal requirements?
So the statute governing that was adopted a few years ago. It requires that before placing the device, a licensed private investigator must identify the person or persons that are driving that vehicle and potentially the owner of that vehicle, and that they submit a request to query the protected persons database in the state of Utah for any record of those persons that are subject to the GPS tracking. That is designed to keep us from tracking people who have protective orders or temporary restraining orders or other lawful processes that define them as a protected person. We cannot track you in that circumstance. We do not have independent access to that database. So we must ask an agency of the state for a yay or nay. Is this person in the protected persons database? We have to do that before we place a device. We have to be certain that we are not tracking a protected person. So I submitted those requests to the appropriate counties of the jurisdictions where I placed these devices. The Summit County Sheriff's Office initially declined my request under the statute. I insisted. I finally got them to comply. I did the same with the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office, and they complied with my request.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the bounds of the law?
I believe I did.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the ethical bounds of private investigators and the attorneys you were working for in this case?
I believe that I did.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Nestor, anything further for Mr. Gabler?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time. Please step safely. You are free to go, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, is this an appropriate time to recess for the day?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be recessing for the evening. As always, please do not speak about the case. Please do not allow anyone to speak to you about it. Please do not watch, listen, or read anything about the case at all. Please do not do any research about the case. To allow me and the attorneys to talk about some legal issues that hopefully will keep us efficient during the presentation of testimony tomorrow, please be here ready to go at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you for your patience.
All rise for the jury.
Folks, have a seat. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos. In docket, if you would just make a note of this for me. Docket 1555, docket 1555. The state sets forth its understanding of your objections or requests related to the portions of the O'Driscoll interview transcript that you believe should be included under Rule 106 or excluded under various reasons, and the state's understanding of your objections or requests for inclusions related to the jail calls. I understand that to be the last word from the parties. The state presents it as the last word from defense, but if you would take a look at that specifically this evening and come tomorrow morning ready to let me know if you are changing any of those positions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else in anticipation of that discussion?
No, sir.
8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor, 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I've reviewed each of those portions of the O'Driscoll transcript. I've reviewed each of the jail calls and recordings that are listed in 1555. I have notes regarding all of that. Anything else I need to be prepared for on those two issues from the state's perspective, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Ms. Nestor, anything else on the record today?
No, sir.
Very good. Thank you for your patience. We'll be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, 8:30 tomorrow morning. Tomorrow I am going to start on time. Okay. And that's only because I think about maybe an hour in, I have to pop out for about maybe like 2 hours, and then I will come back and catch up. Probably catch up during the lunch hour. We'll see. But I mean, depends on how late they start and how many sidebars there are. I will be able to catch up, I think, pretty decently. But oh boy, what a spicy day of testimony today from the private investigator. Man, for a man who has iron rods, I forgot what he said, metals that's holding him up together. He's not on pain meds today because he wanted to make sure his mind was very clear. He's on Tylenol, but I would assume he's probably in a little bit of pain. he held his ground so well. And like I mentioned, he's probably only at like, I don't know, like 20% maybe, because he's probably got a lot going on, you know. But can you imagine him at like his full power? 100%. Yeah, he was doing really well. Again, pushing back on the defense about him roaming around the house without supervision from law enforcement or from Clint, who is Eric's brother-in-law. He was like, I don't need supervision. They don't need to watch me. I can do my own work. I don't need to be supervised. There were some accusations about him like taking like a computer and then putting in his Tesla. He's like, I don't remember that. And they were like, well, actually, it was a laptop. He's like, I don't remember that. And then they show him a video and he's like, yeah, that's my laptop. Oh boy. Oh man. What a fucking cross-examination. I'm gonna do a very basic overview of the second half, I guess, but it's just gonna be very, very general. Um I don't know. This cross-examination was so good. I might do maybe just like a little mini video about this. All right, after the lunch break, what happened to Dario? Let's see, after the lunch break, what do we got here? Oh, actually, let me put my video in and then let's get it started with the transcription. We can start editing right away. All right, y'all. Yeah, that was spicy. He's a spicy meatball. All right, so after the lunch break, we heard from a 911 call from Kouri Richins. We heard the entire thing. And what I sense in the 911 call, there's no urgency, no panic in her tone. As a matter of fact, it took forever to put Eric on the floor and to start CPR. She wasn't like insistent on begging for ambulance to come right away. Really seemed to have kind of taken her time. We got to hear from Deputy Jamie Woody, who initially was the lead detective, but is no longer anymore. They have no experience in poisoning cases, no experience in digital forensic, no experience in forensic accounting. In fact, most of the cases they dealt with was like essay stuff. And, it could be possible because in Summit County, maybe they don't get a lot of murders, right? Let's see. So again, she responded to the scene, did not find any drugs or paraphernalia, did not ask to search for search the rest of their home. She said that she didn't believe it was like a crime. They weren't really sure. They just want to be mindful of the family that were grieving at that point. But they did get a toxicology report saying that Eric had died from a massive fentanyl overdose. And they were able to get a search warrant. They were able to search the house. They were able to get the digital devices, search some vehicles. Cross-examination, the defense tried to poke holes, saying that like, oh, the day that you guys came to the scene, you guys had preserved the crime scene. Did you ask Kouri if she used the bathroom, to explain away all the steps that she had the morning that she woke up, supposedly, and to go to the bedroom? So we're starting to see some parts of defense's explanation for some of the digital evidence. Then we just got straight into Todd Gabler, private investigator for 34 years, worked in 100 homicide cases. He knows, digital forensic stuff. He was never part of law enforcement, but he's been doing this for a very long time. He was paid from the trust to investigate, whether or not did Eric do this to himself or did Kouri secretly put fentanyl into something that he ingested. He talked about how, when you're hiring me, you're trying to hire to find the truth. You have to accept the truth. The truth is half of most of what you fear and half of what you most desire it to be. You cannot separate the two. So if he finds out that Eric took his life, the family is going to have to accept that. Or if he finds that someone took Eric's life, the family also has to respect that. So, he came into the house, looked through a bunch of stuff after the house was released as a crime scene. This was back in, I think, like May 2023, roughly, I think, or March. Probably about a year after Eric died and, like, a little bit after Kouri was arrested. But he did say that every time he went to the house, he bought a GoPro camera, so everything's recorded, with the exception of one time where he didn't have the camera on him, but he did do an audio recording. He did take stuff out of the home, but it wasn't like anything important that to the investigation. Anything that's evidence in the investigation, he just left in the house, and he would notify the sheriff's office. They would come and remove it. And cross-examination, again, very, very spicy. Defense is trying to say that, like, oh, you were at the house hours alone by yourself. You're taking things out of the house. there's something about a baby cakes letter. We haven't seen the substance of this letter yet, but I'm very curious. Maybe we'll see it tomorrow. But maybe it's a letter that Eric wrote and might be important somehow. But it's been brought up a few times already. Oh gosh, just a lot of snark, But sorry, not a lot of snark. I want to say like a lot of like you know how like when the defense is trying to basically like maybe put words in your mouth, or sometimes they try to mischaracterize something, and this witness just did not let that stand, and he did it in a way that let them know that he didn't respect that. There's mentions about putting trackers on Kouri's vehicle and Kouri's mom's car that was used by her brother. There's mention of maybe putting a tracker on Carmen Lauber's car, but he realized that at some times that Carmen wasn't driving it. It was actually someone else, so he took off the tracker. Then we got into Eric sexting people, and we're kind of curious about that. There was some message talk about Eric and Bryce texting each other. It's like okay, but we didn't really get anywhere with that until later. Let's see. He interviewed about 45 to 50 people. Did he make calls or make trips to Mexico? He said no. Again, they're trying to say that on hunting trips, maybe Eric got illicit fentanyl from there. Again, he's being part of the name of the lawsuit because his clients are being sued by Kouri Richins, and he's part of that as well. And then we really get into the text messages, okay? And he's like, I think the question was, did you see any open relationship text messages? And he's like, I don't recall that. And they show it to him, and he's like, it appears to be a joke. It's a joke. And then we find out that, oh, this is open relationship message between Eric and Bryce. It's like, okay. Well, the defense was like, yeah, you saw this message where it says Kouri and I are starting an open relationship. And that's all they said. And the witness was like, no, it actually says Kouri and I are starting an open relationship. So I told her I'm taking you home. And this is when we really get into the sexting between Bryce and Eric, as defense counsel has characterized it as. And Kouri staring down at the witness. The witness is like, I don't remember seeing emails involving sexting. But at some point, he starts to laugh a little bit. And he's like, these don't appear serious at all. And then he's like, I don't understand what you mean by sexting. I resist your characterization of this. This is just two friends that are joking with each other. And defense counsel was like, well, did you read all the messages between him and Bryce? And he was like, yeah, at some point I did, but I don't remember. I just remember it was really mind numbing. And so defense counsel was like, weren't there messages about sex together? Weren't there messages about oral sex, anal sex? And he's like, I don't recall. And at the very end, the witness was like, hey, knowing what I know about Bryce and Eric, I would say they're joking. Oh boy. So the new accusation now is maybe Eric was having an open relationship and maybe Eric was gay. We didn't see any of the text messages, so maybe the defense will subpoena Bryce, testify, and we'll get into all the messages. We'll see. That's pretty much where we ended with. So I guess that's like the defense really thought that was like, because usually you want to end with a banger, right? So maybe that's what they thought the banger was. Alrighty, so that's just a very general overview of what happened in the second half of the trial today. Yeah, guys, I will do a recap, guys. If you guys don't have time to watch these like long 8-hour trials, I don't blame you. I have recaps. I did a recap last week for week 2. That's one video, so feel free to check it out if you're not caught up. But we did do a recap of week 1, separate into 2 parts. And I think there was also another video, with the forensic accountant's testimony, where I go into like a bit more detail into her direct examination and all the financial stuff that she uncovered about Kouri. So feel free to check that out as well if you guys haven't already. All right, y'all. That's it for today. I feel like I should just make a compilation of all the times Kouri just stares down witnesses. She really be doing that. And then earlier she like mouthed something to the witness that was testifying. It was Cody Wright who was testifying earlier. Yeah. All right. So that's it for today. I will see you guys tomorrow bright and early. I'm going to be starting when court starts at fucking 7:30 a.m. Or is it? Yeah, it's 7:30 a.m. my time. Oh my God. So 7:30 a.m. my time. But Oh, actually, I will be able to stream for about 2.5 hours, or maybe I should start a tiny bit late because maybe I'll start like 15 minutes late because we usually speed through anyways, and then all the breaks they take and all that stuff. So I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes late, something like that. But I will be disappearing for about an hour or two, and then I'll come back and then catch up with the rest of the trial with you guys tomorrow. So tomorrow we're starting bright and early. All right, I will see you guys. And thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for keeping me busy. Thanks for keeping me entertained. It's, nice to hear what your guys' thoughts about certain testimonies, your interpretations of all that. But yeah, what a way to end the day. I did not expect that at all. I wonder, what else are we going to say about Eric? Eric does drugs. Eric hunts exotic animals. Eric went to jail. Eric did drugs in high school. Eric had affairs. Eric, open relationship. Eric, gay. We'll see what else. Defense hasn't started their case yet. I think the state's going to rest her case tomorrow or Wednesday. So after that, we'll see what happens with the defense, and let's see if Kouri testifies. I hope she does. I want to hear from her side of the story. Alrighty, y'all. I can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think it's going to be pretty interesting because we have the lead detective testify. I think that's where we'll get like the jailhouse calls and the police interviews, the recordings, the transcripts. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. Have a good one. Take care. If you're new here, join the Discord. Feel free. The Discord notifications goes out on Discord first when I go live. So have your notifications on. And if you have notifications on for YouTube, just hit the bell button and hit all so you guys know when I go live, when new videos are posted. All right. That's it for today. I hope you guys have a good one. Take care. And I will see you guys later. Thank you so much. Bye.